It's the greatest big match rivalry in the country. The 145th Battle of the Blues, Royal College versus St. Thomas's College. It's day 2, the Friday, the moving day of the Battle of the Blues. We're live from SSC Grounds in Colombo. It's another magnificent day here in Colombo, a hot and humid but still a pleasant day for cricket. St. Thomas's College were asked to bat first on day 1. They made 297 at one stage. They were 190 for 2 but lost the last 8 wickets for just 107 runs. Sadev Soisa was the star with the bat for the Thomians, scoring a brilliant 83. Dinesh Gunawardena at number 3 made 50. Captain Mahit Pereira, Akash Fernando and Nathan Caldera chipped in with some useful contributions. 15 extras for the Royal bowling lineup, which was led by Sinet Jayawardena, who bowled most number of overs for the Royalists, picked up 4 wickets. Ramiru Pereira, he was expensive early on but came in the second spell and picked up 4 wickets. The seamers, just 1 wicket among the 3 seamers. Malaviarach picked up 1 wicket and then Netpin Dharmaratna picked up 1 wicket. They were 190 for 2 at one stage and lost the last 7, as I said earlier, for 107 runs. 88.2 overs were bowled on day 1 of this 145th Battle of the Blues. So good morning and welcome to day 2 of this live coverage on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, bringing you the live coverage of this 145th Battle of the Blues cricket encounter between Royal College and St. Thomas's College. Another exciting day ahead as we bring you these pictures from SSC Grounds. I have 2 gentlemen with me to discuss and build up towards that day 2. I have the captain of, the vice captain of Royal College from 2006 and 7, Feroz Ahmad, and the 2006 and 7 vice captain for St. Thomas's, Shashrika Pusegol, with me. Feroz, good morning to you. First of all, Royal College needs to bat well on day 2 and the first hour is very crucial. Absolutely.
I think generally the day 2 favours the batsman and there is the scoreboard pressure, but 297 on this particular dead track, I'm sure the batsman will be eyeing to get in there and try to bat as long as possible. The first session, the first water break will be key, and if Royal survives, then I'm sure they can plan out and kind of push the scoring. But the first task is to just go through the phases. The first water break is important, and after that they can regroup and re-strategize. Shashrika, when we walked into the grounds today, there was a small cloud cover hovering around the grounds, but slowly the sun is peeping out, so a little bit of help from the pitch and from above will always help the 4 seamers of St. Thomas's.
Yeah, I mean, we all knew that the Thomian fast bowling brigade is going to be a potent threat for the Royalists, and the stage is set. Ideally, you would want to bowl in the first hour, even in the second day, because we saw even covering of grass right throughout the pitch. So, I mean, history suggests that the fast bowlers have done well over the last couple of years for St. Thomas's. Can they repeat it? Is a $1 million question. I believe they can. So let's wait and see. Even though the fast bowlers were hoping to get some wickets, there was 9 wickets which fell off the bowling of spinners yesterday, Feroz. I think let's take a look at the wickets yesterday. The extra bounce of Sinet Jayawardena made a difference, especially in that first session, isn't it? Absolutely. I think it was not only the bounce, it was just that it went on with the arm. And the batsman did not account for it, and some rash shots. If you look at all 10 dismissals, apart from one which maybe Dinesh Gunawardena was beaten by the flight and the dip, the rest were poor shots being played. So it wasn't the wicket or the bowling skills that came into the party, it was more the batsman making mistakes. So the story is simple. If you limit your mistakes, bat within yourself, play on play straight, there is enough runs out there. Yeah, that was the last wicket. Abhith Parnavithana
been dismissed by Ramiro Pereira. Shashrika, from the Thomian point of view, I think they would be a little unhappy that they have not been able to score above 320, 330 on day one.
Rather surprising, Damit. I mean, whoever who tuned in yesterday, we saw the first session generally is a bit tough to bat, but they went at around 4 runs per over in the first session, losing only 1 wicket. Now from there onwards, they've laid the platform. It was up to them to show that aggression, go into the post-lunch session, make it happen. But unfortunately, we saw a run rate of around 2.5 runs per over in that second session, which really I felt put the game back in the Royalist hands.
Yeah, indeed, but it was exciting cricket being played. Nevertheless, the Royal Thomian, it's known for being a meeting place for young and old boys. It was a carnival atmosphere yesterday. We started off with the opening ceremony, the traditional opening ceremony, the 2 captains, and then the official photograph, which will be remained throughout the history. Royal College then opted to bowl first. Some colourful events obviously happening around Feroz, always an carnival atmosphere. That's what makes Royal Thomian special, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think a lot of old boys look forward for the event. There's a lot of cheering, a lot of preparation, flag waving, and the atmosphere is great. But let us not also forget the cricket that is being played. It's the primary focus as well. So it's a balance of entertainment and it's a balance of good camaraderie and great spirit out in the middle as well.
Indeed, it was a party atmosphere. On day one, it was a very good crowd, Shashrika, for day one, especially being a Thursday. Usually it's after Friday 2 p.m. and then the full day of Saturday.
Well, let's not forget, so many have flown in for this game from various parts of the world. So you expect a decent crowd even from the very first day. Even yesterday I mentioned it. The moment I walked in from those gates, I felt that vibe. A bit different to the other days. We expected great numbers even on the first day, and we definitely got it.
Yeah, indeed, the boys were having a very good day. The boys' tents were fully occupied. Young boys coming for the first time, enjoying the Royal Thomian atmosphere. It's a great event to be, the social event, the March Madness as we call it. This is a part of the Dialog big match season, the 145th Battle of the Blues. So as we build up towards the start of day 2, let's go for a small commercial break, and then we will be back with exciting the pitch report, how the pitch will pan out, and a couple of special interviews. Stay tuned to the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Live on the Papare TV and Dialog ViU app, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Come on everyone, let's make some noise with our loudest cheer for this momentous game.
Let's go. Tata Women's Premier League starts February 23rd. Live on the Papare TV HD and Dialog ViU app, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 145th Battle of the Blues between Royal College and St. Thomas's College as we build towards the start of day 2. It's starting at 9:40 am local time and today there will be 95 overs, day 2. Day 3 will also be 95 overs. Feroz, 95 overs from Royal's point of view, what sort of a score do you think they should be aiming, or do they just bet on the day?
It all depends on how the first water break and the first session pans out. If Royal can go for lunch, maybe with 2 wickets down, I'm sure with 25-28 overs bowled, they can get to a 100-run mark. And from then on, they can kick on forward and kind of replan. But the first target or the first objective needs to be how to survive the water break, assess the wicket, play your normal game, and try to remain at the crease during the first sort of session. And after that, they can kind of press forward and determine the outcome of the game. The first session is key. How they bat will determine what would be the ultimate outcome of the game.
Yeah, a boy who batted the first session, a fresher playing the first match for St. Thomas's College, the first big match. Sadev Soisa made a brilliant 83 with 11 fours. Haritha Pereira, he caught up with Sadev Soisa early on in the day.
Yesterday, Sadev Soisa on the first day of this big match was the top scorer for the Thomians. The opener in his freshers big match scored 83 runs and helped the top order make some runs and get into a position of strength. Congratulations, Sadev. It was a very responsible inning. Just talk us through the story of getting through the nerves and scoring the runs.
Thank you, sir. It was a pressure moment for me, playing my first big match for school, and my first target was to get through first 10 balls. So playing straight and batting keeping your bat face straight, and that was my first target. So getting through the first 10 balls was my initial target. Then my next target was to convert it to 20, 30, then move on. So that was my target.
But you also managed to score aggressively. That was a key factor for the top order getting runs. This is your first half century for the season. And this is also a story where the Thomian top order, all of them contributed.
Yeah, so during the season, all my scores were 30s, 20s, and my coaches said that my role is to convert my 30s into 50s, 50s into 70s, 70s into 100s. So I managed to do that yesterday, and I think with my anchor role, I think all the other top order players managed to get a good score for us.
Well played. Hopefully you will do well behind the stumps too.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Special thing he mentioned, Sashtrika, that he wanted to bat the first 10 balls carefully and then build on from that. What do you make of that special knock from Soisa?
Yeah, as a fresher, I can safely say, I still recall when I was a fresher, you get butterflies in your tummy the moment you walk out to bat, and the first 10 balls is very crucial. So he managed to get through that, but most importantly, he made sure he capitalized. He made sure he placed those loose deliveries into the boundaries of the gaps. He got a 50 of 49 balls, which is very impressive for a fresher. That really set the platform for the Thomians.
Indeed, for Royal College, they won the toss, elected to bowl first. They wanted to get some early wickets, but the seamers failed to do so. But the skipper, Sinet Jayawardena, made sure he picked up 4 wickets and pushed the Thomians back, especially in that second and third session. So Sinet Jayawardena, who picked up 4 wickets, the Royal captain, the Sri Lanka under-19 captain, was with Haritha Pereira early on, speaking about day 1 proceedings.
I thought Sinet Jayawardena had a good day for Royal on the first day. Having won the toss, he sent the opposition in, and in the latter stages got that tail out quickly. He was the main bowler when he took 3 top order wickets and led the side well, bowled in a superb combination with Vice Captain Ramiro Pereira. Congratulations, Sinet. I think you led the team from the front.
Yes, in the morning I thought the fast bowlers will bowl well, but unfortunately they couldn't bowl as we thought. But after that I got the ball and I just went there with a positive mindset and just bowl in good line and lengths, and yeah, that worked out for me.
Were you surprised with the state of the wicket, or were you surprised with the response of the Thomian batting?
Yeah, I thought in the morning there will be a bit of movement, but as expected there wasn't any movement in the morning. But the Thomian batters also batted really well. Yeah.
A quick reply. Are you going to be positive in your batting as a team, or are you trying to chase the Thomian total?
Yeah, we are going to be positive. So we are hoping to get above 300.
Congratulations yourself and for the team.
Thank you, sir.
Sinejavardhana did the job with the ball on day one. Feroz on day two, his primary task would be to bat on and make a big one, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I think he's led from the front. He came on to bowl when St. Thomas's were on top and ensured that he tightened the screws. He wasn't ably supported by the rest until maybe the last session when the others came into the party. So he led from the front, he's done his part, but his primary job is batting, and he comes in at a crucial position, number 3. And if Sineth hangs around, maybe the first 30-40 deliveries, we are going to see some aggressive cricket, because he doesn't hang around, plays his shots, is very positive, and I'm sure he would want to make a mark, especially in his final year.
Indeed, day one the pitch was very sporty. There was enough assistance for the seamers, spinners. The batters enjoyed the pitch. Let's go to the middle and see what Gamini Pereira holds and sees about this pitch for day 2 of this 145th Battle of the Blues.
Good morning, everyone. Another hot and humid day here at SSC. Funnily, there is a dark cloud over our heads, but in terms of overhead conditions, you couldn't have found a better day to play cricket. I'll tell you what, this wicket, it's a gorgeous wicket. I want to put my pads on, really. Still, there is a bit of green, even cover of grass. Grass cutter was on operation this morning, so they have kept it for 6 mil, and it will be in operation tomorrow as well. Yesterday we saw Royal opening bowlers didn't really use the conditions. There will be enough movement, lateral movement off the track today. There will be some turn for the spinners, particularly before the sun comes out, when there is a bit of moisture. Only thing that I'm worried about is the 297 runs on the board, the scoreboard pressure. Other than that, on this wicket, I can sleep on it, really.
Shashika, would you also sleep on that pitch? Do you want to put on your pads and go and bat on this pitch?
I really don't know what Gamini meant by sleeping on that wicket. We have a totally different understanding to what he said. But I mean, indeed, looks pretty flat, even covering of grass. Not a lot is going to happen. I mean, the bowlers really have to work hard on this, get that right channels going, and maybe hope for the best.
Feroz, the batters, they'll have to just do the basics and bat on this pitch, isn't it?
Yes, I mean the basic is look at the first 10 deliveries, assess the wicket, and just play straight. The longer or the more you play straight, there is enough runs on this wicket. You just need to be wary of the first maybe 15 minutes where the ball can move, especially with the new Duke in hand. The Thomians have a good bowling unit, so never underestimate. But if you do your part, you do your basics, never be overawed by the situation and the circumstance, I'm sure there's plenty of runs left. Which is why on any other occasion 297 would be a very good score. But both teams are looking at it with a little bit of disappointment and also sort of pessimistic, optimistic view, simply because there is runs that is available.
Shashika, the 4 seamers, we were talking about the 4 seamers, but Abid Parnavitana and Darian Diego, the spinners, what can they do on this SSC pitch?
Yeah, that's a very potent attack. I mean, 4 fast bowlers, 2 spinners. As a captain, you always have options there. So, I mean, if the fast bowlers doesn't work out, the captain still has a plan B. I mean, yesterday we clearly saw 8 wickets for the spin bowlers. So, I mean, from a Thomian's point of view, we all hope that the fast bowlers would chip in, but if not, the spinners are there. I mean, Abid Paranavidan with 62 wickets in the season. He knows how to bowl with the Duke's ball, a bit different to the normal Kokabura ball which we're used to. He gets more overspin, which would help on this track as well to get some bounce and spin as well. So there we go, the armory is ready.
Yeah, the armory is ready for the Thomians, and we are also ready to the start of day 2. Thank you very much, Feroz and Shashrika. We'll now join the commentators for day 2 of this 145th Battle of the Blues.
Day 2 of the Battle of the Blues, the Royal Thomian, coming to you from the SSC Grounds in Colombo. The two umpires, Chamra De Soisa and Chandrika Amarasinghe, is out there. The Thomians are out there in the field as the two Royalist opening batters walk out to the centre. Remember, yesterday Royal won the toss and elected to field first, and St. Thomas's made 297 all out in 88.2 overs, half century to Dinesh Gunawardena and Sadev Soisa. Contributions down the order, and 4 wickets apiece to Rami Rupere and captain Sineth Jayawardena. Well, everything is set and ready to go on day 2 of this much looked forward Battle of the Blues, and I'm sure it's going to be a long and interesting day on the field and off the field as well. As we say a very good morning to Harun Mawjood.
Morning, Ricky. Indeed, it's going to be an enthralling day of cricket. They usually say the best day for batting at SSC is the second day, and Royal have an uphill task, mind you. 297 on the board by St. Thomas's. They couldn't have asked for anything better in terms of conditions, in terms of the pitch. So everything is on offer for the Royalists to really put their head down. You look at their top 6, they have scored a reasonable amount of runs. On average, every batter has scored close to 400, 500 runs. So it's going to be a keen tussle between the Thomian Pacers versus the Royal top 5, in my opinion.
Yes, certainly. And I think this, as you mentioned, the first half an hour, 45 minutes is going to play a crucial role. That's the best time for the Thomians to get into the Royal top order. If they can pick up 2 to 3 early wickets, then this game will be really set up. But if these two openers can negotiate the new ball, bat for a few overs, I think it will be a long day in the field for the Thomians as well. As you mentioned, a good batting track, as Gamani said. No major concerns. The ball will come on to the bat as well. The bounce has been good. You play good cricket, and there is a runs on offer.
I think the openers have a big job to do to make sure that they see off this new ball. We usually say it's the first hour at the SSC, but looking at the conditions, I think it's about a half hour that's really going to support the fast bowls. Oh, what a ball! What a cracking delivery by Akash Fernando. Right on the money. First ball was also equally well bowled, but look at this. It held its line, comprehensively beating Giganage.
So Giganage got a good 100 versus St. Peter's at the Royal College Grounds. He batted really well in that game, the young wicket keeper. So it's going to be a test in time here for him. Against Akash, in particular, the left arm seamer.
Missed out on that one. Foolish delivery, took it on the full. Obviously butterflies in the tummy for sure for young Giganage. Just 16 years of age. A very good find for Royal. He was actually batting in the middle and brought in to open the batting at that game, very game that you just spoke of. Got a fantastic 100 to take Royal to a very formidable position along with Yasindu Disanayaka. And from then on, he cemented his place as the opening batsman of this lineup. So I think a lot is on offer from young Giganage.
Yes, from what I've seen him in that innings and another couple of games, probably something that he could work on. He really doesn't get fully forward. As you see, 6 games, 8 innings, 266 runs, a good average of a 38, a high score of 122. We mentioned fabulous innings versus St. Peter's. But I noticed he doesn't really commit himself fully onto the front foot, sort of a half-cog Harun. So he has to be very careful because Akash Fernando can get that ball to swing into the left-hander.
Correct, looking at how Akash has been bowling, the angle seems to be towards the left-handed batsman. The beauty is he has the ability to hold the ball, hold the line. So there again, low bounce. Wicket, like we said, towards the latter part of yesterday we saw it slowing, and that seems to be continuing. And my personal opinion is as time goes on, it's going to start crumbling. We're going to see a bit of turn, which has been the case at the SSC over the last few years since the relaying of the wickets. The spinners have come into play much more compared to what it was a decade or two ago.
Yes, and certainly I was come back to that after this delivery. Another foolish one is trying to bowl full and trying to get that to swing both ways. Akash Fernando, steady first over. Royal still to open the account.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Kiri ateru supiri rasa.
So we'll have Ashen Pereira.
Good morning,
the wrong-footed medium pacer to open the bowling. Interesting choice, but he's been doing that for the last few games for St. Thomas's. Ryan Peiris, now he's a great talent. 11 games, 525 runs, average 32, good strike rate, a best of 103, and still just 15 years old. A long way to go for Ryan Peiris, but he's already stamped his mark at under 19 level.
Absolutely, Ricky. I think for a 15-year-old, those numbers look quite fantastic. Can't ask for anything more for someone who's still maturing in this under 19 game, because the levels are contrastingly different, and he's adapted very well, I must say.
Very tall, likes to play straight, likes to go down the ground. But this is interesting. The wicketkeeper is up to the stumps as well, Sadev Soisa. So they, like you mentioned, there isn't much bounce. The ball is tend to keep in a bit low, and Pereira doesn't bowl with a lot of pace anyway.
It was starting to get low and slow yesterday towards the latter part of the evening, and we saw glimpses of it in the last over. Oh, lovely.
Beautifully bowled. 2 slips waiting for that outside edge. It's a good captaincy here from Mahit Pereira, attacking early as well. And you were talking about the spinners in the last few years. Just speaking to the coach Dinesh Kumar Singh before the game, he said yesterday 9 wickets were picked by spinners on day one at the SSC. We don't see that quite often.
Absolutely. In looking at the Royal bowling lineup, it has been dominated by the spin trio. That's Bandara, Jayawardene and Ramiro Pereira. That's how the season also has kind of spanned out, which was why I found it I was quite perplexed to see them opting to bowl with that particular combination in hand. But nevertheless, bygones are bygones. I think they did very well to claw themselves back into the game. St. Thomas's lost the plot at, especially when they were 200 for 4. They had laid that foundation to get something really big. Today is going to be an interesting day. I think for the Thomians, they do have Diego and Palivadno who do bulk of the bowling from a spinner's point of view. Parnavidana.
Yes.
And he's got 60 plus wickets.
He'll bowl a lot of overs. He's the key spinner, and Diego will support him. Mahit Pereira in the last few games has been bowling a few overs as well. And Dinesh Gunawardena. I mean, I think he's really the second spinner.
And the first runs for Royal, comfortably driven the mid-on region, and Rehan Peiris is off the mark in this 145th Battle of the Blues. It's day 2 here at the SSC.
It doesn't matter how many runs you have scored in the season, you know, those nerves are there, and that first run is very important at the Royal Thomian. Will ease some pressure from him going to the non-strikers end. He could have a breather.
You don't see that big banana swing coming in from Ashen Perera, which is something we kind of used to witnessing with that angle. It's just the ball coming on with the angle, not very threatening to the batsman, to say the least.
Oh, that's close, that's close. He is gone. Now this is what I was talking about, Harun, in the last over. He generally goes half cock on the front foot and with the ball swinging into him. I was mentioning about Akash Fernando, but Ashen Perera got it to swing back at the left hand. He was caught in front. Umpire Chamra de Souza had no hesitation in lifting his finger.
Oh yes, that came back in off the. It seemed inwards to Isula, the left-handed batsman. That was going on to hit middle and leg. Excellent bowling by Ashen Perera. Isula Giganage doesn't trouble the scorers. Royal 1 down for just 1 run on the board.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor drinking yogurt.
So that's a big strike, 1 for 1 Royal College. Just in the second over of a play, Pereira in his first Royal Tomian has got the breakthrough. It's a big moment for him. Sinet Jayawardena, the Royal skipper, just 6 matches due to his commitments with Sri Lanka under 19, but 300 runs, a good average of 43. High score of 102, got that in the last game, if I'm correct. So he's in form now, and he has a lot to do.
The build-up to the Royal Tomian has been very positive for Sinet Jayawardena. Everything has kind of worked for him. He'll have a very big role to play, Ricky, to really see number one, the new ball through, and make sure he bats to at least 2 sessions if he wants to take Royal to a commanding position. Okay, there seems to be some kind of tactic here for Rehan Peiris. He's been studied over the years. Akash has played with him, and they seem to like to be adopting the short ball tactic. Ball number 1 bounced to Rehan Peiris.
I'm not surprised. They are not going to give him anything full because he's good down the ground. He's a strong lad. He's not afraid to hit the ball in the air as well to clear mid-off and mid-on. So they are going to keep it short of a length. They are not letting him to come on to the front foot. And that will be the tactic by the Tomian seamers. You will see a lot of Akash Fernando bowling at Rehan as well, trying to the left arm angle. And if I'm right, I think it was Akash who got him out last year as well. So it's going to be an interesting battle.
Oh!
The Tomians on fire at the SSC on day 2. Akash Fernando, brilliant bowling. He's come round the wicket, he's changed the angle, and he's bowled that fuller delivery on the stumps to Rehan. He's missed it completely, and his stumps have been shattered.
Played all around. That's a loaded delivery. It was really poor stroke. That's not something that you expect from an opening batsman. You are advised to always play straight, but that's a really poor form. Peiris, he's gone for 1. Royal 2 down just with 1 run on the board.
So now this is not a good start for Royal College. This is what they did not want. You know, this we mentioned the first half an hour, 45 minutes is going to be crucial for this game. Ovina Bampola, 9 matches, 223 runs, averaged a 17, with score 46. So he hasn't had the best of seasons with the bat. a good talent, but hasn't been able to convert and get those big scores. So now this is going to be a real test for Ovina Ambampola.
Absolutely, it's been an up and down season for him in terms of the bat. He's an excellent close-in fielder. He saves a lot of runs on the field, but in terms of batting, he actually did score a decent 40 in the last game in the run-up to the big match. So that confidence will definitely be brought in, but an uphill task, huge burden on their shoulders. These two batsmen will have to really take. Oh, that's close. I think there was a bit of inside edge.
Excellent bowling. He's bowling on the stumps. I think, Harun, you mentioned that Rayan Peiris missed a straight one. I thought that wicket was set up in the previous delivery. He bowled the short one, got him onto the back foot, and then he just bowled that floater full and straight. Rayan Peiris was hesitant. He was hanging on the back foot and missed it completely.
Yeah, I think the double bluff was quite beautifully set up by Akash Fernando. And something that I've noticed in Fernando this year is that he's not generating express pace, but he's hitting those right lines and length, which is what we didn't see from the Royal bowlers. And thus far, the Thomians have been excellent. Both paces have been on the money, right on target. 3 gone, Royal tottering with 2 down, just 1 run on the board.
tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා චිලිට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික ස්පයිස් අප් වෙනවා
හඳුන්වා දෙන අලුත්ම මාකි සෙවරි රසය චිලිටෝ බිස්කට්ස් නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දී රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න
Also, Arun, to add to that, I think the Thomians have targeted the stumps much more than what Royal did yesterday morning. I thought they were wavered. They were bowling both sides of the wicket.
This time beautifully driven. A yawning gap between cover point and extra cover. That's running down to the boundary, and that's the first boundary for Royal of Jayawardana's bat. Beautifully caressed. Once again, not expressed, a floatish delivery. All he had to do was time that ball between that yawning gap between cover and extra cover, cover point and cover for 4.
There's a width on offer for Sinet Jayawardana. He obliges. A good start. Now his role will be to bowl stump to stump because he doesn't have the pace to give any width at all to the batters. So now that's much better, much closer to the stumps with those 3 slips weighed in. This is his role here to keep one end tight, one end tight, not to give any runs at all, so that the others can put the pressure from the other end.
I think what will play in Sinet's mind is the fact that Ashen Pereira is getting the ball to nip both away and towards the batsman. As we saw how Isuluga Iganage was trapped in front. There you see, there is a bit of seam movement when you're pitching the ball within the stumps. That's what gets your heart in your mouth.
That was very tentative as well. That's our third umpire, Hemanta Boteju, doing a great job. He's been the third umpire for a number of years now at the Royal Thomian, maybe the 3rd or 4th consecutive year. The trusted man to go to for both schools. He's done a superb job. A lot of experience now at this level.
I think he seems to be much more threatening to the left-hander with that angle where he has to bowl it towards the stumps, pitching it in line, where the chances of the ball, talking a bit when it's pitched within the stumps. And that's our match referee, international match referee Graham Labroy has done a stellar job.
Good to see Graham here, isn't it? ICC international match referee in charge of this game, the Royal Thomian. And he's enjoying the atmosphere of the game as well. Yes, and Pereira is in this lineup. Harun, you were spot on for that reason, to bowl to the left-handers. Royal have a few of them in this lineup, and he's generally picked up most of his wickets against the left-hander with that angle, because he bowls that wrong-footed and he goes very wide off the crease as well, and he tends to angle it away from the left-hander. It's not easy. So 4 overs completed, 7 for the loss of 2 wickets.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්බන්න ගිහින්
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
Cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී ආරං. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
7 for 2 Royal. 4 was gone. Jayawardena, the captain in the middle, with Amban Pola, an experienced campaigner, playing his third Royal Thomian. They have a steep mountain to climb. 297 on the board. Mind you, conditions are excellent. Can't ask for anything better in terms of batting. Relatively a placid pitch. But with the first half an hour, there is always something on offer, especially with the new ball.
Yes, and so far the Thomians have done the right thing. They are trying to keep it straight, stump to stump. You miss, I hit. 1 clean bowl, 1 LBW. They have the slips in position as well, and they have used the angles well. They used Akash Fernando with the new ball with his left arm seam. Never easy when you can swing the ball both ways, and he tends to bowl that fuller length, which is ideal for the surface.
Beautifully driven, equally well fielded by the field at mid-off. That's Caldera. Definitely saved 3 runs there. Good confident stroke by Amampola, showing the full face of the bat. But thus far, from what we have seen, Ricky, if you are to distinguish between the two pace attacks, in one word, I believe discipline is that word that would sum up the manner in which Thomians have approached, Thomian fast bowlers have approached this game. They have been stump to stump, like you mentioned, hitting the right lines, and they've been consistently doing that.
I think better planning as well when it comes to the seam bowlers. They are the ones who have carried the burden right throughout the season. Caldera, Akash Fernando covering the dives, and then Pereira coming in and chipping in as well. It's only been Parnavidana that has been the lone spinner for them, with a little support from Gunawardena and in the early part of the season. So they have depended on their seamers right throughout, and they have always had a plan. They have executed their plans well, and I think also the dimensions they bring in with Akash Fernando with his left arm pace, and then Pereira with this unorthodox action and sort of a cutters sort of a thing. Then we have the 2 swing bowlers, Caldera and Kavin Dias, who bowls very good lengths to come in. So it's a combination of a very good seam attack for St. Thomas's.
Absolutely, and the other impressive factor is that Fernando has not had the best of seasons. Looking at the stats, it's just 12 wickets that he's been able to muster in a 15-game long season, which goes to show that come the big game, he's understood that he's not in the best of form, but doing things that are within his control. Like I said, pace is not express, but keeping it tight.
He was under pressure as well, because in one of the games just prior to the Royal Thomian, I think it was against Nalanda, there was another seamer who came in and picked up 5 wickets in that game, the only game he played from the second 11, and so there was worries, because as you mentioned, you were spot on. Akash Fernando hasn't been consistent. You see down the leg side, that would be runs. He hasn't been consistent and picking up the wickets as expected. He has contributed well down the order with the bat, but there was worries about his bowling. But then they have gone on the experience campaigner. They relied on his ability. They know he could come good, and so far he's bowled well.
Yeah, considering the fantastic season he had in 22-23, picking up close to 50 wickets, he's had a very silent, I would say, silent season, not being able to contribute much, but he's a big match player. We've seen since his first big match, he's always contributed with the bat, with the ball. I believe it's the right choice for the Thormians as the next delivery is comprehensively beaten. That ends over number 5 in this second day's play of the 145th Battle of the Blues, 9 for 2 Royal College.
Keel's Crest Naimiris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Singley Sports Club ground. Royal captain Sinet Jawardana on 5. Ovina Ambampola on 2. The openers have been dismissed. First Isula Giganage without scoring, then Rehan Piris for 1. A wicket each for the 2 opening bowlers, Ashane Pereira and Akash Fernando. St. Thomas is applying the pressure. Good morning, Gavini Pereira.
Good morning, Haritha. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, a couple of early breakthroughs for St. Thomas's. It's amazing how when you have runs on the board and your mind works. But this is an absolute road to me on this track, I'll tell you what. If you get set, if you start playing straight. Actually, when you look at the 2 dismissals, both batters got out playing across the line. Isula was looking to play work his wrist, and so did Rehan Piris. Fell across a little bit, played all around it. Not a lot of air swing to speak of.
International Women's Day today. All ladies, we are with you.
You had to remind me that, didn't you? Can't be with them, can't be without them, really.
Be with them. The best exponent is Harun Mawjood. Gave up his cricket for his love of life.
I only hope that his better half is not listening. With a bounce.
Sadev Soiza is standing up to Ashane Pereira. That's very encouraging.
During the latter part yesterday, there were a couple of balls that kept loaded. But obviously with the Duke ball, I think even the keeper didn't expect that to bounce that much. Pereira's stock ball generally comes into the right-hander.
Kept a decent line and length in that over. End of 6 Royal. In reply, 2 down for 10.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න. සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා භාණ්ඩවල මිල අඩු කළා. සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් භාණ්ඩ කට්ටලයම 23900යි. ක්‍රිකට් බෑගයක් නොමිලේ. The Transport බොරැල්ල.
9:40 start today, 95 overs to be bowled for the day. Yesterday 90 overs. Match Commissioner Leelananda Kumarasiri from the Theraputha National School in Hambantota, Assistant Secretary Sri Lanka School Cricket Association. Match referee Graham Lavroy. On-field umpires Chamran De Souza and Chandrika Amarasinghe. Battle of the Southpaws. Left armer Akash Fernando to the left-handed Sinet Jayawardena.
Yeah, interesting battle this. Fernando obviously got a lot of experience behind him. And Jayawardena, after that 100 in that last game, so he'll be feeling very confident about his abilities. And I'll tell you what, if he gets set on a track like this, he's batting about 6 inches outside the crease.
Loose delivery, down leg side, no stopping that. That's into the boundary. 4 extras, 4 byes.
Yeah, just went for the glory ball, looking to bring that ball from around leg stump and got his release all wrong. Or may have tried the in dipper. It's pretty harsh to call byes, wouldn't it?
You got to be on the batter's skin all the time, under his eyes. You give that sort of leeway to him. Sri Lanka youth skipper, under 19 captain at the World Cup. You give him a lot of confidence.
That was a sucker ball. The length was there. He was shaping up to play at that Jayawardena. Like I said, he's a naturally gifted striker of the cricket ball, and he loves to feel bat on ball.
He's had a good day yesterday with the ball too. 4 wickets for 68. Hemanta Boteju is the television umpire. He was hardly in business yesterday. Pradeep Udavatta is the 4th umpire. Scorers Hemant Aryavikram for Royal, Tushar Kure for St. Thomas's. Must say a word about Tushar Kure. He is officiated in 98 test matches, 14 Sri Lanka, India, 12 each New Zealand and Australia, 11 against England among others. He's done 30 test matches here at the SSC, 26 at the Galle Stadium. He's been a former office bearer and a founder member of the Scorers Association.
Changing his length. Good idea though. Actually, when you look at it, Rehan Pires' dismissal, if you can see it again, the 2 balls prior to that, there was a leg gully and there was a square leg in front of the umpire. So he was making the batter to think about the length, and got exactly where he wanted that Yorker. Brilliantly planned and very well executed.
This is very good cricket. He wants to keep the strike too. Sinet Jayawardena crosses over quickly. End of 7 overs. Royal in reply are 15 for 2.
Introducing Sri Lanka's biggest Google TV collection from Singa. Endless entertainment is now at your fingertips with many more options to explore. Millions of shows, movies and games, plus all your favorite streaming apps in one place. Choose from global brands and experience tomorrow's entertainment today with Google TV from Singa.
Kiri අතර සුපිරි රස.
KG Kamalsari is the head groundsman at the SSC. Ground manager Mahesh Bopake, they've done a wonderful job. Ground secretary is Mahinda Halangoda. He is not here these days. So Samantha Dodangwala is overlooking the administrative part on behalf of Mahinda Halangoda. The chairman of the tournament committee of Sri Lanka Cricket, Samantha Dodangwala.
So let's have a look at that Rehan's dismissal. Head falls across. Had to play around his front pad. that was because the two previous balls was on shorter length, and he really didn't get his stride forward, did he? But magnificent bowling. You know, it gives you that much of confidence when a plan comes together. And these days, not like when you and I played, Haritha, there are all kinds of brains in the dressing room, the analysts and the computer guys, and then, you know, they would have planned this, they would have discussed that in their team meeting, and very well executed, like I said.
You've done the job as Royal coach. You know what it is all about. Neatly clipped. I think he's got a positive start going for himself, Senet Javadana. I think he'll have to lead the way. He led the way on the field with the ball, with his experience. I think the opportunity is there for him to lead the way with the bat too. It's a class act when he gets going. Plenty of action from the SSC. Tell you, there'll be few anxious people in the Royal dressing room. Head coach Rohan Soisa, assistant coach Charit Fernando. Amanpola is not a big striker of the ball. He has a slow start, usually. A reminder that this is a schools cricket encounter. Yes, Royal is.
It's a very nervous start, isn't he, Amanpola? Hasn't had the best of seasons, mind you, and there are a couple of batters that mind a victory for the bowler, catching the inside part of the bat. But Amanpola will be happy to get off strike, I'll tell you.
He's returned the strike, the right-hander. End of 8 overs. Royal in reply are 17 for 2.
Some footage from the cycle parade. Long standing traditions, both schools. St. Thomas's sat theirs on Saturday, and Royal is at a day prior on Wednesday.
You've got to be part of this. You can't really tell somebody about all this. You've got to experience it. Very much part of the tradition, the traditional big match. Just getting back with the backup team for Royal. Master in charge Anura Prashanta, prefect of games Riaz Alua. He must be pretty concerned himself. Principal Telak Batuheva, president of the Sri Lanka Schools Cricket Association. It's his first big match. Mind you, Warden, Reverend Father Mark Bilimoria has told me that it's going to be his last big match.
Yeah, it's pretty sad, really. I met him yesterday morning. Haritha, Billy is a wonderful man, and he's given a yeoman service to St. Thomas's. First bowling change from the tennis court end,
from the Vidyamavata
end, Caldera. Well, actually, I was a bit surprised.
5 for 6 is best figures, 36 wickets. Look at that economy rate, under 3, that's good.
Yeah, he's a very smart customer. Caldera, he's a good cricketer. He's got a good head on his shoulders. And so is Dias. I would have actually preferred to bowl one of them with the new ball, Dias and Caldera. Yeah, both have got very similar actions, semi-open actions.
Yeah, Dias is at first slip, second is Akash Fernando. St. Thomas's have this uncanny situation of the new ball bowlers or the fast bowlers being in the slips. Caldera replaced Akash Fernando from that end, the Vidyamavata end. The two of them added 60 runs for
it's funny, really, Haritha. You know, good old days, fast bowler, distant position was fine leg or third man. But there were few in between. Michael Holding was one of the best fielders. So was Joel Garner. He used to field a gully. Jimmy Anderson still fields in the slips.
Yeah, Joel Garner at gully, he would have covered backward point also.
You don't need a third man.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare, live from the Sinhalese Sports Club grounds, one of the better cricketing facilities in the country. Getting back to the Thomian backup team, head coach Dinesh Kumarasinghe, the director of sports at the school by the sea. Amanpola, lucky.
Yeah, like I said, he looks a very nervous starter, isn't he? It was there to be driven, didn't really get his front foot across. So as a result, he had to use his hands purely to get close to it. Brilliantly bowled.
Good pace, good movement, good line and length. Assistant coach Dilshan Mendes, master in charge Kapila De Silva, co-prefect of games Aruna Shanta Samarasinghe and Dilshan Gunawardena, the latter captained the school in the past. Warden, Reverend Father Mark Willimoria. He has the right idea, getting onto the front foot.
This is very good. One thing that Royalists didn't have yesterday was control with the new ball. After putting St. Thomas's in, I don't think particularly with the length. But Caldera, this has been a very, very probing over. He's there and thereabouts. He's making the batter play. And he's giving that length.
Thomian vice captain, under difficult circumstances yesterday, scored 44 runs, Gamini.
Very good first over from Caldera. Maiden, Royal College 17 for 2.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
Like yesterday, first session, a bit gloomy. Yeah, the top performers with the bat for Royal this season, Yasindu Disanayaka, 550 runs, Rehan Piris 525, Ramiru Pereira, the vice captain, 456. Jayawardene played a very few matches, 305. And Nisula Giganage, another centurion, 266. Now, two of them have been dismissed, the openers, Giganage and Piris.
The pleasing fact is that last column, so the 5 batters who have got 100, 2 of them back in the hut already, but I think there's another. So there are 6 centurions in the Royal lineup. So they know how to construct an innings, and you couldn't have found a better day.
The task for Ashen Pereira in particular would be to just keep the ball in line with the stumps. He's probably the slowest of the 4 medium pacers.
Drag his length. I need to mention a couple of words about the Papare crew, Harita. They are probably the best in the business, and there's so many people involved, and you could only go into that studio, the room, how many people are actually contributing to bring this coverage to you. You're very lucky. You can sit on your couch and have few refreshments and watch this, and they're very clear, and they know their business.
Yeah, they are very professional in their planning, their execution, and well, the Papare. Many platforms to get involved with this big match. Yeah.
There was a sound. I think Javardhana was intentionally looking to play inside that line, and his bat may have brushed the pad ever so slightly, really. That's where the noise generated, but there's plenty of daylight between bat and ball.
Best of 3 for 31 for Ashen Pereira this season. He wants to improve on that, I'm sure. Well struck. Beautifully struck. Pitched up on his pads. Javardhana didn't want a second invitation on that occasion to play that shot.
That's a classical on drive. One of the hardest to play as a batter. Didn't really look to work his wrist. That was the key. Presented the full face of the bat. Shot of the morning.
Good placement, good timing, good execution. And a very good leave too to end the over. Royal in reply are 21 for 2 after 10.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස් හතහැරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? LED Full HD UHD Smart 32 ඉඳන් 55 මේ 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංග.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. දිවෙන පුරා සිංග ශාඛාව වෙත එන්න. රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න. Anchor drinking yogurt.
A very good morning to our viewers. Some trivia. The most coveted DSN Anayaka Memorial Shield was first presented in 1928. A very good morning to you, Shash.
Good morning, Ferry. Ambanpula, very cautious, facing 19 deliveries for 4 runs, and so has been Sinet. I mean, Royal in a spot of bother early on, but they managed to salvage some pride.
A long way to go, Shash. Just 22 runs scored. The key is Sinet Javardhana, who's out there, the skipper. Did his part with the ball, but this is his main role. Lead the batting, lead it from the front, and here he is, determined, and he's played within himself. But the bowling has been good, Shashtrika. I think a stark contrast to the Royal bowling, especially the fast bowlers. The Thomians have hit the right channel, got the odd ball to move, and they've been on a very tight leash as well.
Yeah, Nathan Caldera, the spearhead of the attack, is in superb form since the late Feroz. Capturing 5 wickets for 7 runs, if I'm not mistaken, against Trinity a couple of weeks ago. So he's in pretty decent form. Quite sharp, nippy as well as a bowler. Can move the ball both ways.
First no ball for the game. Trying a little too hard. The effort delivery we see by quite some yards. Caldera. Oh, beautiful shot, but straight to the fielder. Overall, good cricket. The bowler not afraid to push it up to the batsman. The batsman presenting with a straight face. Unfortunately for him, it was right at the fielder, but it should give him some confidence. Playing with a straight bat. Hasn't looked troubled, unlike the 2 openers who are back in the hut.
He's going against his characteristics as a batsman, Sinet Javardhana. That's well bowled. A very sharp bouncer.
Very sharp bouncer indeed. It didn't rise as much as he expected. Bit on the lower side, surprisingly. wicket seems to be more on the lower side. There you see it kept low.
So Sineth is really battling it out. I mean, naturally aggressive. He looks to go at a runner ball in these encounters usually, even during the season, whatever matches he played. He went at a runner ball in most innings, and now to come here, fight it out for the alma mater is quite remarkable so far.
He walked in with just 1 run on the board. The opening batsman Isula was out LBW without troubling the scorers, and the big wicket Rehan played all over. It was more of a Yorker length, but played all over the ball. He should have played it with a straight bat.
Yeah, that was well planned by the Thomian camp, I'd say. I mean, setting up a field for the short ball as well, getting a couple of bounces in, and then putting that full bung at the swinging Yorker. Oh, that's caressed straight to extra cover, no damage done to the score. Sineth, ever so watchful, is looking to just caress, time the ball rather than just go for his normal shots.
Yes, and
it's buzzing already, Feroz.
The crowd coming in, a lot of expectations. We saw a fantastic crowd last evening, and we are expecting another full house today as well. Some change in the field. The bowler opting to come round the wicket, just 2 slips. I think it's a interesting tactic. They've read the pitch. It's on the slower side. Removed the slip fielder, kept it in front of the wicket. Oh, swinging in, very well bowled, but equally well played by Sineth. So end of 11 overs, 23 for 2.
He's gonna pop it and grab the Nova. That ticket is sicker than ever. Sixer udin ada Nova. Hot and spicy cup is cinema. Prima kotumi, fantamai.
Your embrace so warm, let me stay here for a while. With one more bite of Revelo for sunshine.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor drinking yogurt.
So Amban Polo will take strike to Pereira. Bowling is 6th. I'd like to see Kavindu Dias being brought into the attack.
I have this sneaky feeling that they might go with spin pace very soon, Feroz. Maybe even after this, so Ashen Fernando might be, Ashen Pereira rather might be, told to just relax a bit, and maybe Abid Parnavidana might come on. I just saw him, warming up ever so slightly, which means that Caldera might continue because he just started to bowl. And yeah.
So I'd expect Caldera to continue from the far end, but I feel they need to try out Kavindu Dias as well. The ball is moving. We've got a left-handed Jawad and are still new to the crease. Amban Pola seems to be more circumspect. Again, Ashen hitting the right line and lens. He makes the batsman play. Got a gentle in-swinger coming in. There's a leg slip in place, a mid-wicket. Just 2 slips. I think the field placement has been spot on so far. It's defensive, but it's aggressive as well with the right fielders in the right position. And Pereira is also bowling in tight areas.
Yeah, planning has been spot on so far. I mean, they really have analyzed, strategized against the Royal batters. They've understood the weaknesses, strengths of each player thus far. And hence, we see the 2 wickets for 23 runs in 11 overs. But the crucial point is, can they capitalize now, the Thomians? Can they get a couple of wickets before the lunch break?
A loud appeal. The umpire isn't moved. I think it was moving down towards the leg side. My initial reaction was, we'll have to wait and see for replays. Nevertheless, a very good delivery. Went on with the arm. I think it moved a lot on that occasion.
Yeah, very late movement. And if you really watch it closely on the replay, he went wide of the crease.
Exactly.
So which means the angle would take it down leg side. So very good call by the umpire.
Again, very well bowled by Pereira. Amban Pola negates. So good bowling by the Thomians. We mentioned at the beginning the first water break will be crucial, but the first 2 overs, Royalist didn't stand a chance, lost 2 early wickets. There's a lot of chat out in the middle. The wicket keeper in particular scored 83 runs. Again, right on the money. So this is very good bowling by Pereira. Ends his 6th. 12 overs gone, 23 for 2.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tiyanaka.
Love never felt this good until right now with you. With one more bite of Revelo for love.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
So Sine Jayawardene was on 11 of 33 balls. Very unusual strike rate for him, as we mentioned before. Caldera coming round the wicket. So well watched again. Well left, short of a length. A very intense battle going out there, Feroz. I'm pretty sure, you know, whoever who manages to hold their nerve right now could really change the game for their respective alma maters. I mean, Sine Jayawardene being the captain, the onus is solely on him right now to ensure that Royal gets to lunch without any more losses.
So Sine Jayawardene hasn't had the best of big matches. 18, 32, 1 and 4. He's got into double figures this game. This time very well played. The straight bat and Caldera and Jayawardene know each other. They've played from a very junior level against each other, and there's a battle in between, the battle of the blues between the two, and I'm sure Caldera has been disciplined. He knows he can be a lot quicker than this, but I think he's bowling within himself, bowling in the right areas, changing angles effectively, and so far he's bowled well. And this time, beautiful shot, a scintillating drive past the bowler. Jayawardene is on 15, done bulk of the scoring for all. He needs to play a big innings if Royal stands a chance, but so far he's done his basics right.
Yeah, once again, very watchful caress down the ground. He's showing his class. He's showing why he was the under-19 captain for Sri Lanka. He's bringing his experience to the table for the Royalists.
A typical fast bowler's response for a ball that was driven past him. Shot, we could have telegraphed it over here. The aggression by a fast bowler. But all those short deliveries, Shash, we haven't seen it carry to the wicket keeper. It's more on the lower side.
Yes, the bounce has been questionable even from yesterday. I mean, there is some carry, but the bounce has been pretty low. So, I mean, sometimes when the bounce is a bit low, it's kind of tough to face the bounce because you really don't know to what extent the ball would bounce.
This time, better carry. Caldera showing variations in his bouncer. The first one keeping low and this one just flying to the keeper. You're absolutely right. I think the moment it starts keeping low, you're unsure. And it plays on the mind of the batsman whether to leave or not. And when it hones on you, then your arms keep flaying. You're not relaxed out there. And it's a battle of wits. So The skipper having a chat with the bowler. I think the deep square leg has been signalled, but will it be a two-card trick? Yes, foolish, but on the pads, beautifully played off his pads for another boundary. Try to bluff the batsman, but to no effect. Another boundary to end the over. 13 gone, 31 for 2.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
The 145th Battle of the Blues. The encounter of all encounters in Sri Lanka college cricket, I'd say. Am I right in saying that, Feroz?
Absolutely. Ashen continues bowling his 7th. I think most likely the last over in his spell. Is effective with the new ball. Gets the ball to come in to the right-hander. The choice or the question is who will be brought in. I believe it will be coming to Dias. Shash, you believe it will be the left-arm spinner?
I believe it will be the left-arm spinner because, I mean, usually if there's some moisture on the track, even the spinners could get some purchase early on. And especially because Sinet now has been playing quite well against pace. Why not try with a spin?
But would they be brave enough to bring an off-spin as well if Sinet is facing?
Well, even yesterday we saw, you know, when Sinet Javadhan himself was bowling, he got a couple of right-handers out. Doesn't really mean that...
and Ramiru got the left-handers out.
Exactly. So on this deck, that could probably be the way to go.
We'll have to wait and see what the captain and the Thomian think tank come up with. But for the time being, it's Amban Polo and Javadhan. They've spent enough time to understand what the wicket is doing. The last few overs, I think both these batsmen have found the going easy. Presenting a straight bat is the key to bat on these wickets. No fancy stuff, it's just presenting the full face of the bat, the bat maker's name back to the bowler, and ensure that you're...
A change in the field. The leg slip fieldsman being brought to the offside. Yeah, there we go, straight away a bit wider. They've shifted the lines. Maybe trying to get Amban Polo across and then slip that delivery that comes in. Because the last couple of overs, Amban Polo knew the bowler's plan. A change of plan once again for the Thomians.
Could be. I think it's good that the Thomians are thinking, they are strategizing, planning the dismissal. But Amban Polo, on the other hand, plays the waiting game quite well. There you go, Pusegol. You read it right. The straight one was slipped, but the batsman was equally adept at it. Plays off his pads towards deep square leg for a boundary. First boundary for Amban Polo. It's a bit uppish, but nevertheless, I think the weight was on top of the delivery. On the pads, bit uppish, but no chance for the fielder. He needs to be mindful. Play it along the ground.
Easy pickings there for Amban Polo.
Amban Polo was worried for a split second. It was uppish. It's time the batsman. A change in line by Pereira. End of 7 overs. Bowled by Pereira, 35 for 2.
Love never felt this good. until right now with you. With one more bite of Revelo for love.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor Drinking Yogurt.
Good morning, all the Royalists and Thormians and fans of cricket around the world. It's a beautiful day out here and it's quite warm actually compared to where I'm coming from.
It certainly is. It's a good day for cricket. It's a bit overcast in the mornings. And I'm joined on the combox by Malinta Totuvilage. Yep, you heard the name. He's done wonders in this Battle of the Blues. He's known for an unfortunate reason. And if anybody else there guesses it, you're a great cricket follower. Totuvilage has got 199 in the same game. Very unfortunate, and I was fortunate enough to watch that innings.
Oh, thank you so much for those kind words, but a little bit of a correction. 95, the first innings, 108, yeah. There's a big day ahead of the Royalists. And I think they need to put their head down and bat long. And not thinking so much about the score that they need to chase.
Well, if you do analyze what took place yesterday, Malinda, runs on the scoreboard is always pressure. I still believe St. Thomas is about 40, 50 runs short yesterday. But as you know, runs on the scoreboard, a couple of wickets in the morning, and this is where the story is. Royal 35 for 2, and another wicket from here, especially the wicket of Jawardena Sinath, would left the cat among the pigeons, and certainly St. Thomas's would go in for lunch at the upper hand. And you know the story in cricket, doesn't it? Take one, out comes two, yeah? Get one, get two.
Agreed. You're spot on there. The thing is, I think St. Thomas had the opportunity to get more than 350 plus. I would say like 350 plus if they were going the same rate how they have started the innings. Well left.
So we got the new bowler coming to dust, operating from the vantage box end. It was Caldera who was bowling the previous over. Tomian skipper Pereira adopting to go with coming to dust. Coming to bowls a good line which brings the ball into the right-hander. So this would make omens for the Royal skipper Sinath Jawardena, who's a left-hander facing to a 5-4, 6-4, 6-3 field onto the off. Handsomely driven. Ball rolls straight along the ground. No chance for the diving extra cover. Tremendous shot. You could hear the sound of that willow right up to the combox.
Absolutely. That was a cracking shot by the skipper of Royal. And Sinath, to me now, he looks very composed and well organized. And I was having a chat to him this morning, and you can see he's so determined to go in the middle and do his part to his best ability. And I think you need to have a lot of patience, especially playing in this weather. It's quite warm weather. So quick one misfill there.
St. Thomas shouldn't be disheartened by what's taking place. They should let Sinath go for that offside drive. They got a deep extra cover covering that. But the previous ball, you could see Das just dropping it short simply because of the previous ball that he was driven. So that enables the Royal skipper to go to the other side, go to the non-strikers end. I think the Thomian discipline in their bowling would bring about results. It's about Royal being under pressure. Lost 2 early wickets. Jawardena and Ambepola trying to revive the innings, build on it, put down a foundation.
Agree. And I think when the Royals start to bat, I think it's a bit of a lazy start from my point of view. The reason behind that, if you remember, before they lost their first wicket, they could have ran for 2. End of the over, 40 for 2 Royal.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor drinking yogurt.
Roll about to start the 16th over. Live broadcast brought by the Papare. We're live from SSC at the 145th Royal Tomian Battle of the Blues encounter. Considering the first day, Malinda, I think second day is a bit lull at the moment. We had a fantastic crowd, over 18,500 on the first day. Almost record breaking, but looks like they've been partying well into the night, and we could see a little bit of a lull in the morning session.
Correct. Looks like they're still recovering from the late nights.
I would hate to come to the SSC in the evenings. It'll be overflowing with rebellious spectators on both sides, enjoying the camaraderie, enjoying the friendship.
Yesterday I was just going around and just seeing everyone as well, and I saw like so many people coming from overseas just for this game. And as you have seen, I'm sure, on social media, there's a charter flight that came from Melbourne. Made a bit of a...
You were not on that flight, were you?
No, I wasn't. I was coming from the other side of the world.
So Pereira, this time changing things around, bringing Caldera from the combox end. You could see a little bit of swing to Caldera coming into the left-handed Jawardena. He's a bit susceptible for the ball coming in. He tends to put his leg right across and go across the line. And that's some of the ways that he got himself out in the under-19 matches as well in the World Cup.
In the morning I was just looking at the pitch, and what I realized, if you see now, there's a little patch of green grass. Even though there are a lot of grass, but most of the grass aren't green, like those are dead grass. So I think Tomian's keeper has taken quite an important decision to get their main bowler the right side. But I think if you hit the seam in that particular green area, anything could happen.
Absolutely, and you can see Pereira Mahid adding an extra slippy. Caldera tends to bowl just short of a length, a nagging length, perhaps sometimes a bit too much for the schoolboy level. He tends to drop it a tad bit too short, and he tends to take the ball away. His top ball comes into the right-hander.
I think looking at the pace attack from both sides, I can see a little bit more maturity from the Tomians, and they always want to bowl with a plan. And if you see the earlier wickets as well, they have trapped the batters in order to get those results.
This is exactly what we are talking about, a loud appeal. I'm sure he did not get a touch to that. A very confident one. Tried to buy the wicket at that time. Everybody went in unison. It's good to see in the replay what takes place. Caldera, as we said, taking the ball away from the right-hander. Oh, I think the sound we all heard was a bat hitting the deck. Umpire Chamara Soiza unmoved, unrattled, and did not buy that one. Umpire Chamara Soiza played alongside me way back for Panadura. Oh, against us for Panadura. Good cricketer he was in his youth. One of the top up-and-coming umpires in the ICC elite panel of Sri Lanka cricket.
Yep, and it is great to have these players taking a different part of the cricket, and they still stay within the game, which they have been doing that for years and years. And it's a great opportunity to do the big match as well. It's a good exposure.
Well, I hear you're still married to the game.
Yeah, something I've been married for quite some time. So, and of course, I have a young family, so they've been very helpful as well. You know, Saturday's my day, and just want to make sure go out there, enjoy the game. Then, from Sunday to Friday, just household stuff and work with a fresh mind.
I'm a bit confused here. Are you telling me that you're married to the family or you're married to the game?
You could say both.
That's the end of the 16th over. Royal 41 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Keel's Crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Hot and spicy fun vibe එක විවර කරන්න beat එක remake කරන්නට වෙන්න හදවත බාවලා යන්න ගින්නර fashion කරන්න fun තුරන්න කොතුමි කික් එක වෙන්න ප්‍රීමා කොතුමි fun තමයි.
Love never felt this good until right now with you. With one more bite of Revlon for love.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස අතහැරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? LED Full HD UHD Smart. 32 ඉඳන් 55 නෙමෙයි 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංග.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. දිවෙන පුරා සිංහ ශාඛාව වෙත එන්න.
Don't wanna miss 1 second of this pouring rain, pleasing my soul. One more bite of Revlon for the rain.
So as we come back to the SSC after the first water break, it's quite humid. Royal 41 for the loss of 2 wickets. The first wicket to fall was Girane, was LBW to Pereira for no score. He faced just 7 balls over and 1. And next was his opening partner, Piris. It'll be good if you can get those couple of replays. So 1 for Akash Fernando, 1 for Pereira. Piris got a fabulous, sweet of a delivery, gem of a delivery. Swinging in from the outside the off stump, taking off middle and off. And since then, it's been an uphill battle as we see the replay. The first wicket, plumb right in front. Played down the line, played down the wrong line, and here's that ball I was talking about. All ends up as Peters is looking to drive him down the track and ends up castling him.
Actually, that was quite a smart cricket from the bowler, saying that he trapped him. Like prior to that ball, he bowled a couple of bouncers to play a little bit of mind game. And the third one, right on the money. So it shows like a bit of a character and the maturity, even for college boys. So which is great. This is what you want to see from a schoolboy cricketer. So the quicker you get to mature into the game, the results will come his way.
We see St. Thomas is rotating the bowlers. Keeper Pereira brought in, coming the dash from the vantage box end, gave him 1 over, and now he switched Abid Paranavidana, who was bowling from the com box end to the vantage box end. Young 16-year-old, tall, lanky lad bowls the orthodox left arm leg spin. Stock ball being the one that turns.
Correct, and I'm quite impressed with the way he started as like a 15-year-old, and he's keep asking the questions from the batter and make him play all the balls he's going to bowl. So that's where the pressure building, not giving runs, and the batsmen always have to think, what am I going to do the next ball? So you keep asking those questions, and let's see how Sinet's going to respond to those.
Well, it's actually a very easy wicket to bat. You see Javadana punching that off the back foot. It seems to be a very easy wicket to bat, but saying that, it's also a very tricky wicket to bowl to. You just need to hit that length which is not too short or not too full, where you can drive through the line, or you can rock on your back foot and punch it through the covers or hit him through mid-wicket. So if you're a tad short, that's what Javadana can do, and that's what every batsman can do. And if you're a tad bit up front, you would see the batsman going through the line and driving you. That is the particular spot. That particular ball, the spot, is what every bowler needs to bowl 6 balls in a row. And if you can do that as a 17-year-old, you're going to go places. It's a discipline, your line and your length that needs to get you wickets on a track like this.
Absolutely, it has to come with the patience as well, and you have to. Okay, it's 17 overs gone, 43 for 2.
So you can see the groundsman working to prepare the wicket for the 3-day. It's a heavy work. There are a lot of matches being played out here, a lot of schoolboy games. Doesn't give them much of time, probably a couple of days or more, to prepare a centre wicket track here at the SSC. Mahesh Bopage, the head groundsman manager of the SSC, along with his ground crew.
Beautiful ground, and the ball goes very fast, outfield, it has outfield, and let's see what these batters has in their backpack.
I just got a glimpse of the Tomian ball, and I'm sure you're used to this, Malinda. They're playing with the Duke.
Correct. I was having a chat with Damit on yesterday about this, but yeah, the ball is good. It's hard, and batters would love it. As soon as you get the ball on the velo, you know it's going to go. But
it's a fielder's nightmare.
I wouldn't say that, but what I would say, like, you have to consider the weather as well. And of course, when the Duke ball plays in UK conditions, it's a bit different to it. It has more live grass, and it gives you the carry for the bowlers. So, and it's not easy to play straight in those wickets, because you'd have that parallel bat to give some more width for the swing that it produces off the wicket.
Well, I've been playing here since my school days, and SSC tracks have certainly changed from the times that we did play. Although we had similar kind of grass coverage, it was more lively. I guess the weather's changed, the weather patterns changed, the temperatures changed. That's exactly what St. Thomas's require. They've kept that extra cover gap open. It's just a mid-off extra and a cover point. They got 3 slips. They got 3 slips catching, waiting for that outside edge. And Ambepola obliges this time, but fails to connect as the ball goes harmlessly to the wicket keeper.
And I think there was a discussion about, like, looking to initiate some fast tracks to build more fast bowlers from Sri Lanka. Because I think that's a very good initiative if someone can deliver. I think these are the key stages for a schoolboy cricketer to play on those wickets and understand their ability and to improve their skill in order to go into the bigger stage. So you need to have that support off the wickets too more often.
I'm just watching and observing what St. Thomas's are doing. I'm just seeing umpire Chamara. So he's going and having a look at the follow-through of Caldera. St. Thomas is adopting to bowl right arm over from the vantage box, from the combox end, and he's got young Abid bowling from the vantage box end, who's bowling to the left-handed Javadana onto the follow-on tracks of Caldera. So this is good thinking. Good thinking. Caldera this time over-exerting, going beyond the lines of no return, as umpire Soiza calls it a no ball. 44 for 2. Royal ambling along at this stage.
I was looking at how Caldera's starting his run-up. So he's going in an angle. I would really prefer if we go like, a little bit straighter and just give that late swing off the wicket. Ooh. That was a pretty close one.
Beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled. Brings to mind James Anderson bowling that fourth stump line. That nagging fourth stump line. You don't know whether you got to leave it or whether you got to play it. And I'm sure he's the same thinking Ambepal is having in his mind. He must be wondering, I played at 3 and missed all 3. Am I to leave the next one? And hopefully the next one is a ball that he brings into him.
So now, if you see the 5 balls that he bowled, it's going away. So if I was a batsman, I would come a little bit outside the crease just to minimize the swing he gets. I think he got that off the bat. So I think as a batter, you always have to be prepared to change. 45 for 2 after 18 overs.
So we're going to have a change in the combox as we come back after these over.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. WeKYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Gold hair and body wash එක. රසී තිරෙන mix mirrors.
A very good morning to everyone. Second day of the 145th Battle of the Blues. Royal College currently at 45 for 2 with the captain Sinet Javardhan on 26 and Ovina Abanpola on 9. I'd like to welcome Bhanuka Rajapaksha, Sri Lanka cap, to the commentary box. Good morning, Bhanuka.
Good morning, Cole. How are you? It's a pleasant day, I see.
Thomians getting off to a very good start today morning, picking up 2 early wickets, but the Royalists have done well to settle things down, especially Sinet Javardhan has played quite well so far.
It's been sort of a negative approach from Royal probably after losing a couple of wickets, but I would like to see some attacking cricket, because especially given the fact that we got a really good lineup Royals. So hopefully we could see some attacking strokes where we could put down the pressure back to St. Thomas's.
I believe after losing 2 quick wickets early morning, these two have done well to calm things down, but like as you said, they should not be bogged down, but they should be looking at rotating the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking. Otherwise, the pressure will be back on the Royalists.
Definitely, because at the rate the batsmen are playing, if you lose a couple of more quick wickets, it's going to be the tail enders coming to the crease very soon. So might as well just get some runs. I'm not saying that they should keep attacking, but as you said, keep rotating the strike. That would keep some pressure back to St. Thomas's.
Good delivery coming in with the arm. Abhitha Parnavidana, the leading wicket taker for the Thomians. going with quite an attacking field. Bhanuka, two fielders close to
what would you do? What would you do if you have long mid-off and mid-on up with a couple of fielders in front and ball being lofted up? What would you do?
Ideally, you should be using your feet. Maybe hit one or two over the mid-on or mid-off fielder so that the Thomians would drop the field back, and then afterwards it will be very easy to rotate the strike.
Yeah, because I think the best thing that St. Thomas is doing is they're just, they're not trying to do much. They're not trying to get wickets, but they're just bowling at good one area. So that creates more and more pressure for Royalies. So hopefully that we could, Royalies could just get out of this trouble. Score on the board would definitely put back some pressure on the Thomians.
That's the end of the 19th overall, 45 for 2.
සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා භාණ්ඩවල මිල අඩු කළා. සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් භාණ්ඩ කට්ටලයම 23900යි. ක්‍රිකට් බෑගයක් නොමිලේ. The Transport බොරැල්ල.
Keel's Crest Naimeris sausage, the bite that bites back.
I believe there's a bowling change by the Thomians. Caldera out of the attack and Kavindu Dias brought back in. Kavindu Dias bowled only 1 over so far, but that was from the other end. Now is coming back from the commentary box end. Bhanuka, have you been busy these days or?
Not really, Kola. I've been home for about a couple of weeks now and just getting cured with a couple of injuries that I'm carrying. I've been carrying it for the past couple of years. I've played so many tournaments with this, so hopefully I could get well soon and get back on track. Shot. That's an attacking shot. That's what we want to see, Kola. See, shots like that when you show the intent, the bowlers would definitely go back.
Exactly. Sinet not afraid to go for his shots. That's his nature. This delivery was pitched right up to him. Beautiful cover drive. Well fielded in the end. Stopped certain boundary.
But this is good from St. Thomas as well. As long as you feed the ball up to the batsman, there's always a chance that you could nick it off. And I would like to see another gully, to be honest.
Oh, a wild swing at that one by Sinet. That's what the Thomians want him to do. They're bowling on or just outside the off stump and asking Sinet to go for the cover drive, trying to get that edge. But like you said, they're only having one slip and a gully. It would be good to see another fielder in the slip pod.
Yeah, because this is going to be a very useful cap if they could get Sinet out. I think top pod relies on him a lot. So as long as you just, as I said before, like keep feeding the ball up and get a nick, this will be a good breakthrough for St. Thomas's.
This delivery wide and left alone by Sinet. So all at 45 for 2. The Thomians would ideally be looking for another couple of wickets before going in for lunch, as we see the replay. Close to a wide delivery.
Because I think, you know what, Thomians have to really attack more, because Royalies, it's just, matter of playing time. But for Thomians, it's all about getting back the shield. So they cannot be bowling defensive, because when they've definitely got like a couple of wickets, that's a good shot. That's a good shot back out of the back foot. And that's well fielded as well.
It's very well fielded at the boundary by Asela Parnavidana. Sinet gets another couple of runs, moving him on to 26. Nicely played off his back foot. Sinet Javardhana, Sri Lanka under 19 cap. I did not see him getting big runs at the under 19 World Cup, but he did bowl well. So today is his chance to make it big, and the conditions are just perfect for him, Bhanuka.
Yeah, conditions look absolutely gorgeous, man. It's so good. The wicket is so flat, and I hardly see much bounce on the track. It's very unusual for SSC track. I think, given nowadays, back in time when we used to play at SSC, there was a lot of bounce and seam movement. But the wicket looks really good for a batsman to get on a big score. So hopefully Sineth will make it big and make it count for Royalies.
Exactly, the wicket looks very dry, Bhanuka, even at the pitch report. It's not like the usual SSC tracks where there's a bit of moisture. It's very dry. Even first day morning, it did not do much for the quicker bowlers.
Sure. But this is good from both parties now. Sineth is showing a lot of intent, as well as Caldera bowling up to the bat. So which could really make a difference if he could nick one to the slips.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
රුපියල් 25,000කට සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් බහඬ කට්ටලයක් The Chance Sports බුරැල්ල.
So Parnavidana to continue bowling with a slip, a silly mid on, a silly mid off.
And they're bringing down the score leg up to the umpire now. That's a good move from the Thomians.
Abhida Parnavidana right on the money, keeping it tight. On this SSC track, Bhanuka, you have to keep it tight because there's nothing much on the wicket. So you have to tie the batsman down and create that pressure and then go for the wicket.
Yeah, that's definitely what Thomians are doing, and it's good to see that the pace variation is good from the bowler as well. Parnavidana is quite consistent with his line and length as well. That's good bowling. That's really good bowling. But well, I would like to see that extra cover field on the catching area rather than keeping him in the circle.
Exactly. Parnavidana, 15 matches, 2 wickets, and that's beautifully played by Aban Pola in the gap, and another boundary to him, moving him on to 13. And the partnership 50 between these two.
That's a good effort. That's a good effort after using quick 2 wickets. But yeah, I would definitely want to see more runs on the board. That's the nature of me. So hopefully the boys will show more intent. But this is really good batting from the two.
It was there to be put away, pitched up too full, and Aman Pola making full use of that.
Okay, now they got these extra cover catching fielder.
So these two came in when the score was just 1 run. 1 run, 2 wickets. They've done really well. Better delivery this time. So 50-run partnership of 112 deliveries. Jayawardene on 28, Aman Pola on 13. Good delivery, and that's the end of the 21st over. Royal College 51 for 2. So these two came in when the score was just 1 run. They did well in the initial stages to get their eye in, and then they did went for their shot, especially Sineth Jayawardene, who was the more aggressive one of the two. Played some beautiful drives down the ground.
That's some good aggression shown by Thomians. That's what they need to do. Sineth is a free-flowing batsman. Just can't just keep bowling at one length and one line, because he would try to dominate the bowlers. Just keep attacking him, and then he would throw the wicket away, if at all, from the Thomians' perspective.
Short delivery, not very well directed, but the intentions are good. They're trying to change things around, trying to get Sineth to go for his shots, trying to get him to make a mistake. Beautiful shots there from of the SSC.
That's good from Caldera. That's good from Caldera, mixing it up, bowling one shot, bowling one after the bat. But if you could get some movement, then that's where the batsman is going to struggle. But given the fact the wicket is so good, Kola, it's nice to watch from out here as well. Would you like to bat now at this time?
Definitely. I think this is the best time to bat on this track.
Second day, just before lunch or after lunch.
Unless you make a mistake, it will be very hard to get out.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's very well bowled. That's the line and length that we've been talking of. A little bit of movement, batsman is in trouble. But that's all credit should go to Nathan Caldera.
Big appeal there by the Thomians. Good delivery, enticing him to drive. Unfortunate. I see your name there, Bharaka.
I see my name with the legend up.
Yes. So Bharaka Rajapaksha equaling Sumitra Varnakurasuriya, 386 runs for Royal College.
It's always nice to see the name coming up with the stats, but you know, it would have been nice to get my hands on the shield. Kola, I played for 5 years and not won a single game. We were so close in a couple of occasions, but that is what it is. Thomians did pretty well for the past, the 5 years that I played. But yeah, I would like to speak of Ramit as well. I'm sure that you were there, you witnessed that 165 he scored. Man, that was some meaning.
Another attacking batsman produced by Royal College, and the next delivery flicked off his legs straight to the deep square fielder.
You know, Sineth reminds me a bit of Nisha Mazahir. Man, Nisha Mazahir was one of the best batters that I've seen St. Thomas produce. It was so unfortunate that he couldn't make it to the top, but still, that People's Bank board was in danger when he was batting.
Yes, I still remember his innings. At his first big match, he got to his 50 with a 6 into the People's Bank tent on top of the side screen. That one didn't bounce at all, Bhanuka. Inconsistent bounce, like you said. And that's the end of the 22nd over. Royal College 52 for 2.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
He's gonna pop it around the number. That ticket is sicker than ever. Six so wouldn't add another. Hot and spicy cup is cinema. Prima, good to me. Fantamai.
Abhida Panavidana to continue. A different approach by the Thomians this over. Bowling to the left-handed Sineth with 2 slips.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird feel for a left-hander, because especially when the ball is turning in, at least if he's trying to turn it in, might as well just keep a leg slip or short mid-wicket fielder, so that could create some pressure in Sinet's mind rather than having 2 slips when the wicket is so dead.
That's a beautiful shot by Sinet Jayawardene, going across the line to the deep mid-wicket region.
Now that's called the cow corner, not the deep wicket region anymore. Cow corner.
Your famous area, Monica.
We all love to hit it there. That's a good shot as well off the back foot, but he's got some protection down the cover.
So with this field, I believe Paramithran is trying to send it across the left-hander. There's no turn at all on this wicket, so that's the idea behind the field. However,
but rather than trying to send it across, well, I would prefer if we can just keep it bowling in that midline length, midline off stumps, because that creates some drama. No matter whether the ball turns in or not, as long as the ball just keeps straight, that is when the slip comes to play. Rather than trying to always send it out, then the batsman knows what he's going to bowl.
Exactly, and the Thomians, I think, are trying too hard to get the wicket now. They're trying a lot of things, and they should be careful not to leak too many runs as well, because the pressure can come back to them.
Yeah, the way that Paramithran is bowling right hand is perfect, just looping it up and inviting him to drive it. But it's good to see from Jayawardene that, Amman Pola, that he's quite patient out there. 13 runs of 60 balls. That's a lot of patience.
Thick outside edge there, and the ball is running down to the boundary, but well fielded. Easy couple of runs, and that brings to end the 23rd over. Royal College 57 for 2. Now we would like to hand it over to Jordy, who is on the grounds.
It is day 2 of the 145th Battle of the Blues. Welcome. It's a public holiday for Sri Lanka, and I'm sure you're enjoying that, both as well as the coverage that the #1 sports channel of Sri Lanka, the Papare, is providing you. Today is what I like to call a moving day, because we have everyone coming in and out. There's more people than we saw yesterday. It is also an amazing day, a very special day. Happy International Women's Day to all our amazing women there. Your strength, grace and perseverance is who we are, and have made us so excited and special, both in the sports in our everyday lives. Thank you for being who you are. We appreciate you all.
We wouldn't have been here if not for the women in our life. Happy International Women's Day to all the women out there. And we have something special happening on the Papare Cricket Facebook page. We have engagement competitions happening. Get yourselves enrolled. Also, guys, the pictures that was taken on the big match are uploaded on www.thepapare.com. Go get your pictures. Jordan?
I think honestly, if you're looking for the Papare fan moments, that is on the website, like you said. But once again, happy International Women's Day. Let's have a great day of cricket.
Yes,
thank you.
Stay tuned on the Papare for more updates from the Dialog Big Match season.
Thank you very much, ladies. It's International Women's Day as well. Sinet. Oh, very close call there, Gamini. Looking for that quick, cheeky single. A misfield by the extra car fieldsman, enabling that quick run.
The golden rule is not to run on a misfield. I'll tell you what, Jayawardene, he was half a second late to take off. Did he actually ground his bat? Well, that was very interesting with the director.
Yeah, I think he did. He was all right. He probably judged it perfectly. The wicket has played well, as you also rightly mentioned at the pitch report. Even covering of grass, green grass, which actually helps the ball to go through as well right throughout the day. Thomians looking a bit bleak and negative ever since that first half an hour, Gamini.
Yeah, I only hope that they won't make the same mistake they did last year. Waiting for the batter to make a mistake rather than actually giving him the message that I'm going to come at you. Going through the motions. Still slip and a gully, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. I would probably take one of them out and ask the batter to try and pierce that gap. Try and induce some shot. On a wicket like this, Shastrika, as you would know, you mentioned the 6 mils of grass and it's very dry, so it's very hard for a spinner to get any bite off this surface. Unless there's a bit of moisture on it, it's very difficult. So you're tactically, you need to be really smart. Upishly driven. It's a cover field. So you got to be, the attributes that you need to have on a track like this as a bowler is try and plan to get a batter out in 12 balls or 18 balls. You need to apply pressure, and in the red ball format you need to figure out your opponent a long way out, and this is a wicket that you need to have that in your skill set.
Yeah, rightly said. Amban Pulla looking to be a bit aggressive now. Maybe that could even open gates for the Thominsgats. Usually he's not that aggressive as a player.
Slower delivery, overcooked his length.
Thomians chasing that elusive shield, the DS Sirnaika shield, hoping to take it back to Mount Lavinia. If they want to do that, Gamini, they have to force the issue. They have to play positive cricket. They got to go all guns blazing. There's nothing to lose for them, but to look, fight hard, take that shield back to Mount Lavinia.
Yeah, the conditions are not in favor really. If you are looking to take 20 wickets in 2 days. And I thought they missed out on, we'll come back to that, 60 for 2 after 24. View from the Rajaki Amavata Royal College. Has been home for many in all areas. That's the middle school building there, the grade 11 building, and the famous tamarind trees. Yeah, bring some memories. South Africa, as you would know, both these schools boast over 100 years, and some of the buildings are 100 years old, and it's quite magnificent, really.
It's all about history and heritage for the two alma maters. Proud schools producing so many professionals of different fields. So the tussle is on here. Paranavidana to the Royal skipper Jayawardene. He's kept that mid-wicket open, tempting Jayawardene to go towards that area. He's already gone there once. His plan is to bowl across, create that angle across, having that second slip in place as well, forcing that stroke over mid-wicket. Will he take the bet?
Live on the Papare TV
he's bowling
and
around the wicket.
Dialog ViU.
You're basically, to hit the stumps, you need to pitch the ball outside the leg stump, wouldn't you? If you bowl from over the wicket, you're going to bring both edges into play. I can understand his plan. He's having a slip and a gully, like you said. He's going to look. He's looking to slant across the off stump, and against a batter like Jayawardene, who loves to feel bat on ball, you need to bowl 4-5 balls at him and try and induce that fall shot.
Yeah, I think pretty negative from Paranavidana's point of view against the skipper. They're still dominating proceedings. They should go all out and try and get the wicket before lunch. especially. I mean, at least a couple before lunch would be ideal for St. Thomas's. Now, the intent really matters to do that. If they show some sort of negativity in terms of lines and lengths and attacks, it'll be much easier for the Royal batters to get to lunch without losing any more wickets. However, this battle against Ambanpolo favors Paranavidana. But in terms of purchase of the ball, nothing much is happening.
Yeah, interestingly, Paranavidana is a lot slower than some of the Royal spinners. Like I said, it's very difficult to get a bite off the surface, so you need to, on a wicket like this, as you would know, you need to find the correct speed for your stock ball and work around that. So I reckon he's bowling around 65 km per hour, so that would be stock ball, and the previous ball was quicker. That's the flight delivery coming down the track. Had to adjust his shot.
The accuracy that he possesses, that's his strength, but unfortunately getting that extra bite would enable something solid for the Thomians. That's looked outside off stump, well played by Ambanpolo, passing mid off, looking for the second. They go against it. He moves on to 16, the score on to 61, and that is the end of the 25th over. 62 for 2, Royal.
රුපියල් 25,000කට සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් බහඬ කට්ටලයක් The Chance Sports බුරැල්ල.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Dice to continue from the tennis court end. Brilliantly bowled. Just a hint of swing. Moved away from the right hand after it pitched. Very lucky. Ambanpolo not to get an edge.
That'll be very encouraging for Dias, getting that late movement. If you can see the replay, that was very late swing, targeting in towards the batter and leaving ever so slightly. So that'll be very encouraging for Dias. If he can work around that area, it'll be very useful for the Thomians.
It's very funny when you know the art of using the Duke ball after 15-20 overs and it suddenly starts to move. I'm surprised that after seeing those two deliveries, wouldn't you have another slip? There's a deep cover in place. I would open that gap and asking him to go at it.
Yes, especially against Ambanpolo, who's been quite defensive. I really don't know if a deep square leg would be of any use right now. He's never gone for any of those strokes. Once again, hitting the right areas is Dias. More of a swing bowler. 100% Gamini. Have that second slip across as well. Make him drive. You know the ball is moving. That can create the opportunity.
Yeah, I see a lot of modern day cricketers. They like to have that square leg and giving the batter to think about the length at times. But when you have 297 on board, Shastrika, you know, our days we want the batter to have a go at it, so and try and work it out that way. So I would probably bring him in and asking him to go over the field. And this, like I said, in red ball format, you got to figure out your opponent long way out, and you know, I would give the batter a message that I'm going to come at you, and I'm going to have enough slips. So every time when he takes his guard, he knows that there are catchers behind me, and you know how these mind games work at times.
That's sliding down towards the leg side. Clipped off his hips by Ambanpolo.
Exactly what we were talking about. 4 good balls, and as a batter, I'm looking to get off strike. Because the square leg was down, the pressure was released. He was able to release the pressure by taking that single.
So one more ball remaining in the 26th over. Sinet Jayawardena ever so watchful, 36 of 68 balls. The field changing once again. Kavindu Dias looking to go round the wicket this time, creating that angle in towards the left-hander. Oh, sharp bit of movement there. But fortunate, Sinet Jayawardena continues his battle as we conclude the 26th over, 63 for 2 Royal.
Don't wanna miss 1 second of this pouring rain, blazing my soul. One more bite of Rebel for the rain.
Cheer up, Karamadevatin, Prima Kottumi.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tiyanaka.
Changing ball in from the far end. Ashen Pereira, who was very economical at the start. 17 runs of 7 overs, capturing that important opening breakthrough as well. Has been brought back. The skipper identifying that not a lot was happening for the spinner, so he's brought back his dibbly-dobbly seam bowler with the keeper up.
Tommy is going with 4 fast bowlers, Shastrika, so there are not a lot of options when it comes to spin, really. Parnavitana is one, and maybe Gunawardena with his right arm off spin, Pune. But
yeah, Darian Diego is also an off spinner, so we might see him sometime later on. Darian Diego has captured 8 wickets for the season, so I mean, not a frontline bowler, I'd say, but he'll be useful when the time comes.
Yeah, yesterday the first 2 sessions rowed by St. Thomas's, and the last session Royal were able to pick up a few late wickets and come back into the game. And if Royal finish this session with 2 for, so it will be, I would say, the session is shared, so that will give them a good platform in order to try and get close to that 297, Shastrika. As you would know, momentum is everything, and more important, they've got their skipper who has got a start, and Aman Pola has got a start as well. He's faced 77 deliveries for his 17, but Royal wouldn't mind that. I think if they keep this total, whatever the total that they're going to get for 2 down, I think Royalists will be very happy after the start that they got 2 down for nothing.
Yes, Pereira bowling ever so tightly. His lines and lengths has been spot on from the very first ball. But I just sincerely hope that if they do get to that juncture without losing any more wickets, that they won't do the same mistake that St. Thomas's did yesterday, where they go into a shell after lunch and just look to bat on. I'd rather see them come out post-lunch when it's probably the best for batting. Maybe, force the issue and look to score a bit faster.
Transfers his weight onto the back foot. A maiden over. 63 for 2.
Radials. The road is yours.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor Drinking Yogurt.
I've never felt this good until right now with you. With one more bite of Revelo for love.
So 27 overs completed so far today. 63 for 2. Going at a decent rate. Royal College led by Sinet Jayawardene and their skipper, 36 of 69. He's played a good hands. Ambampola, 17 of 18. It's taken a long time, as we mentioned earlier. He's come into this game. He's not been in the best of form, not scored many big runs this season. And therefore, he's battling it out there and trying his best to get going. Akash Fernando picked up that early wicket, bowled the forwards, brought back into the attack. Now the left arm seamer. St. Thomas is looking to prize another wicket just before this lunch break. But Jayawardene is the main man for Royal College. He's done all the hard work, isn't it, Harun, after those two initial wickets? So now he has to ensure he takes Royal to lunch.
Absolutely, Ricky. Considering the situation that the Royalists were in, a huge spot of bother. 2 wickets were down with just one run on the board. That's not a nice stroke at all. With few minutes to lunch, Sinet Jayawardene will have to concentrate harder. I understand the sense of fatigueness will be creeping in. It's a warm, hot day out there, and he's battled hard. He's battled long. It's not the usual Sinet Jayawardene that we are used to. Someone who goes after the bowling who's very aggressive, but today he's read the situation well. He's understood the scenario that Royalists were in and played a very much more subdued innings thus far. 36 of 71. It's not. He's going below the strike rate at which he's been scoring in this season. Ambampola, on the other hand, yes, he's got kind of bogged down from one end, but wherever the scoring opportunity has been, he's come up with the goods. So I think, considering the situation that they were in, this is a reasonable, comeback by the Royalists. Yes, they would have loved to have about 20 more runs on the board with 27 overs being bowled, but nevertheless, things looking pretty decent for the Royalists.
He's been quite strong on the offside, Jayawardene, so far today. And it's his highest score, incidentally, in big matches, 36 so far. To Sinet Jayawardene, failed in both innings last year as well. So this is a big opportunity for him. And like the Thomian skipper, rather surprisingly, his highest score was 36, which he got yesterday as well, Mahit Perra.
The Royalists would want Jayawardene to get much more than 36. It's 3 figures that they'll be hoping for. Interesting tactic. Now that definitely pitched outside the leg stump. No way that was going to be given out. Change of tactic by Akash Fernando, coming right arm round the wicket. Very interesting angle. Looking at the field set, there does not seem to be a lot of cover in the onside region. You just have a solitary fine leg, a mid wicket and a mid on, so it's still a 6-3 field. But I think what he's trying to do is send that ball across the left-hander, invite Sinet Jayawardene to drive and bring that slip cordon into play.
Yes, Akash Fernando is a great trier. He's been mixing it up so far today. We saw in that first spell as well. He came over the wicket, he came around the wicket. Another over completed, 28, 63 for 2. The big club grounds in Mount Lavinia looking gorgeous as always. The facilities at St. Thomas's old architecture with some modern buildings. A lot of history in Mount Lavinia, of course, the school by the sea.
I'm told the big club is celebrating 100 years, Ricky.
Yes, Harun, on the 12th and 13th, there is a T20 triangular as well. St. Thomas's Royal and the team from Kandy Trinity College will be at Mount Lavinia to play that triangular at the big club grounds. It's a wonderful facility. I don't know if you have been to the new dressing rooms, international standard, and with all the facilities out there. A big giant scoreboard, probably, or the best scoreboard in the country, or in schools definitely, and one of the best in the country as well.
I think it's much needed, especially the infrastructure facilities, for it to be upgraded so that these boys get used to very good infrastructure at a young age. You know, especially when the resources is available, considering the fraternity of cricketers coming from yesteryear. There is significant contribution that can be given towards the school, and I'm sure it happens in both schools, and very commendable effort by all the entire Thomian fraternity to celebrate this occasion with a new set of facilities.
Yes, sir, certainly. Looking forward to it over the 2 days on the 12th and the 13th between this big match and the 50-over encounter. So a lot of cricket for the boys to be playing this week over this next 10 days as well. Not an easy affair during these hot and humid conditions, but I'm sure they'll take up the challenge. It's going to be interesting 2 days at Mount Lavinia. Oh, that's close.
There was an inside edge. If it didn't, if there wasn't an edge, that was gone for all money. He can consider himself very, very lucky. Bampola.
He was looking to play that on the up. You could see not much of footwork. And he was probably trying to play that towards the onside. Yes, he was trying to play 2 square. Very lucky, as you said.
I think that mid-wicket region, there's a gap between mid-on and mid-wicket. With the angle, it's not an easy shot to play, because he's getting a bit of air swing. I think the Thomians have done themselves a favor by maintaining that ball quite well. We did see Dias, Caldera, they were swinging the ball in the air, beating the batsman more often than not. They've done themselves justice in maintaining that Duke's ball well.
Just a one slip to Pereira. Picked up that first wicket to fall. 29 completed. Another maiden over, 63 for 2.
රුපියල් 25,000කට සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් බහඬ කට්ටලයක් The Chance Sports Burel.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor Drinking Yogurt.
.63 for 2 Royal, 29 gone. They're scoring just over 2 runs per over. Indeed, in these standards, it's considered relatively a slow start. They were in a huge spot of bother at the start of play. They lost 2 quick wickets with just 1 run on the board. These two since then have put on a 62-run partnership. Still trailing by 234 runs, Royal. Steep hill to climb, and this occasion beautifully driven as chase, but no stopping that one. Excellent shot by Jayawardena. This is the best that I've seen him bat this whole season. Like I said, it's not the usual Sinet that we've been used to watching. A very much more subdued innings. This time the ball presented foolish length and just timed that between that gap. There was a sweeper cover in place, but no stopping that one.
It's a different sort of innings by Sinet Jayawardena. He's known to go bang bang generally, go after the bowling, but he's worked on his game. He's controlled his innings, controlled his shot making, played the situation really well for Royal, and he needs to continue. That's a beautifully played, but this time cannot beat that field on the offside. He likes the width outside the off stump, whether it's on the front foot or back foot. He won't miss out. And
thought he was unfortunate to miss out on that one, short and wide. Couldn't pierce that gap between cover and cover point.
See, he knows this is a big opportunity, isn't it? Sri Lanka under 19 captain, your captain in your school. Can't get any better to get runs when you're the captain at a big match. So this is a big opportunity, a big moment for him.
Shot beautifully played. There is absolutely no one patrolling that region. That has to be another boundary for Jayawardena. 2 boundaries in 3 balls.
Well, that was the shot of the innings for me so far. Beautiful wrist work. Not an easy shot to play. He picked the length really quickly. It was on the back foot. And to get it away from that mid-on field and to get the power behind that shot is not easy as well, Arun.
Absolutely. Smart batting. He realized that Akash was bowling to a 7-2 field. No one patrolling that area barring mid-on and fine leg. He just shuffled across, created that room and just punted it down to the mid-wicket region for 4. Fantastic batting by Jayawardena. He has to keep in mind that it's just a few more minutes for lunch, beg your pardon.
So the Thomians under a bit of pressure now. Akash Fernando still persistent with that around the wicket angle. 10 fours so far in that innings. So 40 runs have come up in the boundaries of the 71. So they haven't got many ones and twos if you take a look in this innings, considering the fact of the number of fours being hit.
Correct. Having looked at the field set, so we'll get back to that. Let's look at the pledge. It's great numbers that we're seeing here on the screen, Ricky. Almost ₹500,000 that's been raised for the Dialog pledge. Fantastic initiative in collaboration with Dialog. And this has ricocheted off the stumps. They will go upstairs to check. In the meantime, the Royalists, the 2 Royal batsmen, cross over for another run. Yes, we see the third umpire signal to the screen. That looks close.
Loud appeal by the wicket keeper. It will go up to umpire Hemant Boteju.
Players taking this opportunity to huddle and really make something out of it. You see the replay, yes, comfortably in. So, by all means, no, it's not a difficult decision.
Definitely. We were talking earlier, you were talking about those inside edges. Credit to the umpires. They have done a good job so far. With this, their worry was the noise, the sound. I was speaking to Chamara and Amar Singh earlier on before the game yesterday. And the main concern was the noise and getting those inside edges and the nicks to the wicket keeper. And there have been quite a few inside edges both days. And I think they have done a wonderful job so far, Harun.
Excellent job. I think they've officiated very professionally. These 2 umpires up and coming in the system, in the national international setup. And like you said, the age-old problem has always been the nicks. It's difficult to catch the sound, especially with the noise that we get at Royal Thomen vis-a-vis, even when you compare it with an international game. And obviously you have now the technologies of Sneeko and all ultra edges to check whether the ball touches the bat. But in this case, you have to be really attentive. Once again, beautifully glided. That's magnificent batting by Jayawardena, and he goes to his half century. A very well played half century by the captain of Royal, Sinet Jayawardena. Like I said, a subdued innings, not the usual Sinet that we've normally been witnessing over the last 3 years, but nevertheless, when the chips were down, he's really put his hand up and done it for college. Excellent.
Yes, so you could see his celebrations. I think he's really happy with that innings. It means a lot to Sinet Jayawardena. There was a lot of expectations when you're the Sri Lanka under-19 captain coming into this game. They need him to deliver, and he's delivered when the chips were down. Came into bat when they lost that first wicket cheaply. Then another one fell, and he had to really steady the ship. And like you mentioned, a different sort of innings he has played today. Sinet Jayawardena. He's risen to the occasion, risen for Royal, and on the brink of lunch. He's certainly played a wonderful innings.
It should be a fresh start for him, Ricky. He should start from 0 again. I think long way to go for Sinet. Oh, that was a tough one. Yorked himself there. I think if he can keep Amampolo and just get him to kind of rotate the strike with the ability of Jayawardena, his free scoring mentality, Royal can always up the ante or get that score rate up. So it's very important that he keeps the batsmen around him settled, not giving too much of pressure. Get them to play the ball on their merit.
Yes, Amampolo, he's hung in there. He's been a solid in defence in this innings. He's just ensured that Sinet Jayawardena does the run scoring from the other end. It's a blocked out one end, and he needs to play this over, maybe another one before the lunch break.
I think he's been a real asset to Sinet Jayawardena, I think 2 players that have played together for a very long time from junior cricket onwards. I think his presence at the middle has played a part in Sinet's innings today. That's what I personally believe. 2 friends, I would call them, and considering the relationship they've had, it also builds into the partnership when it comes to this batting partnership. Knowing how each other plays and understanding each other's strengths, I think this partnership has been absolutely pivotal for Royal to claw themselves back into this inning.
Yes, certainly Amampolo has played the anchor role. He's played the supporting role really well. And Sinet Jayawardena has been really superb. The Royal Boys tent is celebrating in grand style. Now this is real camaraderie. The Thomians, the Royalists, you cannot separate them. 145 years unbroken partnership. The second longest standing cricket match in the world. And everybody, the young and old, is celebrating here at the SSC. And it's a real carnival atmosphere.
And as expected, Ricky, we spoke about this in the start of the day's play. We said that 1 hour in these conditions is max half an hour. It's not the usual 1 hour assistance that the fast bowlers get, and that is what we actually witnessed. Things became that much more easier for batting. With that, it brings the end of over number 31. Royal 78 for 2. We might play one more over before we break for lunch. Royal College 78 for 2.
Well, the hot chocolate, I haven't had one yet as so far in this 1.5 days I've been here. Harun, have you tried it?
Me neither. Something that I'll definitely expect probably at around 3 o'clock.
Yeah, but our colleague Feroz said he had one in the morning. He said something like that. I could not find it as yet.
Kudos to Anchor New Dale for all the refreshments that they're bringing, especially considering these conditions. The drinking yogurt, the hot chocolate, everything comes in handy.
Much needed, much needed. And as always, a lot of liquid is needed, and nothing better than one of those cool Anchor milks as well.
So most probably the last over before we break for lunch. It's a bowling change. Darian Diego to bowl his maiden over. His first over in a big match.
It's the right arm off spinner. Before the start of play, we saw him warming up really well because he knew that he has a long ball ahead in the day. Hasn't played many games, 11 games, just 8 wickets.
Good start, excellent start. Usually when you're bowling your first over, you always have those butterflies, the nerves. It's not easy.
Especially now when you know you have probably only this 1 over to bowl before the lunch break, and you have to be spot on as well, Harun. No easy task.
Oh, good stuff. Not a big turner. Amampolo has to be mindful of the fact that he does not play the wrong line, play for the turn. We saw Bulang Kulame losing his wicket
I like the speed he's bowling. Speed is a starter of it. Not to, not trying to dart it in, not really giving it a lot of fear, but just bowling that correct speed on a good length.
Yeah, there's no big turn for Diego at the moment. The ball just going on with the arm, so that's why I mentioned that it's very important he doesn't play the wrong line. You bring the slips into play. I think it's very smart work by Mahit Pereira, having a shot, a gully and a slip, looking for that outside edge.
With lunch approaching, can have another fielder under the bat as well. Just one delivery to go, just to put some pressure on the batter. But this has been a good partnership, most certainly, led by Sinet Jayawardene, the skipper. From 2 down for nothing, almost they have gone to 78. Oh, that was that outside edge they were looking for. It was not a convincing shot. Nevertheless, they get a single. 32 completed, 79 for 2 as umpire Chamara Soiza calls for lunch on day 2 of the Battle of the Blues, the Royal Thomaian, the 145th Battle of the Blues here at SSC. The Thomaians were right on top, picking up those 2 early wickets. But this unbroken partnership has certainly steadied the ship for Royal, chasing 297 scored by St. Thomas's yesterday.
Excellent comeback by the Royalists. Jayawardene and Avampola can keep their heads high, hold their heads high and walk back to the pavilion and have a good meal. They richly deserve a very good meal. They have toiled hard in these hot and humid conditions. They were in a grave spot of bother. 2 wickets down very early with just 1 run on the board, and they have amassed 78 runs in this session. Probably would have loved 20 more Royal, but considering the start that they had, they'll be really happy to see them end the session with 79 runs.
Good overhead by the Thomaians as well. They're bowled in 32 overs. That is good to see in this first session of play, especially when you have 4 fast bowlers in the lineup. It has been good all-round cricket overall.
It was sorry state for the Royal openers. Both Giganage Peiris not troubling the scorers too much. Giganage, I thought, got a very good ball where the ball nipped back in and he was trapped in front. But Fernando Peiris, for that matter, played pretty ordinary stroke, played right around it. Delivery where he should have presented the full face of the bat. He was comprehensively bowled of Akash Fernando. But from then on, it's been a relentless effort by 2 senior batsmen in the Royal batting lineup, Captain Sinet Jayawardene and Ovina Avampola, putting their hands up with a partnership of 78 runs, seeing Royal through safely to lunch with only 2 wickets down.
The Thomaian bowling, Akash Fernando, 1 for 16, started off brilliantly, getting the wicket of Pereira on his first Royal Thomaian, 1 for 18. Got that early LBW as well. Caldera and Diaz, 5 overs apiece. They'll have a lot of bowling to do in the afternoon session. So as Parna Vidana, just a 1 over for Diego before the lunch break. 9 extras in that 32 overs, 79 for 2 Royal. Take a look what happened so far today in this first session of 32 overs. Royal coming in to chase 297. That was the first wicket. LBW. Kinagage was crept in front and then clean bowled coming round the wicket. Akash Fernando got the prize wicket of Rayan Peiris. But after that it was all Sinet Jayawardene with some beautiful shots through the offside. Was very fluent with an offer. He takes a use of it and is very strong to the onside as well. Hard-hitting player, but today played a different role, sustained or sort of contained in himself in his shot making, played with a lot of purpose, and Avampola gave him that support he was looking for. And Sinet Jayawardene went on to complete a very good half century. Avampola in between played some beautiful drives. taking on the spinners. So now that is what the Thomians will be looking at in the second session. Panna Vidana will be one of their main bowlers. And Sinet Jayawardena, a lot of wrist work together with his power. Some delicate touches as well on a well-made half century to the Royal captain. Wonderful innings for him and his team.
That's how the match has panned out. St. Thomas's put into bat yesterday 297 all out, ably supported by Sadev Soiza with a valiant 83, Dinet Gunawardena reaching a half century, and also Caldera getting 44. The two leading spinners for Royal, Sinet and Ramiru, getting 4 apiece, bringing the day's end to a close, getting the Thomians all out. Royal College starting their day today were, like I said earlier, in a huge spot of bother, losing 2 early wickets with just 1 run on the board. But since then, the skipper has put his hand up alongside with Ovina Amampola to put on a 78-run partnership and take Royal to a safe place at lunch. Ashane Pereira and Fernando getting the wickets for St. Thomas's.
So there you go, the boys are celebrating on the grounds. Both teams yesterday, first 2 sessions belonged to St. Thomas's. Royal took that third session, picking up wickets, and this first session was shared. Thomians getting 2 wickets, but Royal steadying the ship with that wonderful unbroken partnership.
Yeah, interesting piece of the pie. I'd say second session yesterday also was pretty much shared. So it's just St. Thomas is winning that first session yesterday. Royal probably the third. Second was pretty much shared in my personal opinion, and I think rightfully this session too has been shared between the two schools. We will head over to the studios. We'll go to Damit, who will be conducting the lunch show.
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you, Harun. Yeah, 4 sessions are completed of this 145th Battle of the Blues. Royal College trailing by 218 runs, and to discuss on the first session of day 2 and the way forward, I have with me Gamini Pereira. With me, Gamini, where do you see this game going forward?
Well, as I predicted in the morning when I looked at the wicket, and it just looked an absolute belter, really. Even the 2 wickets that Royal lost, they were not great deliveries. I mean, one was brilliantly planned and very well executed, that Rehan Pires' wicket, but both the batters played across the line. I mentioned in my pitch report that you play in the V, this wicket, you can roll it and take it home. So as you can see the difference, Jayawardena, he's a batter who likes to feel bat on ball, but he has constructed his innings in such a way to suit this track, and most of his boundaries have come in front. In the V, extra cover, there was a brilliant classic on drive, and Amampola is obviously a bit more circumspect, but he is playing his part, so it's going to be a batsman's game, and on a track like this, at this level, the school level, you got to have those attributes to be figure out your opponent long way out, and so the conditions are not helping if you're a bowler.
Gamini, the 2 wickets that fell, was it helpful because of the bowling or the pitch or the 9:40 start? We can take a look at the 2 wickets.
Yeah, as you could see, Isula shuffled across the stumps, and he was looking to play behind square, broke his wrist very early, and like I said, Rehan Pires, it was smart planning. There was a leg gully in place. The 2 balls before he got out was dug in short, and as you can see, the way he got out, his weight was on the back foot. He was that late to transfer his weight onto the front foot. There was no big stride forward, so a perfect delivery. And but it's going to be difficult for the bowlers. And in the last half an hour or so, you saw because of the Duke ball, there's still enough movement, and that's the beauty of the Duke ball. It starts to move even after 25 overs, and it's a different ball game. But it's true bounce, enough carry, and but I just present the full face of the bat, and it's hard work.
Gamini, the 2 wickets fell when the score was just 1 run. These two players have added now 78 runs unbroken. Sineth and Novina Ambampula, you have to commend these two players who came in at a very high pressure situation, batted brilliantly for the third wicket, isn't it?
They have. I think the Royals will be very happy that their skipper is in form. There was a lot of talk in the town that the skipper was not performing, and so he has chosen the right moment to steal the limelight. And he, like I said, he loves to feel bat on ball, and this type of wicket, he's a very clean timer of the cricket ball, and it's always the scoreboard pressure. I still believe Royal won the match last year because they lost the toss. Because of that reason. So that's why I called it yesterday, better to lose this because there's St. Thomas's post. I thought they were 30-40 runs short. They could have probably pressed on the gas a little bit at the end of the day, but still 297 is a lot of runs, so there will be scoreboard pressure. But as you could see from that chart, St. Thomas has owed the first two sessions, Royal won the last session, and now they have a shot. So if Royal win the next session, it's even Stevens really.
Sineth Javadhan picked up 4 wickets with the ball, and now with the bat he's 50, not out Gamini. I think we need to see him going for a big one. The stage has been set, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when you captain this match, there is a responsibility that you need to bear on your shoulders, and no matter what you have done during the year, sometimes some players thrive on conditions like this, and in front of crowds, and I think, like I said, Royal should be very happy. You could see from all those highlights, most of his shots have come in front. He isn't the full face of the bat. He didn't look to break his wrist and look to play looking towards square leg. There were a couple of helping shots, obviously, on the offside to third man, but he has got used to this track, so dangerous signs for Thomians.
The story so far from SSC Grounds of this 145th Battle of the Blues is St. Thomas's College. They batted on day 1, scored 297 runs. Royal College in reply now 79 for 2. Sineth Javadhan unbeaten on 50. Ovin Ambampula on 19. Royal College still trailing by 218 runs. It's still anybody's game. 5 sessions left, and we at the Papare are excited and will bring all these live pictures to you from Sinhalese Sports Club. Thank you very much, Gamini, for joining with us, and to all our viewers, make sure after the lunch you will log on to the Papare or watch on Dialog Television Channel 126 as well. So stay tuned. It's the 145th Battle of the Blues cricket encounter.
th Lovers Quarrel. Richmond versus Mahinda. 15th and 16th March at Galle. Live on Dialog TV Channel 127, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
මාර්තුවේ උන්මාදය සූදානම්ද බිග් මැච් වසන්තයට පෙබරවාරි 24 සිට සජීවීව ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog ViU app සහ ThePapare.com, ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
St. Sebastian's versus Prince of Wales. 39th one-day encounter. 10th March at Pisara. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1.
මම ඇත්තට මැච් බලන්නේ අරවින්දගේ බැට් කරන යනකොට විතරයි. මහේලගේ නායකත්වය කියන එක
සෑහෙන විශිෂ්ටයි.
කාසිවාසිය තියෙන ලෙවල්ලා පුලිම පද්දුර පාර නොදී ඉන්න තිබුණා කියලා අපිට කියනවා.
සංගක්කාරත් එක්ක දුවනකොට ටිකක් අමාරුයි දුවන්න. මුරිය අයියා විශේෂයෙන්ම යාට දිනන්න ඕනේ මැච්.
.1999 අසාර්ථක ලෝක කුස්ලාණයෙන් පසු තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන් බොහෝ දෙනෙකුට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා. එවන් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් තමයි චාමර සිල්වා. අද ලෙජන්ඩ්ස් වැඩසටහන තුලින් අප හමුවන්නේ චාමර. හයිබෝන් චාමර.
හයිබෝන්.
ඔබ වසර 20කට අධික ප්‍රමාණයක් පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. දැන් මුලින්ම ඔබ පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ වයස අවුරුදු 16 දී. ඒ 96 කාලේ ඉඳන් අද වෙනකොට කොයි ආකාරයෙන්ද ඔබ දකින්නේ පළමු පෙළ තරඟාවලිය වෙනස් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ?
ඇත්තටම 96 කියන්නේ මට එතකොට මම හිතන්නේ අවුරුදු 16ක් 17ක් වගේ වෙනකොට ක්‍රිකට් තිබුණේ ඉතාමත්ම ඉහළ තැනක. ඒ කියන්නේ කම්පිටිෂන් එක සෑහෙන වැඩිපුර තිබ්බ තැනක්. ඉතින් ඒ තැනදී තමයි මම මුලින්ම ලොකු ක්‍රිකට් එකක් ගහන්න ඇතුල් වෙන්නේ පාණ්ඩු ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයට. ඉතින් එතනදී හැබැයි ඒතර මම තමයි ඉන්න පොඩිම කෙනා. ඉතින් ලොකු අයියලා සෙට් කට්ටියක් එක තමයි සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ. ඒතර අපිට ලොකු අත්දැකීමක් වෙනසක් ඒ ක්‍රිකට් එකේ තිබුණා. ඉතින් ඒක එහෙම ඇවිල්ලා අවුරුදු කීපයක් යනකම් ඒ ලොකු අය කරපු හොඳ දේවල් එක්ක තමයි දැකගෙන තමයි අපිට යන්න හම්බුනේ. ඉතින් ඒ ලබාගත් අත්දැකීමුයි ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්ක ඒගොල්ලෝ කොහොමද මැච් එකක ඩිසිෂන් ගන්න ඒ වගේ දේවල් ගොඩාක් ඒ පොඩි කාලේදී මට ලැබුණා. ඉතින් ඒක එක්ක තමයි මම ඉස්සරහට ක්‍රිකට් මගේ අරගෙන ගියේ. ඒ ගිහිලා නමුත් දැන් මේ මෑත කාලේ තත්ත්වයට එනකොට ටිකක් නෙමෙයි ඇත්ත කතා කරනවා නම් මම ඒ පටන් ගත්ත කාලේ හා දැන් අද ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ක්‍රිකට් ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් එකක් පටන් ගන්නකොට ඒ දෙකේ ලොකු වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. දැන් මම පටන් ගද්දී මම මේ කියන්නේ ඔය කියන කාලෙදී මම පටන් ගන්නකොට අපේ ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් සෑහෙන හොඳ තැනක තිබුණේ. කියන්නේ ටීම්ස් ක්ලබ් ටීම් එකකට ඇතුල් වෙන්න හරි අමාරුයි. නමුත් දැන් අද ක්‍රිකට් එක පටන් ගන්න කෙනෙකුට අපේ ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් එක ගහන්න සමහර ක්ලබ් වලට 11ක් හොයාගන්න නැහැ. අද අපේ ක්‍රිකට් එක තැන වැටිලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අන්න ඒක නිසා මම හිතනවා තව මේ ගැන ගොඩක් සාකච්ඡා කරලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. ක්‍රියාමාර්ග ගන්න ඕනේ කියලා මේකට. සාකච්ඡා කරයි ගොඩක්. නමුත් මේකට මොකක් හරි පිළියමක් ඉක්මනටම යොදන්න ඕන අපේ මේ ක්‍රිකට් එක තව උඩට ගෙනියන්න.
ඔබ ජාත්‍යන්තර තරඟ වරම් ලබන්නේ වයස අවුරුදු 19 දී. ලෝක කුසලාණෙන් පස්සේ කණ්ඩායමෙන් නොයෙකුත් වෙනස්කම් වෙලා සනත් ජයසූරිය නැවත නායකත්වයට පත් වෙනවා. ඩැව්ගට් මොනවත පුහුණුකරුවෙට පැමිණෙනවා. ඔබට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබෙනවා තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෙකුට ජාතික කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරන්න. ඒ අවස්ථාව ලැබුණු විදිය ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් පැහැදිලි කිරීමක් කරන්න.
එතනදී ඇත්තටම ඊට කලින් මම හිතන්නේ 2098 19 පාර ලෝක කුසලාණට සහභාගී වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ 99 නැවතම ඉන්දියාව සංචාරයකට ගියා 19 පාර. එතනදී ඉන්දියා සංචාරයේදී මම ගොඩක් ලකුණු අතරට ආවා. ඊට පස්සේ තිබුණා එංගලන්තේ A ටීම් සංචාරයක්. මාව එතනදී ඒකටත් තෝරලා තිබුණා. ඉතින් ඒකෙදි ගිහිල්ලා ඒ මේ එංගලන්ත සංචාරය අපි ගොඩාක් හොඳට ගිය ගොඩාක් ක්‍රීඩකයන් හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කර හිටියේ. මමත් හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කර හිටියේ. එතනදී තමයි ලංකාවේ සීරීස් එකක් පටන් ගන්න ගත්තා. ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවයි ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉන්දියා. එතනදී මම ඇත්තටම දන්නේ නැහැ දැන් මාව මේකට තීරෙයි කියන හිතාන මත්තමක නෙමෙයි මම ඒ වෙලාවේ හිටියේ. මේ මැච් ටික සෙල්ලම් කරමින් ඉඳිද්දි කොහොම හරි මැච් අවසාන වෙන්න කලින් මේ කණ්ඩායම තෝරලා තිබුණා. එතනදී මටත් දැනගන්න බල මං ඇතුළු තව ක්‍රීඩකයන් රාශියකට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා ඒ තරඟාවලිය ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. අපිට ඇත්තටම හරි පුදුමයක් හිතුණා එකපාරටම මේකට මේ අවස්ථාව ලැබීම ගැන ඒ වෙලාවේදී.
අපි මේ ඉන්නේ කෙත්තාරාම ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේ. ඒ ක්‍රීඩාංගණේ තමයි ඔබගේ මංගල තරඟය සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. තමත් ප්‍රබල ඕස්ට්‍රේලියානු කණ්ඩායමක් ෂේන් වෝන්, ග්ලෙන් මැග්‍රා වැනි පන්දිවන්නපු කණ්ඩායමක්. ඔබ ඒ තරඟේ ඔබගේ මංගල තරඟයේම අර්ධශතකයක් වාර්තා කරනවා. ඒ තරඟේ මතකද චාම?
ඇත්තම ඒකෙදී ඇත්තට දැන් මම අපි ක්‍රිකට් බලලා තිබුණ එක තමයි තිබුණේ. ඉතින් ඒ තරඟයේ ඇවිල්ලා මේ මැදට එනකොට මට ලොකු හිතට වෙනසක් තේරුණා. මොකද දැන් අපි ඇත්තටම ආදරය කරපු ඒක ඇත්තට හීනයක්. ඇත්තම කියනවා. මොකද මම අපි ක්‍රිකට් ගහන කාලේ ආදරය කරමු අරවින්ද, සනත් ජයසූරිය මේ ගොඩාක් අයත් එක්ක දැන් මම මේ මැද ඉන්නව නේද කියලා. ෂේන් වෝන් ඒ පැත්තෙන් ෂේන් වෝන් මාක්වෝ කියන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් වල හිටපු ලොකුම කට්ටියක් එක්ක මම මේ මැදරාම මට මාර අමුතුම දෙයක් හිතට දෙනවා මේ මමද ඉන්නේ කියන තැනක.
ඕස්ට්‍රේලියානු නායකයා
ස්ටීවෝ මට දැන් හිතා ගන්න බෑ ඇත්තට. මොකද ඒගොල්ලෝ 96 මේ 96 නෙමෙයි 99 ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි වර්ල්ඩ් චැම්පියන් 99 දී. මට දැන් හරිම එතන ලොකු මගේ හිතට ඇති වෙනවා දැන් මමද මේ ඉන්නේ කියන එක මෙතන මේගොල්ලොත් එක ගහන. ඒ දේ විතරයි මට ඇති වුණේ. ඊට පස්සේ මම හැබැයි මට බැට් කරන්නත් ඒකේ අවස්ථාවක් හම්බුණා. මොකද අපේ කඩලු කීපයක් වැටුණා. එක පිට එක වැටිලා මට ලොකු chance එකක් හම්බුණා ඕවර්ස් එක ගානක් එක්ක බැට් කරන්න. ඉතින් ඒකෙදි මට ඇත්තටම මේ පළවෙනි තරඟයේදී නම් ඇත්තට කිසිම ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් මට තිබ්බේ නැහැ. මම දන්නේ නැහැ මොකද්ද කියන එක. මම මගේ නිකන් සාමාන්‍ය විදිහට මම බැට් කරන විදිහට බැට් කරගෙන ගියා. අවසානයේදී මට ඒකෙදි ලකුණු 50ක් ලබා ගන්න මට වාසනාවකුත් ලැබුණා ඒකෙදි.
ඔබ ඒ අවස්ථාවේ තේරීම් කමිටුවේ හිටපු සමාජිකයන් කිව්ව දෙයක් තමයි කණ්ඩායමේ හිටපු යවුන් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගෙන් විශිෂ්ටතම පන්දු රකින්නෙක් කියා. ඔබ පන්දු රැකීමේ පැත්තෙන් ඔබ කණ්ඩායමට දුන්නු සහයෝගයත් ගොඩක් බලපෑව නේද ඔබට ඒ කණ්ඩායමට එන්න?
ඇත්තටම ටීම් එකක තේරෙන්න ප්‍රධානම කාරණයක් වෙනවා පන්දු රැකීම. මගේ වාසනාව මට ඒ දේ තිබුණා පන්දු රකින්න. මොකද මම සමහර මං කිව්වා ඒ ටීම් කණ්ඩායමේදී මාව මගේ පුහුණුකරුවන් එච්චර දුරට දැකලා තිබ්බේ නැහැ. මම හිතන්නේ ඒකේ පුහුණුකරුවෙට ගියේ හේමන්ත දේවප්‍රිය. ඒ අපි කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට ප්‍රැක්ටිස් පටන් ගත්තම ස්කොඩ් එකක් දාලා එතනදී ෆීල්ඩින් වලදී මාව ඇත්තට මේගොල්ලෝ දන්නෙත් නැහැ මේ කවුද කින්ද මන්ද කියලා. නමුත් ඒ ෆීල්ඩින් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන වෙලාවේදී මම එතන ෆීල් කරනවා දැක්කා ඒ පුහුණුකරුවා. එයාට ඉතින් එහාට මාර කියන්නේ මොනවාද මං ගැන ලොකු විශ්වාසයක් ඇති වුණා මෙයා හොඳ පන්දු රකින්නෙක් කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි එයාගේ මගේ බැටිං බලාගෙන මාව සෑහෙන වටින ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් හැටියට මොකද අපේ ඇත්තටම අපි ඒ කාලේ වෙනකොට පන්දු රකින්නන් කිහිප දෙනෙක් තමයි හොඳ මට්ටමක හිටියේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායමේ. දක්ෂම පන්දු රකින්නන්. ඉතින් මාවත් ඒ තත්ත්වෙට ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ වෙලාවේ සම කරා. මෙයාත් හොඳ පන්දු රකින්නෙක්. ඒක නිසා තමයි මට ඇත්තටම ලොකු අවස්ථාවක් හම්බුණා හැමතැනදීම හම්බ වෙනවා මගේ පන්දු රැකීම නිසා. ඒ අවස්ථාවත් මට සෑහෙන වාසනාවක් වුණා.
ඔබගේ එක්දින මංගල තරගෙන් පසුව අවුරුදු 2කට පස්සේ ඔබ ටෙස්ට් වරම් ලබන්නට ඔන්න මෙන්න කියලා තිබුණේ. එදා අස්ගිරි සිම්බාබ්වෙ කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක තියෙන තරගයේදී අවසත් කියලා තිබුණේ චාමර සිල්වා එට මංගල ටෙස්ට් තරගෙ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා කියලා. උදේ වෙනකොට ඒ දේ වෙනස් වෙලා තිබුණා. මොකද උනේ?
ඔව් ඇත්තට මොකද එතකොට සිම්බාබ්වෙ කණ්ඩායම මෙහි සංචාරයකට ඇවිල්ලා හිටියේ. ඒකෙදි ඒගොල්ලොත් එක පුහුණු වීම තරගයක් තිබුණා ඕවල් ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේදී. ඒකෙදි රොෂාන් මහනමයි තමයි අපේ කෝච් හැටියට හිටියේ. ඒකෙදි අපි කොහොම හරි මැච් එක ගහලා ඒගොල්ලොන්ගෙන් අපිට ටාගට් එකක් හම්බුණා මම හිතන්නේ ඕවර්ස් 40කට 54 වගේ ගානක ලකුණු 260ක් 80ක ඒ ගහන ගානක ටාගට් එකක් අපිට ලැබුණා. නමුත් අපි ඒක එලවන්න එහෙම කිසිම ප්ලෑන් එකක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. කොහොම හරි මම බැට් කරන්න යන වෙලෙත් මම සාමාන්‍ය විදිහට බැට් කරගෙන ගිහිල්ලා එතනදී මට ඒක ශතකයක් ගහලා අපිට මැච් එක දිනන්න හම්බුණා. ඒකෙදි ඊට පස්සේ මම කණ්ඩායමේ අර නැෂනල් ටීම් එකේ පූල් එකේ හිටියා. එතකොට ඒ ඉනින් එකත් එක්ක ඒගොල්ලෝ ගොඩක් හිතලා තිබුණා මාව දාන්න ඕනේ කියලා ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකට. ඉතින් ඒ ටීම් මීටින් එකේදී ඔක්කොම කිව්වා ඉතින් මම හෙට මැච් එක ගහනවා කියලා. ඉතින් මමත් ලොකු ආසාවකින් හිටියා. නමුත් මට කොහොම හරි අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ නැහැ. මං ඇත්තටම සතුටු වෙනවා මට අවස්ථාව නොලැබිච්ච එක ගැන. මං ඒකෙන් තවත් ධෛර්යමත් වුණා. මොකද මං එතනදී අපි හැම වෙලාවෙම අපිට අවස්ථාවක් හම්බුනේ නැත්නම් තමයි අපි ඒ අවස්ථාවට වඩා ප්‍රයෝජනයක් ගන්න උත්සාහ කරන්නේ. මට සමහර විට එතනදී අවස්ථාව හම්බුණා නම් මං ඒ මැච් එක ගහලා සමහරට මම දන්නේ නැහැ ෆේල් වුණොත් මගේ ක්‍රිකට් සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම නැති වෙන්න ඉඩ තිබුණා කියලා මං හිතනවා. හැබැයි මට ඒක නොලැබිච්ච එක මට ලොකු ආශිර්වාදයක් වුණා කියලා මං දකිනවා. මොකද ඊට පස්සේ මං තව ගොඩාක් දේවල් මගේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන ඒවා හැම දේවල්ම මම වැඩි කරා. මං අධෛර්යමත් වුණේ. ඉතින් මට තියෙන එක හැමෝම Tamanට නොලැබෙන දෙයක් නොලැබෙනවා නම් තමයි ඔහුගේ සාර්ථකත්වය ගොඩක් උඩට යන්න පුළුවන්.
තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෙකුට කොතරම් බලාපොරොත්තු බිඳ වැටීමක්ද අවශ්‍ය වෙනකොට කියනවා මැච් එක ගහනවා කියලා. උදේ වෙනකොට කණ්ඩායමෙන් නැහැ.
ඔව් ඒක ඇත්තරම ඒ වගේ දෙයක් දරා ගැනීමේ හැකියාව මම හිතන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයෙකුට තියෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒක සාමාන්‍ය සිදුවීමක් හැටියට ගන්න ඕනේ. මොකද මම මැච් එක ගහනකො මම යම්කිසි සතුටක් දැනෙනවා ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකක් ගහනවා කියන එක හැමෝටම. නමුත් ඊට පස්සේ උදේදී මම ගහන්නේ නැහැ කිව්වා මට යම්කිසි ඇයි මේක කියන එක හිතුණා. ඒත් මම අර මුලදී කිව්වා වගේ මම තවත් ධෛර්යමත් වුණ එක තමයි ඒකෙන් මට ඇති වුණේ. මොකද මට කණ්ඩායමේ සමාජිකයන් කිසි දෙනෙක් ක්‍රීඩකයන් එතකොට හිටපු කිසිම කරදරයක් ඒවා කිසි දෙයක් මට කිව්වේ නැහැ. ඒගොල්ලොත් මාත් එක්ක හිටියව ගණන් ගන්න එපා මල්ලි ආයෙ වාට chance එකේ ගහන්න කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ධෛර්යමත් කරපු අයත් ඒ කණ්ඩායමේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට හිටියා.
ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුදු 5කට ඔබට ටෙස්ට් තරගයක් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ.
ඔව්. ඇත්තටම මම 99 මම ඊට පස්සේ ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකක් ගහන්නේ 2006. 2006 මම ගහන්නේ දෙසැම්බර්. ඒකත් මං අර කිව්ව දේ තමයි ක්‍රීඩකයෙකුට ලැබෙන්න තියෙනවා නම් වාසනාවේ හැමදේම කැපවීම තමන් කරගෙන යනවා නම් කොතනක අවස්ථාවකදී ඔහුට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවා. ඒක කියනවා නම් මම හැම එතකොට මම අර අපේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ ක්‍රීඩා තරඟවලදී හැම තරඟාවලියකම මම ලකුණු අතර ඉන්නවා දැන්. මගේ පුහුණුවීම් මම තනියම කරනවා දේවල්. කරගෙන මම නැවැත්තුවේ නැහැ. මගේ ෆිසිකලි හැමදේම මම තනියම කරා. කරලා මොකද මට ඇත්තටම ක්‍රිකට් වලට තිබුණ ලොකු ආදරයක් තිබුණේ. අදත් තියෙන්නේ. ඒක නිසා මම ඒක කරගෙන ගියා එක දිගට මගේ දේවල්. ඒකට මම ඒ ලකුණු අතර හිටියා ඒ වෙයිදී. ඊට පස්සේ මට මං හිතන්නේ ඒ ටීම් කණ්ඩායමට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා. ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ඔය කාල් මම ටෙස්ට් මැච් එක ගහන්න කලින්. එතකොට ඒකේ පුහුණු කර හිටියේ චන්දික හතුරුසිංහ. එයත් ඒකේ මැච් එකක් ගහන අතරතුර අපිට නැෂනල් ටීම් එකට තිබුණා කොහේ හරි ටුවර් එකක්. ඒකේ කෝච් ටොම් මූඩි. අපි ඒ ටීම් එකේ හොඳට ගහන කට්ටියක්වත් දාලා ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්ක මැච් එකක් ගහනවා SSC එකේ ගහනවා. ඒතකොට ඒකෙදි මට 2020 එකක් මට chance එක හම්බ වෙනවා ගහන්න. ඒකෙදි මම බැට් කරනවා දැක්කා මම ලකුණු 30 ගාණක් වගේ ගැහුවේ මම බැට් කරනවා දැක්කා එතකොට පුහුණු කරු ටොම් මූඩි. ඉතින් එයා ඇහැ ගැටීම නිසා මට ලොකු වෙනසක් මගේ ක්‍රිකට් වල වුණා. මගේ වෙනස නෙමෙයි මගේ අනාගතය ගැන වුණා. එයා ඊට පස්සේ කතා කරලා තිබුණා ඇයි මෙයා කවුද? මෙයා කොහෙද? මෙයා ගහලා තියනවද කියලා ක්‍රිකට්. එතකොට කිව්වා මෙයා මෙහෙම ක්‍රිකට් වන් ඩේ මැච් ගහලා තියනවා. දැන් මේ මෑත කාලෙකට ගහලා නැහැ කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ මම හිතන්නේ එයාගේ බලපෑම මත මට හම්බුණ අවස්ථාවල් ගහන්න ඒ කණ්ඩායමේ. අපි ඉන්දියාවට ටුවර් එක එතකොට ඉන්දියාවේ ගිහලා ඒකෙත් මම හොඳට ලකුණු අතරින්දී මාට ආරංචි වුණා මාව නවසීලන්තයේ ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකට සිලෙක්ට් කරා කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ මම එහෙම නවසීලන්තේ ගියා. හැබැයි ඒකෙදිත් අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මැච් එකක් ගැහුවා. ඒ ගානට ඒ ඉනින්ස් දෙකේම මම 60යි ආයි 70 ගානේ නොට් අවුට් ලබා ගත්තා. එතනදී ඊට පස්සේ උනේ දැන් මාව කොහොම හරි ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකට දැම්මා. උතන තමයි උනේ ඊට පස්සේ ටෙස්ට් මැච් ක්‍රයිස්ට් චර්ච් ෆස්ට් එක. ඔව්. දැම්මම දැන් ඉතින් ඇත්තටම හිතට සන්තෝෂයක් තියෙනවා දැන් මම ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකක් ගහන්න යනවා නේද කියන එක. ගහලා ඇත්තට මේක අවසානයේදී මට හිතා ගන්න බැරි තීරණයක් මගේ හිතටම ආවා. පළවෙනි ඉනිමේම බිඳුවයි මම. යම් කිසි මට්ටමකට මගේ මානසිකත්වය කඩන් වැටුණා. කමන්නේ මම දෙවෙනි ඉනිමේ ගහලා යනකොට දෙවෙනි ඉනිමේත් ලකුණු බිඳුවයි. ඊට පස්සේ මට හිතුණා එකම දේ අපරාධේ මම ටෙස්ට් මැච් ගහන්න පෙළඹුණේ කියන එක මට හිතුණා. මාව කඩන් වැටගෙන දැන් ඇත්තටම බිඳු දෙකක් කිව්වම මම අච්චර ලකුණු අතර ඉඳලා බිඳු දෙකක් ගැහුවම මම සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම මාව වෙනස් වුණා. හැබැයි එතකොට ඒ වෙලකට හිටපු අපේ මැනේජ්මන්ට් එකයි හැමෝම ඇවිල්ලා මට කතා කරලා කිව්වා බය වෙන්න එපා පුතා. ඔයා ගහනවා ඊළඟ මැච් එකත් ගහනවා කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ එතනදී ගොඩක් අය කතා කරා මාවන් අයියා ගැන කිව්වා. මාවන් අයියා කියන්නේ මෙහෙම ලකුණු ගහන්න නැතුව ඇවිල්ලා ගහපු කෙනෙක් කියලා තමයි කිව්වේ. මම ඊට පස්සේ වෙලින්ටන් මැච් එකට මාව දැම්මයිමත් මේ
වෙලින්ටන් තරඟයට යන්න කලින් මම මතක් කරන්න කැමති මයිකල් තිසෙලමාක කණ්ඩායමේ කළමනාකරණය හිටියේ මාරජාවදන නායකයා ටොම් මූඩි පුහුණුකරු. ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී ඒ තරගෙන් පස්සේ තිබුණු මාධ්‍ය සාකච්ඡාවේදී මම මේ තරඟාවලිය ආවරණය කරා ටොම් මූඩි කියපු දෙයක් තමයි එක තරඟකින් ක්‍රීඩකෙක් මනින්න බෑයි කියලා. අපි ඊළඟ තරගෙත් උට අවස්ථාව දෙනවායි කියලා. මම හිතන්නේ මූඩි ගොඩක් පීඩනයක ලක් වෙලා හිටියේ ඒ අවස්ථාවේ. මොකද ගොඩක් ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකයින් නැවත ලංකාවට තියලා ආපු හින්දා කොහොම හරි වෙලින්ටන් වල ඔබ පළමු ඉනිමේ ලකුණු 65ක් ලබා ගන්න දෙවෙනි ඉනිමේ ලකුණු 152ක් ලබා ගන්න නොදෙවි. ඒ මතක ඒ ඉතාමත් හොඳ පන්දුවීම අංශිකුත් එක්ක ෂේන් බොන් ඩැනියල් විටෝරි වැනි ක්‍රීඩකින් ක්‍රීඩා කරන තරඟේ. ඒ තරඟේ මතක
ඔව් ඇත්තටම ඉතින් ඊට පස්සේ දැන් අතනදී අර තරගෙන් පස්සේ මට ඇත්තටම ලොකු පීඩනයක් ඇයි මම ටෙස්ට් මැච් ගහන්නේ කියන එක. මට ආවා.
ක්‍රයිස්ට් චර්ච් වල වෙලින්ටන් වල මොකක් හරි වෙනස් දෙයක් කළාද?
මම ඊට පස්සේදී මට පොඩ්ඩක් හිතුණා මගේ සාමාන්‍ය විදිහට වඩා මේක පොඩ්ඩක් වෙනස් කරලා ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරලා බලන්න ඕනේ කියලා. මොකද මම එතකොට පොඩ්ඩක් මගේ ස්ටාන්ස් එකයි පොඩි වෙනස්කමක් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරලා බැලුවා. මට තේරුණා අරකට වඩා මට පොඩි පහසු ගතියක් තියෙනවා කියලා මේ විදිහට බැට් කරන්න. කියන්නේ මගේ ස්ටාන්ස් එකේ පොඩි වෙනස්කමක් කරලා මම. ඉතින් ඒකෙදි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරගෙන යද්දි මට තේරුණා කමන්නේ මම මේ මැච් එක මේ විදිහට ගහලා බලනවා කියලා වෙනස් කරපු දේත් එක්ක. ඒක කරලා ඒකෙදි මම වෙනස්කම කරා වෙනස්කම සාර්ථක වුණා ඇත්තටම. ඒකෙදි ප්‍රධානම එකේ මට තියෙන තවත් රසවත් අත්දැකීම කියන්නේ මම බැට් කරන්න යනකොට සංගක්කාර තමයි දැන් එහා පැත්තේ ඉන්නේ. දැන් මගේ ඔළුවේ වැඩ කරන්නේ මම බින්දු දෙකක් ගහලා තිනවා කියන එකම තමයි වැඩ කරන්නේ. කොච්චර අමතක කරන්න කිව්වත් ඒකම තමයි වැඩ කරන්නේ. මම බැට් කරනකොට මම බැට් එක ගහලා සමහර මට දැන් මේ පළවෙනි ලකුණ ගන්නකම් මම හරි ලොකු පීඩනයක ඒ වෙලාවේ නම් ඉන්නේ. සමහර වෙලාවට එක ලකුණක් තියෙනවා. ඒකට දුවන්න ලෑස්ති වෙලා ඉන්න ඕනේ. මගේ අනිත් සංඝකාරත් එක්ක දුවනකොට ටිකක් අමාරුයි දුවන්න. එයා ගහන සිස්ටම් එක වෙනස්. දැන් එයා දන්නේ නැහැ මම මේ ලකුණක් හොයනවා කියන එක. එයා එන්නේ නැහැ ඒක බලාගෙන. කියන්නේ වැරද්දකට නෙමෙයි. එයා එන්නේ මට ඕනේ කොහොම හරි යා පැත්තට දුව ගන්න ලකුණ ගන්න. එයා එන්නේත් නැහැ. ඕමෝම ඉඳලා සෑහෙන්න මම හිතන්නේ ඒ වෙලෙත් ටික වෙලාවක් ගියා මට ලකුණක් ලබා ගන්න. ඊට පස්සේ ඔන්න කොහේ හරි එන බෝල් එකට මම මේ ෂොට් එකක් ගහන බෝලේ යනවා ගිහිලා දෙකේ එකක් දුව ගන්නවා. ඒ වෙලේ ඉඳන් තමයි මම සාමාන්‍ය මට්ටමටපත් වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඊට පස්සේ නම් මට කිසිම මේ ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. මට ඕන විදිහට බැට් කරන්න තිබ්බා. මම සංඝ හැම වෙලාවෙම මාත් එක්ක කතා කරා. අපි හොඳ යාළුවෝ හැටියට තමයි ඉන්නේ සංඝ මහේල කට්ටියත් එක්ක. හැම වෙලෙම ඊට පස්සේ මට කතා කරා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලන්ට තේරුණා මගේ පීඩනය ඔක්කොම ගියා කියන එක. මට ලේසි විදිහට මම බැට් කරන්න ගත්තා ඊට පස්සේ. ඒකේ ෆස්ට් ඉනින්ස් එකේ කිව්වා වගේ 60 ගාණක් ගැව්වා. සෙකන්ඩ් ඉනින්ස් එකේ බැට් කරන්න යනකොට මට ඇත්තට කිසිම දෙයක් නෑ කිසිම ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් නෑ අවංකව මෙතනදී. මට කැමති විදිහට මම බැට් කරා. ඒකදී අර මම කරපු පොඩි වෙනස්කම සාර්ථක වුණා. ඒකත් එක්ක මට හරි ලේසි වුණා ඉනින් එක ගහගෙන යන්න.
2007 වෙලින්ටන් ටෙස්ට් තරඟයේ කුමසංකාර පළවෙනි ඉනිමේ ලකුණු 150ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. දෙවෙනි ඉනිමේ ඔබ නොදවි ලකුණු 152ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. මුත්තයි මුරලිදන් තරඟයේ විකට් 10ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම තරඟයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා. ඒ ඔබගේ ක්‍රීඩා දිවි අමතක නොවන තරඟයක්ද?
ඇත්තටම මොකද නව ශ්‍රීලන්තය වගේ රටක ගිහිල්ලා දිනනවා කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලොන්ගේ බෝලිං ඒගොල්ලොන්ගේ කන්ඩිෂන් එක හරි අමාරු දෙයක්. නමුත් අපි ඒ වෙලාවේදී අපේ ටීම් එක පුදුමාකාර කණ්ඩායම් හැඟීමක් තිබුණා කණ්ඩායමට හැම වෙලේම. ඒක දිනන්න උවමනාව තිබුණා. මොකද විශේෂයෙන්ම මහේලගේ නායකත්වය කියන එක සෑහෙන විශිෂ්ටයි. ඒ කියන්නේ එයා හැම වෙලාවෙම එයාටම ඕන දේ නෙමෙයි කරන්නේ. හැම වෙලාවෙම එයා ගන්නවා ප්ලේයර් ගෙන් ඕන දේ ගන්න විදිය එයා දන්නවා. දැන් මම අර අතනදී බින්දු දෙකක් ගහලා ඉන්න වෙලාවෙත් ඇවිල්ලා මට ලොකුවට කතා කරේ නැහැ. පොඩි දේවල් ටිකක් කිව්වා කියලා එයා ගියා. එච්චරයි. දැන් ඒ වගේම තමයි මම සංගත්. මුරි අයියා විශේෂයෙන්ම එයාට දිනන්න ඕනේ මැච්. අපේ තිබුණ අන්න ඒව තමයි මම හිතන්නේ එන්න ඕනේ ක්‍රිකට් වලට. ඒගොල්ලෝට දිනන්න ඕනේ මැච්. ඒ දිනන්න කරන්න ඕන දේවල් උපරිමම කරනවා ඒගොල්ලෝ. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා අපිට ලොකු ආසාවක් තිබුණා නව ශ්‍රීලන්තයේ මේ තරඟේ දිනන්න. ඉතින් අපිට අවශ්‍ය කරන ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණය ආවා. මුරේ හොඳට විකට් ගත්ත එකේ. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා අපි අර ඒක මං කියන්නේ අපිට නිකන් තේරුණා අපි මේක දිනනවා කියන එක. ඒ කියන්නේ මුලදීම අපිට තේරුණා මොකද අපි අරක පෙරදුනේ සෑහෙන හොඳ තරඟයක් දීලා පළවෙනි තරඟේ පෙරදුනේ. ඉතින් අපිට තිබුණා මේක ජයග්‍රහණය කරගන්න ඕන ලොකු ආසාවක් අපි හැමෝටම තිබුණා. අපේ මැනේජ්මන්ට් එකේ ඉඳන් හැමෝටම තිබුණා. රිසර්ව් ප්ලේයර්ට පවා තිබුණා. ඉතින් අපි ඒ දේ මම හිතන්නේ කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට හොඳට එතනදී කෙරුණා අපේ. අපි කරපු හැමදේම සාර්ථක වුණා එතනදී. ඒකයි අපි ජයග්‍රහණය ලැබුවේ ඒක.
ඔබ සහභාගී වෙච්ච තවත් සුවිශේෂී තරඟාවලියක් තමයි 2010 ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු සංචාරය. මුල් වතාවට ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවේදී තරඟාවලියක් ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා. මෙල්බන් තරඟයේදී අවසාන 9 වන කඩුල්ල වෙනුවෙන් ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස් සහ ලසිත් මාලිංග අතර ලොකු සම්බන්ධතාවක් තියෙනවා. දෙවෙනි තරඟයේ සිඩ්නි වල ඔබ ලකුණු ලබා ගන්නවා. ඒ වගේම දෙවෙනි තරඟයේදී ඔබ අර්ධ ශතකයක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඒ තරඟාවලියේ මතකයන්?
ඔව් ඒකත් අපිට ලොකු අභියෝගයක් තිබ්බ තරඟාවලියක්. මොකද ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ ගිහිල්ලා තරඟාවලියක් ජයග්‍රහණය කරන එක මම හිතන්නේ හැම කණ්ඩායමකටම තිබුණු ලොකු අභියෝගයක්. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ අපි ඒක සාර්ථකව කරා. මොකද ඒක විශ්වාස කරන්න බැරි වුණත් විශ්වාස කරන්න ඕන දෙයක් එතන නෙවෙයි. අපේ ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස්ගේ ලසිත් මාලිංගගේ ඒ ඉනින් එක. කියන්නේ මම හිතන්නේ අස්පනා අපිට අපි මේ වගේ දෙයක් දැකීම මම හිතන්නේ අදා ගන්න අමාරුයි. ටීවී එකේ බලනවට වඩා අපි එතන ඉඳගෙන දැන් විකට් 8ක් ගිහිල්ලා තියෙන වෙලේ ලකුණු 100 මම හිතන්නේ 110ක් වගේ ගානක්ද ඔය ගහන්න තිබුණා. ඇත්තටම මේක හීනයක් ඇත්තටම. මේ වගේ ටාගට් එකක් ඒ බෝලිං ඇටැක් එකක් එක්ක අපේ ඇන්ජලෝ විතරයි බැට්ස්මන් කෙනෙක් හැටියට ඉන්නේ. මාලිංගත් එක්ක ගහනවා කියන එක. ඉතින් අපිත් ඇත්තටම වෙලාවේ නිකන් මැච් එක බල බල හිටියේ. අපි තීරණයක් ඇත්තටම දාගෙන හිටියේ නෑ. මොකද වෙන්නේ? වැඩි ඕන කෙනෙක්ගේ තිබ්බ තීරණය තමයි අපේ අතරත් තිබුණේ. මේක පරාජයට යන්න පුළුවන් කියන තරගෙන් තිබුණේ. නමුත් ඕක කොහොම ටික යනකොට තේරුණා මේ මැච් එක වෙනස් වෙනවා. ලොකු උද්‍යෝගයක් ඇති වෙන වේගෙන එනවා ටිකෙන් ටික. ඉතින් එහෙම ගිහිල්ලා අපි කාටවත් හිතා ගන්න බැරි විදිහට ඒ තරඟේ ජයග්‍රහණය ලැබුණා. ඒක මම හිතන්නේ ඇස් දෙකෙන් අපිට දකින්න ලැබීමත් අපි ඒ කණ්ඩායමේ සමාජික හැටියටීමත් ලොකු වාසනාවක් හැටියට මම දැක්කා ඒක.
ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස් ඒ වෙනකොට වයස අවුරුදු 23යි. ඔබ හිතුවද ඒ අවස්ථාවේ වෙනකොට ඊටමත් ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකෙක් අනාගතයට බිහි වෙන්න යනවා කියලා ඒ තරඟෙන් පස්සේ?
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම. මොකද ඇන්ජලෝ ආපු දවස් ඉඳන්ම අපි දැක්ක ඇන්ජලෝගොත් ලොකු එයාට තිබුණා ලොකු පරිණත භාවයක් තිබුණා. අපි හැමෝම කතා කරනවා එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක ගැන. එතනදී ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ට එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. හැබැයි එයාගේ තිබුණා ඒ කියන්නේ සිටුේෂන් එක හැන්ඩල් කරන්න. දැන් අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අපි පරිණත ක්‍රීඩකයන් කියලා ගන්නවනේ අපි එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් දිනන කියලා. හැබැයි එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකට වඩා මම දකින දේ තමයි ක්‍රීඩාවේදී ඒක හසුරව ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද මේ සිටුේෂන් එක හැන්ඩල් කරන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ඉන්නවා නම් එයා පරිණතයි කියන හැටියට තමයි මම දකින්නේ. ඒක අද ක්‍රිකට් එකට එන අපේ නැෂනල් ටීම් එකේ ගහන ප්ලේයර් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. සමහර විට එයා ඒ මැච් හැන්ඩල් කරන විදිය, ඒ සිටුේෂන් එක හැන්ඩල් කරන විදිය මෙතන මේ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් ඉන්න ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ට බැරි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. අපි එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් කියලා කතා කරාට එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක ඇත්තටම වැදගත් වෙන්නේ අර මැද කරන දෙයට. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා මම මැච් 100ක් ගහලා හිටියත් වැඩක් නැහැ. අතන මැච් 2ක් 3ක් ගහන ළමයා හොඳට ඒ සිටුේෂන් එක හැන්ඩල් කරනවා නම් මම නෙමෙයි සීනියර් ප්ලේයර් එයා වෙන්න ඕනේ. අපි හොයන්න ඕනේ අන්න ඒ වගේ ක්‍රිකට් එකක්. මම කියන්නේ අපේ ඒ වගේ කෙනෙක් තමයි ඒ වෙලාවේ මම දැක්ක අපේ ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස්. ඒ හැන්ඩල් කරපු සිටුේෂන් එකත් එක්ක.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවේදී මුරලි වසර ගණනාවකදී මම නොයෙකුත් අපහසුතාවයන් වලට ලක් වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒ තරඟේ දෛවයේ සරදමද්ද කියලා සිතනවා ජයග්‍රාහී ලකුණු වාර්තා කරන්නේ මුත්තයි මුරලිදරනේ ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන අවසාන තරඟය.
ඔව් ඒකත් ඇත්තටම මුරේයට ලොකු මම මුලදී කිව්වා වගේ එයාට පරදින්න කැමතිම නැහැ. විශේෂයෙන්ම ওই වගේ රටවල් ටීම් එක හරීම එයා ආවේගශීලී කියන්නේ එයාගේ පැත්තෙන් හරීම මේ ටයිට් තමයි එයා මැච් එක ගහන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ දෙයක් තමයි එයාට තිබුණේ. ඒ වගේ අවස්ථාවක කිසිම වෙලේකවත් එයා කඩුල්ල දෙන්නේ නැහැ.
Very good afternoon. Welcome back to the SSC Grounds, the second session of the second day's play of the 145th Battle of the Blues between Royal College Colombo and St. Thomas's College Colombo will get underway in a short while. It's a warm, sunny, extremely hot afternoon, and after the usual walk-arounds, you could see the playing area is now devoid of people. This is the Royal College reply. 79 for 2 with 9 extras after 32 overs in that first session. Isula Giganage for naught and Rehan Peris for 1. The openers have been dismissed before the score had reached even double figures. But then Sinet Javadana 50 not out and Ovina Ambanpola 19 not out have taken them to safety by lunch. Malinda Totuvelage is with me. Malinda, it has been a very steady controlled aggression on the part of the Royal batters. St. Thomas have struggled with their bowling.
Yes, hi everyone, good afternoon. Yes, I think as we have seen how the Royal skipper has carried out his innings so far, I think my expectation would be for him to carry on batting the way he's batting. He looks very comfortable in the middle and composed, so I want him to apply those leadership skills and be an example for his team on a tough conditions out here. So this is quite a vital and a big session for both sides. So as we have seen how the wicket plays, it's just a matter of time, and I think Thomians would love to get that momentum back and attacking those two settled batsmen.
Yeah, I know, a 78-run partnership for the third wicket unbroken so far. This is how it happens. Pereira trapped Giganage plumb in front in his first over, second over of the innings, and then Akash Fernando went through the shot from Rehan Peris for 1. Match summary. St. Thomas's yesterday put it to bat 297 all out in the penultimate over of the first day. Sadev Soisa 83, Dinesh Gunawardena 50 and Nathan Caldera 44, the top contributors. Sinet Javadana 4 for 68, Ramiru Pereira 4 for 54 and Nethin Dharmaratna 1 for 15 amongst the wickets for Royal with Yanula Bandara holding on to 2 catches. Royal College 79 for 2 with the captain leading the way with 50 not out. Ovina Ambanpola giving very good support in the third wicket partnership with Akash Fernando and Ashwin Pereira, the wicket takers for the Thomians. This is a very good situation from which Royal would probably want to accelerate after settling in. Good support role from Ovina Ambanpola. 96 balls faced for his 19 runs. He's hit 2 boundaries, 2 delightful shots. One in particular through the covers was a standout shot. So here the right-hander will first take strike. Royal captain 50 not out, 83 balls, 9 fours. Oh, he's absolutely dominated proceedings. And it's a very flat track. Lot of runs. Caldera balls. Outside of stump, left alone.
I'm quite impressed how Ambanpola gone about his business, because as you have seen, Harit, I think they've been complementing each other, and they looks like exactly know their role today. And in one side, Jawardhan is attacking, and if there's any loose balls, he will punish them. But Ambanpola closed one side of the wicket and just supporting his skipper. So it looks good to me. So if they can carry on like this for another couple of hours, I'm sure they'll be heading out to have a lovely, healthy partnership.
Through to the wicketkeeper Sadev Soisa once again outside of stump. Nothing more to do. We'll just focus on the brilliant sight. Those wickets around the SSC cricketing venues. All that brilliant sight. The aerial shot. Yeah, the mini battle of the Blues was played at Reed Avenue, Royal College Grounds. St. Thomas is electing to bat. Second 11 match. 221 all out in 84.1 overs. Again in line with the Stumps. Better delivery and a confident shot too off the back foot. Avinash Fernando 57, Yatindra Siribardhana 41, Yovel Varnakul Surya 26, Devin Jayasuriya 24, Anuk Devanarayana 23. The main contributors for the Thomians. 11 extras. There was 2 good partnerships. First 57 runs for the third wicket and then 40 for the 8th. Anush Polonometer 4 for 31. Tarul Ampe Mohotti 3 for 65. Gishan Pereira held on to 2 catches. Again outside off stump. He is trying to maintain that corridor where the batter would be probably a little bit vulnerable immediately after lunch.
Yeah, and I was thinking, like, when he was bowling from the pavilion side, I can see the angle he's running before he was bowled. But if I was him, I was trying to go a bit more straight and close the stump, and you let the batsman to see the ball come straight at him, and just the last few seconds, or half a second, it will move away from the batter. It's quite hard to judge if you're a batsman. But I think the skill level he should apply in here is just to try little adjustments, using the crease a bit more wider or close to the stumps, and to get something out of, like, from a wicket that doesn't offer much.
Why not at least against Ovina Ambanpola have a forward short leg or a silly mid-off just to unsettle him probably? No, it's they're trying to work on an outside edge. Better delivery in line with the stumps. It's a maiden over to start off proceedings after lunch. Royal College remain on 79 for 2 after the first over since lunch.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස අතහැරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? ටීවී LED Full HD UHD Smart 32 ඉඳන් 55 මේ 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංග.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. දිවෙන පුරා සිංග ශාඛාව වෙත එන්න.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
Yesterday in the first session, St. Thomas's, who were put to bat 97 runs for the loss of 1 wicket in 26 overs, a 2-hour session. And today Royal 79 for 2 in 32 overs with 140 minutes of play in that first session. But it's a different story if They let Sinith Javadana continuing to bat the way he is doing at the moment. See how confident. First ball off the back foot, just tap and run onto the other side. Now that's a clear sign of what he wants to do with the afternoon session.
Absolutely, Haritha. I think you got to keep things simple, and get those singles and get that blood pumping in your body, and then let the muscle memory to take place and play the game how it should be played. So I think skipper looks very comfortable in the middle, and personally I would expect him to bat throughout the day.
Brilliant sight. It's a very big crowd, a very colourful crowd watching the cricket in this fifth session of the game. With that second 11 match, Royal College second 11 in reply, 295 for 5 declared in 77 overs. Das in line with the middle stump and Ambampol onto the front foot defensively. Skipper Nethwin Dharmaratna 58 not out, Khalid Rahimdeen 57 not out, Gishan Pereira 57, Hirun Matisha 54, 4 half centuries, Shane Abiratna 36, 19 extras, Hirun Matisha and Shane Abiratna 78 runs for the second wicket, Gishan Pereira and Nethwin Dharmaratna 65 runs for the fifth wicket. Oh, better delivery, movement and lift outside off stump.
I'm sure it was quite close to the bat, but the ball looks quite well in advance. Like it hit in the right areas in that instance, and the batsman was struggling to see where it would go. But if the bowler keeps hitting those areas, I'm sure the batsman won't feel comfortable.
Just a while ago you saw Hemant Boteju, television umpire, former national cap. His father Daya Boteju also played Premier Division cricket for the now defunct Nomads. Worked in the Colombo municipality. Hemant Boteju, banker.
I used to play with him at CCC at one time.
Good,
brilliant all-rounder.
Yeah, brilliant all-rounder from Thurston. Graham Labroy from Maristella. He is another CCC stalwart, open bowling for the country. Respected ICC match referee these days. Nothing much to do. Just continuing with that innings. There was another good partnership, unbroken 85 runs for the 6th wicket between Nethwin Dharmaratna and Khalid Rahimdeen. Anuk Devanarayana was the pick of the Tomian bowlers in that Royal second 11 first innings, capturing 3 for 99. St. Thomas is in the second innings, 135 for 6. Chenut Ahalio got a 48. Sachitra Gunasinghe 28. Yoel Varnakul Surya 20. Quiet proceeding, just one run off that second over after 34. Royal are 80 for 2.
I'm podi kale sarungalayak yawanna gihin noolen beerune
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්මන්න ගිහින්
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි
වෙන්න බෑ
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
Skipper looks very calm, and in the morning when I saw him, he was like, you can see that, the determination on his face. Like, I think he feels like it's his day, and he should, in fact. And being the leader of the side, has done a great job with the ball, and this is a time for him to make big runs for his team, for the college.
One of the slip fielders have been taken off and placed at mid-wicket. That's what they want to do. Ashen Pereira is the fielder taken away. So Dinit Gunodana is at gully. Akash Fernando at slip is wide at slip. They'll have to do very well to keep this Royal captain quiet. Just to continue with that Tomian second innings in that game. 44 run opening stand between Chenit Ahliagoda and Devin Jayasuriya. The right idea, just to get settled with knocking over the singles and changing sides.
Yep, probably viewers out there might see that the batters are getting easy runs, but trust me, with this weather and the hot surface, they're trying their very best in order to keep those balls in line, and the batters trying to the strike. There's a lot going on in their mind. And looking at Skipper as well, he looks strong in his shots as well, and I'm sure there's some big shots in his bank as well, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, he's a complete all-round cricketer. Once he gets going, he's a delight to watch. He's not afraid to play horizontal shots. Very strong off the front foot, off the back foot square of the wicket on either side too. It's a very fast outfield here at the SSC, so if he gets going, you can be assured that he's in for a big total. He's had a good all-round match so far. He's the quickest of the Tomian medium pacers. Vice captain Nathan Caldera.
I can see a bit of a frustration face from the bowler. And it's all about playing little mind games as well in the middle.
Yeah, I know. Just to round out that second 11 game, Surya Rachi, Abhiratna and Dharmaratna each captured 2 wickets each, while skipper Dharmaratna held on to 2 catches too in the Tomian second 11 second innings. Attempted Yorker, dug out well to mid-off. A very good supporting role here from Ovina Abanpola to his captain. The highest partnership of the match so far, 80 runs. Brilliant stuff. Just to make sure that this is the story that the rest of the batting need to do. Bat sensibly, wait patiently. The loose ball will come. It's a very hot afternoon.
Correct, Haritha. I think this game is all about the patience. Royal College, 81 for 2.
Heels Crest Naimere sausage, the bite that bites back.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tianaka.
This freedom takes me north that I have never been. With one more bite of rebel for the road.
Dasis Manchanayak is the only Royal captain to score a century and a half century in the same big match. That was last year, Battle of the Blues. Historical facts. He's helping the team with the batting department this time around. Wonderful individual, Dasis Manchanayak.
I watch. I wasn't here last year, unfortunately, but I watched the game live. It's such a beautiful player to watch.
After a long time, I saw a captain from either school enjoying his captaincy. Out in the middle, I think a little bit close to that is Mahit Pereira, the present Tomian captain. Yeah, Yatindra Siribodhan captained St. Thomas's second 11. He had played one match captured 5 wickets, surprised almost everybody, including himself. But he's not part of the playing 11 for the Thomians in this game. Thick outside edge. It was pitched well outside his off stump, and he didn't waste a lot of time hitting it to the third man boundary.
Yep, he knows the importance of getting boundaries, and if he can get those loose balls out of the way, I'm sure they're in the right direction and looking to build that partnership and try and get close to the St. Thomas' scope.
Dias took the pace off the ball on that occasion, but he was erratic, well outside the line of off stump. Well, he didn't want to put everything behind it. Javadana, good hand-eye coordination. Boundaries of that nature. The third man boundary was unprotected then. Now they've got a gully into position. Akash, that is Ashen Pereira there. This is what I meant. He's very good, strong on the offside, on the onside, off the front foot, off the back foot. That was a classic example. Short delivery, given due treatment.
And I'm sure the Royalists batters to come should watch how he plays. He's punishing the loose balls and he defends the straight, attacking square. So keep things simple.
I'll tell you, that's how Malinda Thotuvilage played. That was 2001?
Correct. To be honest, I don't remember the inning between the innings, but I remember little moments. So
little moments? Short outside off stump to the right hand. That's what Thotuvilage was. It disappeared just like that. I'm impressed with Sinath Javadana's approach. He knows now he's slowly giving the pressure back to the Thomians.
I think it's all about taking the control of the game. If you're in the middle, if you spend time in the middle, you'll understand the wicket, you'll understand the bowlers, and you started reading the game well. So I think Sinath is in that phase of his inning at the moment and capitalizing the pace that off the wicket.
Doing it very well. Royal bowling attack included a left arm leg spinner, a right arm leg spinner, and a couple of off spinners. You can't say the same thing with the Thomian bowling attack.
No, because what I heard was like they have a good pace attack, and watching the game from the morning today, the pace attack is much more decent pace attack compared to Royals, I must say. They looked like they had a plan where to bowl, how to play little mind games and trap the batter.
9 runs coming off that over. Royal College in reply, a 90 for 2 after 36 overs.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Much fun. Schoolboy 10s very well occupied, full. There are enough to cheer about if this Royal captain keeps hitting the ball the way he's done so far.
I think St. Thomas now need to think a little bit outside the box and try to unsettle, because the batters are in the rhythm right now, so they need to do something to unsettle them, and maybe a little bit of changes of the field, or have quick bowling changes or something or the other, just to make sure that batters doesn't feel comfortable in the middle.
He bowls a decent bouncer, but on this track, to make it intimidating on the batter, it's a different situation. Very close to being called a wide. See, there's Darian Diego, the off spinner for the Thomans. Mahit Pereira can roll his arm over. Picked up a few wickets. If they nullify Abid Parnavidana, especially with Thineth Jayawardena taking on him, Thomses will find themselves in a spot of bother, Malinda. Saved a certain boundary. Brilliant stuff.
Certainly saved 3 runs with a strong shot off the covers.
This is an Haliagoda that was. Once again, very strong off the front foot. You could see Thineth Jayawardena wanting to play his shots. This is only the 4th over after lunch, and already signs of the Royal captain taking the attack to the Thomian bowlers.
Looking at the batters now, it looks like they have to make a mistake to get themselves out. But what Thora's going to do is the main question here. How are they going to unsettle those 2 players who are settling nicely?
Yeah, the left hand, right hand combination would also create a bit of a problem, especially if you are well set players. Ovina Manpula came out to the middle with the exit of Rehan Pires. That is weathered the storm and is playing the confident game now, is in Royal's favour.
I think Thineth was caught by surprise. He expected that to be a bit more bounce, but it was pretty close to his helmet. I think it just rattled him a bit.
Caldera, the Thomian vice captain. Well, that was a small moment for him. He's expending a lot of energy on the short pitch delivery. Taps it on the offside, no chance of a run. 37 overs completed. Royal in reply, 92 for 2.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම ජිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි තියනකම්.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
Welcome back to the SSC live coverage brought to you by the Papare. See a change of bowling from the commentary box in. Darian, who's captured 8 wickets in the season. Beg your pardon, sorry, it's Dinit Gunawardena, another off spinner, one of many. As I am joined by Mr. Bhanuka Rajapaksa. Bhanuka.
Good evening, Pusse. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
I think it was a heavy lunch. We need to burn some through talking now.
Definitely. The climb up the stairs helped a bit.
It helped a bit, but not much. I just saw the plate that you had for lunch. It was big, man. You don't have it for dinner again. That's a good shot down the ground. That's the intent that we were looking at and talking about before. That's what Royal needs. If they can go up to that sort of shots, I'm pretty sure that we could force a result.
Is that the first aggressive shot played by Ambampula?
Definitely. I've been here from the morning, but I've not seen him lifting his bat before this. It's actually a good calculated shot.
So Royal is pushing the tempo up. I sincerely hope that they've learned a lesson from yesterday. St. Thomas is heading into lunch yesterday were 100 for the loss of 1 wicket. And believe it or not, the entire second session they went at 2.5 runs per over and lost only 1 wicket. So the thinking behind that is very questionable, but I hope the Royalists learn from that.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they have learned lesson, because the approach that Sineth has shown along with Ambanpula after lunch, because you and I, we both played here, and after lunch that's the best place to be at. After lunch, wicket gets much better to bat, and it's quite true. So they need to like force some runs if they can, because especially given the fact that Gunawardhan is bowled into Ambanpala off spinner, mid off both up. Maybe he could just take some chances against him again.
Yeah, both teams have to be very optimistic. Some could even think this is heading for a tame draw. But if you look at the history, if you look at the results, as we'll come back to that, conclude the end of the 38th over, 96 for the loss of 2 wickets.
He's gonna pop it and round and over. That wicket is sicker than ever. Six so udin adanava. Hot and spicy cup is cinema. Prima kutumi, fantamai.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
Ravello, the official chocolate partner of the Battle of the Blues.
Highest partnerships, 5 wickets. Sukhita Senaratne and Malinga Maligaspe, memorable one. I'm pretty sure Banu, you remember that as well. I was a part of that big match. 218 runs for the first wicket. Yasaswin Dharmaratne and Anushka Polonu with another impressive partnership. I remember watching that game as a 10-year-old. Vanuka, I'm not sure if you watched any of those games in the 90s.
Not in the 90s for sure, but I remember watching Sukhita and Malinga scoring that double century partnership. And Professor, just tell me, how did you feel when they were going at it?
I was honestly thinking about 2 players during the time. Let's get back to that. One Mr. Vidyesh Balasubramaniam and one Mr. Kaushal Silva. Both could have played the game, but opted out for own personal reasons. And we were having a discussion as we get back to the partnerships. Sumitra Varnakul Surya, another impressive partnership.
Yeah, he had been always a performer at the big match. If I'm not mistaken, he has the highest score, right?
Yes, 196.
96. He was as patient as I think Ambanpula.
But imagine the number of balls he faced to get 196 then.
Oh, just imagine. I'm pretty sure that he faced more than 350 balls for that 197. But he was one of the greatest that Royal has ever produced.
Yeah, getting back to that point, you know, it seems like it's heading towards a tame draw, but don't forget there's plenty of results that happened in situations like this, especially in 2016 when Sachita Jayatilaka was captaining St. Thomas's. St. Thomas's dominating proceedings for 2 days, and that one session changed the game. If you go back to 1999, Royal dominating about 6 to 7 sessions out of the entire game, but still losing the game. So funny things happen in cricket. You just have to be focused.
Funny things do happen, because I remember in 2009 when we played, when Yasta Bekun was captaining, and when St. Thomas's were 99 all out and 2 wickets down again, and you guys kept batting for 2 more days.
Yeah, that was the famous Fahim, Salim and Niroshan's partnership. Memorable one. I remember, if I'm not mistaken, both faced 400 balls each.
Man, they faced they each, so it was hard for us to stay in the ground, because we are not seeing them getting out at all. That was one memorable inning. I mean, we enjoyed it as much as we hated it. So what do you think of this? I mean, for me, I'm not a fan of bowling negative at this moment, because St. Thomas, they need to like force a result.
Yeah, 100%. We'll speak about that next over. 39 overs done, 97 for 2.
Heels crest Naimere sausage, the bite that bites back.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා භාණ්ඩවල මිල අඩු කළා. සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් භාණ්ඩ කට්ටලයම 23900යි. ක්‍රිකට් බෑගයක් නොමිලේ. The Transport බොරැල්ල.
Welcome back. See, getting back to what you mentioned, Bhanuka, this game is all about strategy. This game is all about handling the situations. This game is all about understanding the conditions. That's why I personally feel on a deck like this, if you have the opportunity of playing a leg spinner, would have been quite useful. This Duke's ball, they struggle to get much purchase out of the wicket.
Definitely, we have seen in the past, because I remember when Harun used to play, he was very useful for us. But and you being a finger spinner, I'm sure that you know the difficulty of turning the ball on this track. And these boys are using this Duke ball. I've not played much with the Duke red ball. I'm sure you would have. Have you ever played?
Yeah, I played about 4 or 5 years during the stints in UK, so I do understand the challenge that they have. And also, most of the spinners that we have, they bowl a lot of side spin. You need to have more overspin to get any sort of purchase from the Duke's ball. So those are some key points that some of these bowlers may or may not know.
It's all a learning curve for them. It's all a learning curve.
But talking about the negative approach, even before lunch I saw that Bhanuka, I mean, especially the left armer going across the left-handed batsman, having two slips and, you know, just sliding, trying to just slide the ball away. Some questionable methods, especially from the situation they were in. They got 2 wickets within. Now that's thrashed away. Absolutely hammered to the deep extra boundary. Bhanuka, shot that you would like to play.
Yeah, this is the class that I've seen from Sineth for a long time now. I mean, he was not afraid to like go off the shot because he tossed it up, and that was again put status as a freebie for him. A class of him, he would never miss on that sort of shot. Loose ball punished straight out of the ground. But yeah, just a like question about the left armers bowling with 2 spinners. Do you really call that negative, or is it like not thinking right at the moment? Because I didn't see any of the balls sliding away. No, I saw any of the balls spinning. So I don't see the practicality behind that. I don't know. I'm just asking you the question now.
Yeah, but from the field setting that they had the deep mid wicket open against the left armer bowling round the wicket, and the bowler was obviously angling it across and, you know, inviting the batter to go across the line. That was the thinking behind it. However,
that's a beautiful shot.
That's a beautiful shot, yes.
Before this ball, he drove it right onto the extra cover, and now he took it backwards out of the extra cover. So that is some smart batting from Sineth Gunawardena. Jayawardena, sorry.
Yeah, that's the end of 40 overs, 107 for 2. Yeah, elegant partnership by the 2 batters from Reed Avenue. Skipper leading by example. Sineth Jayawardena, elegant right around, watchful initially, but then his shots came through. He's now batting ever so superbly, playing the field in front of the wicket, square of the wicket, while Amban Puller has played the pivotal part of just holding on to one end. 106 of 227 balls with Sineth Jayawardena contributing 73 runs.
Sineth is actually scoring at good rates, so that makes his partnership quite interesting.
Sineth Jayawardena naturally an aggressive player. It was commendable purely because he went against his norm initially, just to fight it out for his alma mater.
Yeah, I think he had some determination. He wanted to show that commitment towards the team, and you know, of course, we were, I mean, being a Royalist, like, we were a bit of under pressure when we were 2 wickets down for no runs actually. So this partnership has really been very important. Like, they have really built a proper partnership for Royal, and this is a good foundation to get a big score.
Abid Paranamidana bowling over the wicket to the right-hander Amban Puller. Charging down the track, gets to the pitch of the ball, caresses it through extra cover. Yet another boundary for Amban Puller. He's shifting gears now. He's taken a leaf out of Sinet's book. He's getting the boundaries now, Bhanuka.
Yeah, but see, I don't see the reason why ball has to come over the around the wicket to the right-hander, because he was not being aggressive at all. He didn't show much intention, but Tomians are trying to grab some wickets by doing the things in a wrong way. They should stick to their basics and then keep attacking.
Much flatter by Paranavidana. I sincerely hope he would, try a few deliveries around the wicket as well.
No harm by, of course, bowling around the wicket, but is this the correct feel?
I mean, we could see a lot wrong when we look from over here, but sometimes they have their own plans, sometimes they have their own thinking behind it. Maybe they're looking to dry things out, frustrate the batsman.
True, that could be one of the ideas behind this, but for me, if I think like a Tomian, I would want to force and bowl at the right areas, not dry them out. This is much flatter, per se. This is much flatter. It's like you bowling at the nets.
Yeah, end of 41 overs, 111 for the loss of 2 wickets.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor drinking yogurt.
So Bhanuka, deviating a bit from the 145th Battle of the Blues, got so many messages from people asking, will we see Bhanuka Rajapaksa at the World Cup?
That's a tough question to answer to, because I would definitely love to be a part of it. I still want to play for my country, but I should not comment on that, Buster.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's the responsibility of the relevant to select him or not. But questions over his fitness, questions over his injuries are things that most fans would like to know about.
I mean, nothing to hide. I got a couple of injuries. I've been carrying it for the past couple of years because of the 2 World Cups that I played back to back, and the Asia Cup and all the other leagues around the world, as well as the bilateral series. I couldn't really attend to my knee and my shoulder, and now it has developed to be a bit bad, but hopefully I could fix them soon and get back on track. It's just that I'm not unfit to play. It's still I'm trying to get better, so I could be 100% if I get selected for the World Cup.
Yeah, being 100% as a player is very important. So let's all collectively wish you all the best for a speedy recovery and to see you back in Sri Lankan colours.
Thanks, Wednesday.
Ferreira brought back into the attack, captured the first wicket. He's been pretty economical, 10 overs, 18 runs.
It's pretty impressive, very impressive. 10 overs, 18 runs on a flat track like this.
He's been the go-to man, opted by the skipper to keep things tight and steady.
He could still definitely move the ball. I saw the wicketkeeper behind from the stumps. He was advising him to angle the ball to the left hand, and he did that. So he got the skills. He just needs some luck now to get a wicket or two.
Conditions not the best for the fielders. Boiling hot, I'd say, outside. For the batters too, under those the lids. It's not the easiest to keep focusing, keep concentrating and bat. Ovin Ambampula now looking to be a bit more aggressive. The field is pretty spread, I'd say, evenly, with plenty of fielders in the circle. Might even opt to go over them, Banuka. Bit optimistic, but let's see.
I mean, that option would be definitely there, because at the pace that the ball is coming to him, and given the fact that the fielders are all close, yeah, you could be a bit optimistic. Like, I would definitely take that option, and I'm pretty sure that he would do the same.
Yes,
But,
the ball angling into his pads. An easy option over square leg or mid wicket is on.
And I remember you flicking that. I remember from school days you used to be the one of the best at the flick shots, man. It was so beautiful to see.
I used to love it. And a few days ago, I hit a similar shot at the under 40s Royal Thomian against Kavindu Patiratna for 6.
Ah, that's super classic. But what do you think the thinking behind the Royal is now? It's the best time to like get ahead of the game?
I'd say just push, go, be aggressive, dominate proceedings as we come to the end of the 42nd over. 112 for the loss of 2 wickets, Royal.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chilliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මාච්චි සේවරි රසය ෂෙලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්.
This freedom takes me north that I have never been. With one more bite of Revelo for the road.
Welcome back to the SSC. Gamini Pereira joining me at the commentary box. Gamini, Royalists have done very well after losing 2 quick wickets early morning. They were 2 wickets down for just 1 run. But the captain Sinej Jayawardena, 74 not out, and Amanpola, 28, have done extremely well for the Royalists.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dhanushka. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm quite impressed the way Jayawardena has constructed his innings. Time and time again, I've mentioned how aggressive he is with the bat in hand. But today, he's really showing some maturity, and which some of the Royalists have not seen during the year, mind you. But you know, Amanpola is already not too shabby at all, although he's faced 128 balls or 28, because his captain is doing the bulk of scoring, so he just needs to keep his end up.
Yes, I think Amanpola has done his job. He has held one end up while Sinej Jayawardena has gone for his shots. He has made use of every opportunity he has got. Every loose ball he has put it away. So he's currently at 74, inching towards a well-deserved century. Royal College currently trailed by 185. Believe that they would be looking to go for a draw since the Shield is currently with Royal College.
Well, still it's even, Stevens, really. Once you concede 297 runs, Dhanushka, you need to get as close as possible to that total, and or possibly get a lead, 50-60 run lead. So that's the only way that Royal will be looking to make a result out of this game. But conditions are not in favour of the bowlers. It's just an absolute road, isn't it? There's no turn. Unless batter make a mistake, there's nothing sinister happening on this track.
Exactly. Batsman paradise. Like you said in the morning, you could even sleep on this wicket, Gamini.
That's the other part. Sometimes you get carried away when you see grass on the surface, but there's 6 mil of grass, and they used the cutter today, and they will be using that cutter tomorrow as well to keep it at 6 mil. But it's a lot drier today, and the freshness have gone out of the surface, so it's just coming out of the bat nicely, and there's still enough bounce and carry, so it's not a wicket that you take long to get used to.
This time a thick outside edge, and the ball is running towards the third man boundary. Easy couple of runs for Aman Puller, taking him on to 30. That's the end of the 43rd over. Royal College 113 for 2.
රුපියල් 25,000කට සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් බහඬ කට්ටලයක් The Chance Sports බුරැල්ල.
Hot and spicy fun vibe එක විවර කරන්න. beat එක remake කරන්නට වෙන්න. හදවත වවලා යන්න ගින්නර fashion කරන්න. fun තුරන්න කොතුමි කික්කි කොල්ලන්න. ක්‍රීමා කොතුමි fun තමයි.
Royal were in all sorts Monday. Lost 2 wickets for 1 run, but since then it has been Oja Warden and Aman Puller.
I would say the Thomians have not done so badly. They have stuck to their lines and lengths, but all credit to Sineth and Aman Puller, who have taken their time to get their eye in, and this time a short delivery cut towards the deep cover fielder for another single. They've taken their time to get their eye in, and now they're really doing well to get the scoreboard ticking. Currently trailing by 181 runs. Kamini, what would your advice be for the Thomians going forward?
Yeah, like I said, there's nothing serious happening on this track, so you got to be tactically smart. You got to be aware of the situation that you're in, and you need few attributes, and you need a bit of luck to go your way as well. When it comes to red ball cricket, like I mentioned in my previous stint, you got to figure out your opponent a long way out, and you need to try and lay down a plan, try and get him out in 3 overs. So for that, you need a good bowling partnership from either side. Bowl dot balls, because I can't see that in conditions like this, it's very difficult to breach a batter who plays straight. So you need to get them to play shots, and the only way you're going to do that is by bowling dot balls and applying enough pressure.
Exactly, especially on this SSC wicket. Unless the batsman makes a mistake, it's very hard to get yourself out. Like you said, the Thomians should look at bowling dot ball over dot ball and maiden after maiden. That's how they can create a bit of pressure, and at the schoolboy level, maiden over will create that pressure, and the batsman would look to go for their shots, and that's how they can create or make the batsman make some mistake. Ashen Pereira this season has played 8 matches, 17 wickets, bowled quite well with the new ball, but now it's not getting that movement which we got initially. Would the Royals be looking at a declaration, Gamini?
Well, I haven't gone that far yet, but yeah, if these two bat long into this third session, they'll be probably looking to bat another session tomorrow and get a lead and put some pressure on the Thomians. Dot ball to finish the 44th, 116 for 2. A lot of preparation, traditions when it comes to the Royal Thomian. and that's one of them, the cycle parade, where the team will be taken in an open bus, you could call it, and the younger ones cycling around Duplication Road, past to Muller, plenty of merchandise. Yeah, it's that time of the year really. March, Danushka. I know St. Thomas's have theirs on Saturday, and yeah, every youngster is looking forward to this time of the year. Second week of March.
Exactly, you call it March Madness. This is what we look forward to every year. All the schoolboys. Diego to continue with his off spinners. So this partnership has crossed the 100 mark. Currently at 115 of 253 balls. Exactly what the Royalists wanted.
I was actually impressed with Diego. He bowled one over, I think, last over before lunch. Get through his front leg a little. But I'm not surprised. I'm surprised that for when Sinith was on strike, there was a slip fielder in place, and you still got to keep your attacking instincts intact. And now you have a slip for the right-hander.
That goes on to show that he's not getting much assistance off the wicket. He's not getting any turn. So he's looking more towards getting the outside edge of the right-hander, which means that he's taking the ball away from the right-hander and into the left-hander. Being an off spinner, it should be the other way around actually.
Slip has gone back to short third man. I really can't fathom out this.
Thomian should be careful not to be too negative, because they have all to play for. The shield is with Royal. Next delivery goes straight on with the arm. That's the end of the 45th over. Royal College 117 for 2.
Introducing Sri Lanka's biggest Google TV collection from Singa. Endless entertainment is now at your fingertips with many more options to explore. Millions of shows, movies and games, plus all your favorite streaming apps in one place. Choose from global brands and experience tomorrow's entertainment today with Google TV from Singa.
115 runs, 116 runs for the third wicket so far. While he wants outside the off stump from Jayawardene.
Yes, Jayawardene not afraid to go for his shots. That delivery wide outside the off stump. Went for the cut. Lucky not to get an edge on it. Once again, almost a replay there. It's important that Ashen Pereira continues on that line and length, because he's got a packed out offside field. That's a good line. No pace at all, Gamini. This time left alone. Gamini, has the SSC wicket changed since the time you played and I've played up to now?
Not much. Seriously, not much. For years, donkey's years, it has assisted the faster bowlers early, first hour or so. That's the same. And I reckon it's even better for batting now compared to those days. Upishly, 1-2 bounces to long on. You know, a lot of batters who used to love this track. Mahela Jayawardene, I think average is 70 odd. Tilan Samaravijira loves this track. So there have been batters who have really performed very consistently. On Ati Sagakara, he's up there as well.
Sine Jayawardene, previous big matches 18, 32, 1, 4. And he's got a very good opportunity of making it big this year and getting his name on the record books. Gamini, 78 not out. I believe this is his final year as well. So nothing at all, no assistance at all for Shane Pereira of the wicket, and that's the end of the 46th over. Royal 118 for 2.
Yeah, we got Jordan and Khatija down there, and what's the update on them?
Thank you guys. We're here at the 145th Battle of the Blues, Day 2. Royal in reply, 118 for 2 wickets. Also the Dialog big match season covers around 10 big matches across the island, covering the north, east, the central and western provinces. And Dialog ensures to bring all the live updates to you, so stay tuned.
And apart from the Dialog big match season, don't forget to catch what everything else that Papare TV is offering. We have the Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh, the Women's Premier League, Pakistan Super League, which happens to be one of my favourites, all on Dialog TV. You've got the channels 63 and 126 for the HD version of Papare TV. So don't forget to watch any of those exciting events to support our national team as well as women across the world, because it is International Women's Day today. What else do you have to say, Khadija?
Also, Jordan, not to forget the engagements that were done in the grounds. They're all uploaded on our social media platforms, so ensure to watch it on the Dialog the Dialog Papare social media website and
honestly,
yes.
like you said, the engagements that we've witnessed, we've got people throwing the ball at the wickets, and then you got even some people trying to do their favourite batting shots, which, I mean, I was one of them, and so was Khadija, so make sure you go check that out. Remember, we are the #1 sporting channel in Sri Lanka, and so much is coming your way.
Yes, and we have some exciting engagements coming for the Women's Day today, so stay tuned for that too.
Thank you, everyone. Make sure you come on down, because it is the Day 2 of the 145th Battle of the Blues. Everyone is here. It's far more exciting than what it was this morning. The crowds are much louder. I can barely hear you, Khadija. How do you feel?
Oh, it's nice. I guess it's very warm, but the atmosphere is so wonderful. It's like a carnival, isn't it?
It really is. Like I said yesterday, it's my first time here, and it's only getting bigger and greater. I can't wait to see what is in store next for our boys.
Yes, we look forward to it too, yeah.
And over to you, commentators.
Yes.
Thank you, ladies, Jordan and Khatija. And while that happens, this was a chance. Went through his hands, Danushka. That was a golden opportunity to break this partnership, and oop she goes.
Those are the chances you've got to take, especially on a batting paradise like the SSC. I believe yesterday Ramiro Pereira held on to something similar like that, which went very quickly, but Diego not equal to the task. So Royal College moving on to 123 for 2. That's the end of the 47th over.
Don't wanna miss 1 second of this pouring rain, pleasing my soul. One more bite of Revelo for the rain.
So there you go. It's the water break here at the SSC. Royal College 123 for 2 after 47 overs of batting. Sinet Jayawardene, a real captain's knock, 79 of 127, well supported by Ambampola, 34 of 142. He's taken a lot of time, but he's hung in there. He's not let his wicket fall. He's been very gritty and supporting his captain. After those 2 early wickets for St. Thomas's in the morning session today, they haven't been good enough to try and penetrate this Royal batting. 1 for 16 to Fernando. He was really good. Pereira picking up that early wicket, but Caldera and Dias a lot dependent on them to try and get the breakthroughs, and Palna Vidana, he hasn't been as successful as well. Diago 4 overs, Gunawardena just the 2 overs for the spinners. 9 extras. This 123 for 2 after 47 overs. This was the first wicket to fall. LBW Pereira getting the young opener trapped in front, and then that was a beauty to Rashan Peris. Outfoxed him. He bowled the bouncer, the earlier delivery, pushed him onto the back foot, then bowled that foolish delivery and knocked his stumps back. St. Thomas's yesterday put into bat 297. Soiza made a superb half century of 83. Gunawardena 50. Caldera made 44. Jayawardene 4 for 68. Ramedu Pereira 4 for 54. And Dharmaratna picking up that 1 wicket. Royal losing 2 early wickets today. But it has been Sinet Jayawardene all the way. 79 not out. Ambampola 34 not out. Pereira and Fernando 1 wicket apiece. Royal still trailed by 174 runs. This is that partnership. Haritha is just joined me in the commentary box after a good lunch. I suppose, Haritha, enjoyed your lunch? Enjoyed the break?
Yeah, enjoyed the dessert.
Haritha has that sweet tooth always.
Yeah, brilliant cricket. The first 100 partnership of the match came at a time when Royal absolutely needed it. The openers Isula Giganage and Rehan Peris were quickly back in the pavilion in the 3rd over. They were 1 for the loss of both openers, and now it's a different story with this guy approaching a big match 100.
Pereira to continue. He's tried hard, but once the ball has got older.
I'll take some time, Ricky, with you to talk about Royal Thomaian under 40 and over 40 games. The under 40 game, St. Thomas's won by 16 runs. They were led by Naveen Pereira, the Thomaian under 40 team. They scored 197 for 6, electing to bat in the 20 overs. Our commentator colleague Shastri Kapusegolla 40, Helakamal Nanakar 39, Kalana Pereira 38 not out, Delon Peris 26 not out, Tarindu Ratnayaka 22, Romesh Nallapperuma 13, extras 13. Then Kavindu Patiratna 2 for 36, Hashen Ramnayaka 2 for 40, Temal Bandara 1 for 20, the wicket takers.
Outside edge. Slip fielder got a hand to it. Dinet Gunawardena. They'll get a single nevertheless. Probably did not carry along the ground.
Royal under 40, captained by Harit Samarasinghe, restricted to 181 for 6. Yeah, it should have been fielded. He was deep at slip.
It's on the bounce. Just could not get his body behind that one.
Yeah, 181 for 6. Sadish Rajapaksa 48, Milan Abesekar 45, Isivari Disanayaka 32, Hashen Ramanayaka 27, Tevindu Senaratna 11 made the better scores. Delon Peris 2 for 36, Tarindu Ratnayaka 2 for 43, Nimesh Fernando 1 for 26, Shastri Kapusegolla 1 for 27.
So Thomaians having the better of Royal in the under 40s.
Yeah, Shastri Kapusegolla, by the way, was awarded the Player of the Match award in that under-40 Royal Thomaian encounter.
Still playing a lot of cricket. Pusegula very active, isn't he? He's been very active not only in the comp box, off the comp box as well in this last couple of days.
Yeah, he'll be very active during the inter-club season coming up next. Wish him all the best, I'll tell you.
Two wide outside the off stump. Called wide as well. We haven't seen much of that in this game, in this two-day encounter.
The over 40 Royal Thomaian match also went the Thomaian way. Almost Dinit Gunodhan would have picked it up.
Another one very wide outside the off stump, gets away with that one. 48 completed, 126 for 2.
Highest totals, Battle of the Blues. Just take a look at that. 2009, 411. 1996, 399 for 9 declared. Big scores.
It's certainly we haven't seen many records that tumble yet in this game so far. We saw quite a lot last year. That big partnership between Ansha Naik and Ramiro Pereira.
Amban bowler sent back very correctly by Sine Javadran. Never run on a misfield, they say. Just getting back to that over 40 game, Royal over 40 led by Yasaswin Dharmaratna. They elected to bat 161 for 7 of the 20 overs. Ruchira Jayasuri all the way from US 58. Anushka Polonno with a 44. Yasaswin Dharmaratna 18 not out. Andrew Pereira 14. Lost the last 5 wickets for the addition of 46 runs. Enu Piris 2 for 22, Ashel Paranavidana 2 for 32, Lahiru Vikram Singh 2 for 43, Darshana Bodhiya Baduge 2 catches. This is sensible batting, very good support play on the part of Obina Ambanpula.
Yes, he's just picking up the singles, hasn't tried anything fancy at all right throughout this innings. Ambanpula came into the game not many runs behind his name, not in the best of form, but what he's done good is not given his wicket away freely. He's fought hard, showed a lot of grit, and supported the captain in this innings. Another dot ball, 49 completed, 127 for 2. A lot of hard work behind the scenes, Haritha, to get the venue in order for such a big game like this.
KJ Kamalsri is the head groundsman, Mahesh Bopage, ground manager. They do a wonderful job. They are very experienced, both of them. Ground secretary is Mahinda Halangoda. He is not there. That's Mahesh Bopage. And in his absence, actually, Samantha Durangola overlooking the administrative part. It's a great passion. It's a good venue. It's a good sporting venue, Sinhalese Sports Club.
It's certainly a great facility here. And especially for a game like this, the Royal Thomaian, 3 days of cricket. the ideal for this big match cricket for the March Madness.
Yeah, the venues all around the DSN Nayaka College, the NCC, the Mercantile Cricket Association, the Sports Ministry ground next to the Independence Square.
The CCC as well on the other side.
I was going to come to that. The rugby, the knockout final for the Clifford Cup tomorrow. Havelocks and Police will battle it out at the Racecourse Grounds.
It's at 4 p.m. and I'm sure that game is coming to you live on ThePapare.com as well. For all our rugby fans.
Sri Lanka Police created a major upset when they hammered the league champions, unbeaten, CRNFC, to the tune of 40 points to 16 or something like that.
And a lot of people are hoping that there will be a repeat performance. And they're really enthusiastic. Police, they played a good rugby this season, no doubt about it.
Quickly get to that over 40 game. St. Thomas over 40 in reply. In 18.5 overs, they got to 165 for 8. Chamin De Silva, a hardest 55 not out. 28 balls faced, 5 sixes, 2 fours. Vajira Vijayagunodana made a quick fire 43 himself. 18 balls for his 43, 3 sixes and 5 fours.
No surprise there, Haritha. I have seen him play this over 40s, over 50s game, and he just murders the bowlers. I think a few months ago I saw him playing another one for over 50s, the Royal Thomien, and he scored a half century in some 50 balls. He scored 100 in some 50 odd balls at the Bloomfield Grounds.
Yeah, Zakir Kanaka 21 and Naresh Adhikaram, who led the side, made 11. There were 10 extras. Mohammad Izzat 3 for 45. Jehan Mubarak 2 for 10. Main wicket takers. Chamin De Silva, that's NIC Silva was voted player of the match in the over 40.
I'm sure he's somewhere out there in that Thermian dugout as well.
Yeah.
With the boys, as always. Involved in a lot of coaching at St. Thomas's.
Plays for the Thomian Masters too. Over 50s. NIC. St. Thomas is struggling to break this partnership.
Yes, so they have to try to do something different now, St. Thomas's. 50 completed, 127 for 2.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Kiri atara supiri rasa.
The atmosphere is incredible here at the SSC now. The tents are full. The young and the old are really enjoying the cricket. It's a party atmosphere. It's a real carnival. Yeah, the place to be in Colombo, I would say, the Royal Thomien. The afternoon session here on day 2. Good vibes. The flags are flying blue, black and blue, blue, gold and blue. As you see in our pictures.
The pledge over 5 lakhs by now. As far as the cricket statistics concerned, 424 runs and 12 wickets in the game so far.
So the Dialog pledge, of course, the runs scored, the wickets taken, boundaries scored, going to develop for development of cricket in less privileged schools. Great initiative by Dialog to do this. It has been on now for a number of years, and it's not about only what happens here at the SSC, but a lot more goes behind the scenes to make it a success. Completion of another over, 51, 127 for 2.
Love never felt this good until right now with you. With one more bite of Revelo for love.
Great work done by the joint organizing committee. There it is, 544,000, the Dialog pledge as it stands now.
Come on, boys, more runs, more wickets. That's what it needs in this game. It doesn't matter if it's Royal or St. Thomas's, that the pledge will certainly go up. It's very hot and humid out there.
We just got to tell that the joint match organizing committee headed by Rehan and Arjun for Royal and St. Thomas's respectively have done a wonderful job with the rest of the others doing a grand committed effort to make this happen again.
No easy task. It's a really tough task. There's so many things to look into, a lot of details behind the scenes to get an event of this magnitude together, and yes, credit to the joint organizing committee heads and their teams for a wonderful job.
Then for the cricket itself, Andrew Pereira and Bajira Vijayagunawardena doing whatever possible. Charming Karunaratne took a match bag of 9 wickets to bowl Royal to a memorable victory in 2013, and he is now with his elder brother Niluka Karunaratne in the Oli Niluka Karunaratne Foundation that was formed yesterday officially after Niluka Karunaratne retired from badminton after 22 years.
Yes, coming from that sporting family, badminton and cricket, they have done a lot for the sport, especially badminton. Niluka Karunaratne, as you mentioned, I mean, we have grown up watching him play Sri Lanka at many levels and win many a game and trophies for the country as well. That's well taken. That's brilliantly taken. Finally a breakthrough for St. Thomas's. Pereira hangs on to that cord and ball. Ambampola trying to play on the up. And that came very quickly to him, got both hands. And he gets the breakthrough. He picks up his second wicket. He's been bowling at the stumps. He's been on that off stump. And he's created the opportunity. Pereira, but Ambampola, he hung in there for a long time.
That's the second return catch in not a long period of time. Second one taken, but he's done his part. Tremendous support role to his skipper Sinej Javadana for 36 Royal. 127 for 3 now in the 52nd over.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
So we have young Disanayak out there. He's the highest run getter for Royal this season. A lot of pressure on him. And the Thomians are at his ears straight away. I'm sure he's under pressure. As you mentioned, 550 runs, 11 games, good average. 152, we saw that knockout at the Royal College Grounds against St. Peter's. He played a superb innings. a young, good talent for Royal.
He can hit the ball straight. He can hit the ball over mid-wicket. He's a good player. Good hand-eye coordination.
But this is a different ball game. And St. Thomas's have just created that opportunity. So now they'll be looking to pile on the pressure on the new batter. Generally you get one. The second one comes quickly. That has been the pattern. So this is an opportunity opening for St. Thomas's to once again come back strongly. Ambampola trying to play down straight down the ground. Just could not get over that ball. Played it uppishly, but good catch, good reaction.
He must be so tired, he hardly reacted to that, the bowler.
But that's the end of the over. 52 completed, 127 for 3.
Crucial breakthrough for the Thomians. A much needed one to really break this partnership, which was motoring along pretty slowly, I thought, as I joined with Malinda. My take was post the lunch session, probably 20 minutes to see off whatever jitters and then go for some runs. But we see that the Royal batsman, especially Ambampola, got into a shell. Had he rotated the strike much more often, I don't think that scoreboard pressure would have kind of got the better of him, because we saw him try to take on Ashen Pereira after being kind of subdued for a very long period of time.
Yeah, so something that I noticed was that what's his name again? Ambampola. He was playing a very good support role with Sinet. I think he was trying to shift the gears and try to take a bit more attacking mode, which did not really go according to his plan. But I hope the batters who are coming next and thinking and knowing their role to support Jayawardene, the set batsman, and try to gain more runs given the situation right now.
Correct. I think the batsman who has come in, Yasin Disanayaka, highest run scorer of the season for Royal. Very steady batsman, playing his first Royal Thomian, his first proper season for Royal at the under-19 level, and he's been quite a handful with the bat. Usually bats at number 4, but considering what took place today early morning, Ambampola was promoted to bat at number 4, hence bringing Disanayaka 3 down.
He did a brilliant job, and they were 1 for 2, and they were struggling from the start of the day.
First runs for Disanayaka. He opens his tally at this Royal Thomian encounter. Diego bowling a very tight line, not giving anything away. That's 53 gone, 129 for 3 Royal.
Heels crest Naimere's sausages, the bite that bites back.
Chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chili රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය Chili Biscuits.
Pereira has kept things quite tidy and tight, I would say. Not given anything loose, just bowling up and down stuff, nothing threatening for the batsman, but no room with the wicket keeper actually standing up. Oh. There's a loud appeal for a stumping as we saw Disanayaka kind of losing his balance. And yes, they have gone to the third umpire.
Correct. Very interesting to see.
Okay, it's fair delivery. Let's move with the stumping.
Here it was
decide an angle for stumping, please.
Very good delivery.
Keep rolling, keep rolling. Keep rolling. Okay,
Straight down. The foot's
one
down.
Frame back.
Not a hard decision for.
Okay. Director, freeze it there. I'm happy. My decision is not out. Just focus the lights, please. My decision is not out.
Yes, so that was clearly an easy decision for umpire Hemanta Boteju. The foot was a tad bit in the air for about half a second, but managed to keep it grounded. Disanayaka seems to be having a bit of jitters, obviously playing his first Royal Thomian, amongst a euphoric atmosphere. It's not easy, Malinda, I say.
Correct. It's not easy. Having the beautiful crowd around you, a lot of music, a lot of loud music, and a lot of expectation from all boys of the colleges. It's a bit of a nervous feeling in the middle, but I remember those times, and what I thought to myself the time I felt nervous was like, just watch the ball, just forget about everything around you, just focus what's happening now and stay in the present.
I think a tactic that most batsmen tend to use when they come into the Royal Thomian is that they tend to talk to themselves a lot. I think what you're mentioning is also the same thing. You've got to speak to yourself and make sure you narrow your focus, because it's very easy with all what's happening around you for your focus to kind of get diluted and broadened. The more you speak to yourself, when I've spoken to a lot of batsmen, they say it narrows down your focus and you're just thinking of what you have to do next. Like you just said, watching the ball. That's priority number one for any batsman. And having those routines really help, especially in an atmosphere like this.
Correct. You quite rightly said the routine. Every player in any professional sport, they have a routine that they follow every day. So I think you train hard with your support staff and with your teammates. So I think when you come to big games like this for a college cricketer, you got to keep things simple and just do exactly what you've been training throughout.
Spot on. I think it really helps. I think once again, are they going upstairs? No, I think it's Jayawardene who just wants to part in a few words to young Disanayaka, who seems to be under pressure. He's been beaten twice comprehensively in this over. This was the latest one. Ball angling away, does not seem to be understanding the release point of Ashen Perera. It's obviously going away, and considering the ball more than 50 overs old, highly unlikely that he's going to get any seam movement. Oh, I think it's a probing over. It's been a really good over by Disanayaka. Beg your pardon, Perera. Disanayaka looking all at sea. Does not look very comfortable. It's been a really nagging line from Ashen Perera.
There was a little movement off the wicket, quite surprising to see, but from the start Papare has been very consistent with his lines and lengths, and this has been quite a difficult challenge for batters out there.
Excellent over by Ashen Perera. 54 gone, 129 for 3 Royal.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tiyanaka.
very important for Jayawardene to really calm himself down, you know, understand the situation, because the Royalists are still long way from the 297 that they have to initially target and get. The key is rotation of strike. I think that's very important considering the context in which Royal are in. Like we just mentioned at the break, 17 overs, just 24 runs. You don't want to give the message to the opposition that you're bogged down. You want to change your intent and show that you are here to get runs. I think that's what the Royalists need to do.
Especially a batter like Sinet Jayawardene, who would like to have the strike more often than not. So I think, personally, I don't feel like he feels comfortable being on the non-striker's end for too long. That can affect his rhythm of batting as well. So my initial thought would be Dissanayake to rotate the strike and give more chances to Sinet to face the ball and punish the bowlers.
Still, sure, quite a few butterflies in his stomach, Dissanayake. It's not easy. It takes time for you to kind of settle down when you're playing your first ever innings at a Royal Thomaian. And his cause is not helped because the Thomaians are bowling quite tight lines, not giving a lot of room, especially to the new batsmen. But the thing is, the way they are bowling, there is a possibility of a chance being created. So Dissanayake at some point in time would want to look for some scoring options, scoring opportunities.
I think Dissanayake need to move on to...
Ball is bowled through the gate. Fantastic delivery by Diego. You just saw that he was not comfortable whatsoever. Playing all around it through the gap between bat and pad and comprehensively bowled. Look really out of sorts, Yasinda Dissanayake.
Absolutely. I was just about to mention, it looks like he was in a mind frame of like defensive. So I was about to say like he needs to change his mindset to like look to score than being very defensive.
Ball just going on with the arm, playing the wrong line. He turned his bat, didn't present a straight bat. Had he did, the ball would have just met below, but unfortunately he's had to depart. Yasin Dissanayake, just one run, 130 for 4, Royal.
Heels crest Naimere's sausages, the bite that bites back.
In comes Royal's vice captain Ramiro Pereira, the centurion of last year's big match. That partnership, don't think many of us would forget. These are his numbers. The numbers speak for itself. 456 runs in just 17 innings with a decent average and a really good strike rate. He's only 17. A lot expected of Ramiro. He did contribute with the ball. Only time would tell whether he'll do it with the bat.
Yeah, if my memory serves right, I think last year's big match he got a brilliant 100, and he has those attacking shots in his bag. And I hope he will have confidence today with fresh legs. He got a bit of a break in the dressing room, so I hope he'll be able to play his natural game and give the support to Sinet to carry on batting from the other side.
Well left, no harm done. 55 gone, 130 for 4 Royal.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Task just got that much more harder for Sinet Jayawardene, the captain. the lone standing warrior for this royal outfit. He seems to be the only batsman that does not look to be phased with the Thomian bowling. He's got himself in. He's on 82. We'll see the replay of the last wicket. No demons. It was just a straight delivery. It stayed a tad low, but nevertheless a very poor shot by Disanayak, not presenting a straight bat. This time cut away, but there is protection in the deep. This is going to be an interesting battle with Ramiro Pereira, another batsman who usually is quite aggressive, who looks for runs. Very, very strong head, like I mentioned yesterday. I did say that after that disastrous start he is someone who can always come back, and he did prove himself by getting 4 wickets. So expecting a lot from Ramiro.
I think to start the inning, Ramiro need to run around in the sense like taking those singles and get your blood streaming and get your muscles, get the oxygen you need into your muscles. Then I'm sure when he knows that he's in a very comfortable position to take on the bowlers, I'm sure he'll able to do and deliver.
First ball is beautifully driven. That's going to the boundary for 4. Excellent start for Pereira. Second ball, that was in the slot. A delivery that was floated. A juicy half volley. Just pierced that gap between cover and extra cover for 4.
I think it's a bit of a poor bowling from the bowler, like, new batter coming in and just give a lovely full ball for him to stretch his arms and get those first boundaries out of the way.
Couldn't have asked for a easier delivery than that, especially with someone that's not bowling too fast. He's a very good young prospect, Pereira. Certainly does have the talent with the leg spin that he bowls, and with his abilities with the bat, certainly can go a long way in terms of his life in cricket.
Without a doubt.
Once again, this time it took the inside edge. That too is running down to the boundary, pierces that gap between deep square and fine leg. Another boundary, so that's 2 boundaries in the over. 9 runs in this Ashen Pereira over, who's been the main guy who's kind of kept things tight for the Thomians. All of a sudden, the scoreboard starting to tick. Now, this is what, when you come with that positive frame of mind, how things can slightly tilt in your favor.
True, and have that bit of a positive mindset to attack those full balls, and try to little things like keeping the rotated strike. That's a very well defense shot by Ramiro. It's 139 for 4.
Malinda, what do you have to say? I think takes you back down memory lane, walking through those hallowed corridors of a great institution that both of us have been a part of. And I'm sure the memories that lingers in your mind actually gives you goosebumps as you witness these pictures.
Absolutely. It's so good to see the college that you've been studied over 13, 14 years and played your cricket and met your best friends. And you build up long-lasting relationships with the people you have did things together in school days.
Absolutely. I think that brotherhood, the camaraderie that we shared during those 13, 14 years at college, something that you always would cherish, and memories that would never fade off. Diego has been impressive, I must say. He's kept things really tight, not turning the ball a great deal. But the pace at which he's bowling, that's what's impressed me. He's slowed it down, not try to dart the ball in. I think that's been the key feature, because what can happen is usually when things are just not going your way, you can tend to just bowl it fast. But he's given the ball air. Although he's not getting turn, he's looking for that bounce. And all in all, I think he's bowled exceptionally well.
Yeah, correct. I think right now what Thomas need to do, those two bowlers need to work on the partnerships. And if you try to leak runs from both ends, it's going to be a bit hard for them to come back later on the day, because wicket is set, ground is fast, and you don't want batters to get these runs so easy. So as long as they work together and build the pressure from both sides, you're letting the batsman to make some kind of mistake. So that's where you make little opportunities.
And that was an excellent delivery once again, because he tossed that one up, was not afraid to toss it up. That's the beauty of Diego. He's getting that ball above the batsman's eye line. That's when you give yourself a chance to get a wicket as a spinner. Or at least that's what we've been taught. Getting that ball above the batsman's eye line. Oh, this time asks for another stumping chance, and umpire De Souza is going to the third umpire. Apart from Sadev Soisa, no one else seems to have appealed with conviction.
There's few decisions has been gone to upstairs in this session so far.
Okay, it's a fair delivery. Can we move on the best side on angle for stumping, please? Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Okay. Satisfied. My decision is not out. Just focus the lights, please.
Not a tough decision for umpire Hemantha Batheju yet again. Pereira getting that foot back on time. So interesting, Ramiro Pereira is also looking for the runs. I think that's been something that the Royalists, need at this point in time. They can't afford to get themselves bogged down again. So the rotation of strike is going to be very crucial up until tea and even afterwards. See the highlights, the replay of that appeal again.
I think having quick bowling changes will help the other bowlers to have a bit of a rest. And of course, you don't want to give any opportunity for batters to stay in their rhythm and be comfortable. So you have to keep changing and do something different. And try not to let them settle in nicely. And
I think this is a good change with 15 minutes to go for tea. Caldera, the vice captain of the side, the most experienced campaigner in this pace attack of the Thomians, has been brought in, and a very good move by Pereira. He's looking to attack. He knows he has runs. He has a decent amount of runs to defend. A wicket here before tea would do his team a world of good.
the way Cyril plays, he's very comfortable. I don't see any reason he's struggling there, and he's very comfortable, and if the ball is there to hit, he will punish it.
Some lovely pictures that we are witnessing from the Royal College boys tent. The prefects on the fences gathering the young students to cheer the team on. An experience that we too once lived once upon a time, Malinda. Unforgettable.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I was about to ask you a question. So when was your first big match experience came about?
So as a kid, I initially would go with my dad to a tent wherever he went to. So I still remember it used to be the Ceylon tent at the time, which is now known as Teeds and Saddlebreads, as you can see from up here. So this would have been 1999, the year we lost actually. So I was there on the first day and I thought we got 288. I know, so that was my first game. The game, that was your first year incidentally as well. But my first experience in the boys' tent was in the year 2002 when I was in grade 8.
I'm sorry to give you that experience in 1999.
Never did I expect Royal to lose after having scored 288 with only 3 down.
Yes, I still remember. I still vividly remember. What a game. Even we didn't know we were going to lose after the first 2 days.
Yeah, I think since then, so that being my first experience, since then I've always been affiliated with the Royal Thomaian in some way or the other. So up until 2004 it was as a student spectator, 2004 2009 as a player, then from 2010 to date as a commentator. So it's been a great affiliation for me to be part of this traditional encounter and this tradition, and I don't know, lost for words in terms of the honor and the privilege that I've been given to be a part of this wonderful encounter.
Absolutely, 100% agree with you. We are so privileged to be in this encounter and also to be in the history of this game played between St. Thomas and Royal.
Tactics seems to be pretty clear. They want to bounce him. A few words also being exchanged between Pereira and Caldera. I think you can see it very vividly on your screens. 58 gone, Royal College 141 for 4.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
2 quick wickets to the Thomaians, and they managed to once again come back into this game. But Sinet Jayawardena, he's been outstanding, playing a real captain's knock. And he'll be looking now to bat till T, get to that 100 as well. T fast approaching, approximately another 12 to 13 minutes away. And the vice captain Ramiru Pereira, now he's had the experience, he's had a big match 100 here at the SSC last year, and he knows what it is about. But still, Royal will feel that they have a lot more to do, Banuka.
Definitely, Ricky. I think we are still about 150 runs behind the score, and the fact that we got bogged down after lunch is not the greatest sight to see. But hopefully, you know, these two are quite experienced, and Richard Pereira has got a century last year in the big match as well, so he knows how to get the big scores, and hopefully he'll get one big today as well.
So Sinet Jayawardena, on the other hand, has played sort of a different innings for what we have seen him generally in the past. He likes to go after the ball in, play the big shots, but he's really, you know, sort of bugged down and settled into this innings, knowing that his wicket is crucial, and for Royal to get a good first innings score. He's done the hard work. He needs to convert this to a big one, and incidentally, this is also his highest score in the Royal Thomaians. Both the Thomaian captain, Royal Thomaian and the Royal captain haven't got 100 in the Royal Thomaian as yet.
I mean, this would be the best occasion for him to get the century and lift the bat. What a better feeling than this, getting a century in your big match, and as a captain as well.
Diago picking up a 1 wicket. Hasn't picked up a lot of wickets this season coming into the Royal Thomaian. Used as the second spinner to Panavidana, but he's got the breakthrough.
Yeah, nevertheless, he got the important breakthrough.
Another dot ball, 59 completed, 142 for 4. Well, the hot chocolate is one of the favorites of our colleague Feroz Ahmed. Banuka, he's had quite a few so far today, and he keeps telling me, I will get you one, but I never got one so far.
Fero is always the same. He never gets us what he promised to get us.
Well,
He'll never change.
You know him quite a lot. Yes, Anchor. The hot chocolate as well as those cool milks are really a big hit on these humid days, hot and humid days. A lot of liquid is needed, and those refreshing milk options are certainly much needed at the Royal Thomian. Tell us, Bhanuka, it has been a number of years now since you played the Royal Thomian. Do you see any difference on and off the field from then and now?
Yeah, but it's been about good 10 years now, and but it's still the same for me. The very first time I stepped into the boys' tent was when I was in grade 5 or 6, and it still feels the same. And it's nice to see because the culture has been, culture of Roito and the turn up is amazing. So hopefully it'll be the same for the next 100 years. The only difference I would say is like the approach from the players is a bit different, Ricky. The day that we played, we used to always push for a result, whether we were underdogs or whether we were holding the shield for us. But the cricket trend has changed a bit during big matches. But I really like to see the trend that where we used to play aggressive cricket and force a result.
So that is something we all as spectators as well would love to see. We saw that in the last year Royal Thomian, how the Royalists really took the initiative. Manchanaka led from the front, played some aggressive cricket and got that victory for his team. And hope so that these two teams will push for that. St. Thomas is at the moment still probably ahead, and they really need to push the initiative. They try to buy a wicket, find a wicket from here onwards, and try to create some problems for the Royalists.
Definitely, but I think it's very important that Sinet keeps on batting like this, and he needs to show the aggressive intent, because if something happens to Sinet at this moment, St. Thomas is definitely that they're going to get the that's just aggressive bowling. That's what Caldera has to keep doing, because if you show any sort of loose balls to Pereira, I'm sure that he's there to punish you. So same with Sinet, that they just need to unsettle them, and that's one way to get rid of one of the batsmen.
The surfaces, do you think it has changed from then to now? I just feel after watching so much cricket, whether it's school cricket, test match cricket, club cricket, I just have that feeling that we'll come back after this delivery. Caldera, oh, that's in there! It has gone over the head of that lone slip fielder. Probably did he get a fingertip to that one, but Ramiro Pereira living dangerously. We were speaking about Caldera trying to bowl the short delivery. Pereira didn't hang back. He was fishing outside the off stump. Was that an opportunity that should have been taken?
Definitely an opportunity. This is what they need to keep doing, because as I said before, anything up on the front they will go for it, but anything short, they be tentative to go on for that.
Pereira lucky to survive that one. He's not going to hang back. We know how he plays his cricket. A mature head on his shoulders. We saw that last year as well, both with bat and ball. Another shortish delivery by Caldera. So yes, coming back to the surfaces, do you think it has changed over the years? You have played a lot of cricket here, Bhanuka.
SSC usually is one of the flattest wicket that we get in the whole country, and it's a batter's paradise. The only difference that I've seen in today's game is the bounce is not consistent enough. So this could be, this could be sort of an opportunity for the Thomians if they could keep bowling the short balls and one to keep low. The LBW is definitely going to be on if they bowl straight at the wicket. But the field that they have been given by the captain, they need to bowl short at Pereira. but there will be a time that we'll have to like attack the stumps also. So at that time, it's going to be tricky because of the inconsistency of the bounce.
60 completed, 147 for 4.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
So the Prima Kotumi Guess and Win competition is out. Log in on to ThePapare.com and you can find more details. A lot on offer at this Royal Thomian. Sinet Jayawardena, the under-19 captain, has shown a lot of composure in this innings. Didn't get a lot of runs in that under-19 World Cup. Then coming into this game, got 100, trying to get his way back in form, and this has been an impressive knock so far, Bhanuka.
Yeah, what better way to get in form than the big match? Because I remember back in the day when Dimut went on this World Cup, Dimut Karuratne. He didn't have the best of the tournaments, but he came back and he scored a brilliant 150 against Peter Wrights, and that opened the gates for him to play in the national side. So, you know, you never know, because this match is being watched by so many around the world, like so many millions of people are watching, and what a better way to like get back to form.
Yes, most certainly a lot of talent, a lot of expectation on young Sinet Jayawardena's shoulders. And there have been so many like that who have gone on to make it big, especially from your era. So many of them, 4 or 5 of them, I think, went on to play for Sri Lanka at different levels. So it's certainly big opportunities for both the teams, Royal and St. Thomas's. With probably the last over, maybe one to go. Yes, most probably the last over. Playing very watchfully, Ramiro Pereira.
He's definitely not going to take him on this over.
Yes, he's holding back. He loves to go down the ground, play that slog sweep. Takes it on the full this time though, and he gets it into the gap. Well, I thought probably that was straight towards that field. He'll get a couple of runs. Good commitment in the outfield. Cuts off the boundary. 2 runs to in the 61st over. 150 on the board for Royal College for the loss of 4 wickets.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. We KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Sumait Pereira having faith in his vice captain Nathan Caldera to bowl another over here. Oh, was playing outside the off stump, fishing at that one.
Surprising to see, Ricky, but still the ball. If you see it properly, the ball is still moving off the deck. So, I mean, it's very unpredictable the way that the wicket has been behaving. So, just keep attacking them, and you never know what's going to happen to them.
Is it something to do with the Duke ball as well, used at the Royal Thomian, Bhanuka?
Most probably, because I have not played much with the Duke ball, but the few matches that I played with it, it tends to swing and seam more than the Kookaburra does. So that's why I think they chose to play the big match with Dukes as well.
Oh, that's well bowled. Well bowled. I think he rolled his fingers over that. Slow delivery as well, but Jayawardena picked it early. He's certainly mixing it up on this kind of surface. You need to do that. It's a flat deck, as you mentioned. Good for batting. So you have to have and try all those variations.
Yeah, this is a time when your skills come to play. But I'm quite impressed with the bowling of Caldera. He has been having good control. He's been quite quick with his, sharp with his bounce as well, and he's got good movement. So hopefully we could see him more in action.
He's been one of the go-to bowlers for St. Thomas's this season. I think 38 wickets coming in to this game. He's been outstanding as an all-rounder in the last couple of years. Three more deliveries left now for Ramiro Pereira to negotiate. The stands are full, so have you been visiting those stands? I'm sure a lot of people to meet and greet.
Yeah, I think after this session I would probably go and meet a couple of my friends over the stands. And yesterday I was at Dialog 10, so it was full. And you know it's quite alright, it's always going to be full, Ricky. And I don't think I could come out early. So after this session I'll be meeting them and staying and greet them for a while.
Yes, umpire Chamra Soiza calling a no ball. The two umpires have had a good game so far. Two young umpires, Chamra Soiza and Chandrika Ambar Singh, have done an outstanding job. Quite difficult umpiring, isn't it, with this noise?
Yeah, to mention, especially the two of the umpires I played with them, as in they've umpired when we played, they've been quite impressive and very consistent with their decisions. So it's, credit should go to them when the way that they have been umpiring the big match as well.
Well, outside edge, that will go down to the boundary. He was looking to play that through the onside. Squared him up, Caldera coming round the wicket. And Ramiro Pereira has been lucky. A couple of them have gone through that area in this last couple of overs. He's got a couple of boundaries, but not in a fashion he would want. So Ramiro Pereira, especially with T approaching. Well, you have played a lot of cricket around the world and a lot of leagues as well. Generally, is it this noisy? Even at a T20 game, you have played the IPL as well. I mean, there are large crowds, no doubt about it, maybe bigger crowds, but is it this noisy?
No, Ricky, simple answer is no. I played all the leagues around the world, I played for the country, but I mean, nothing seems to be this loud, and I don't think anything will get louder than this.
There you go, the Royal Domain is the place to be, the SSC Grounds, the 145th Battle of the Blues.
Shot.
Beautifully played, Ramiro Pereira lent into that one, through that cover region. Half volley to end the second session of a play, and Ramiro Pereira moves to 22, along with his captain Sinet Jayawardena on 89. 62 overs completed, it's 160 for 4. It has been a good session. Yes, St. Thomas's have picked up 2 wickets, but the Royal have fought hard and made their way to tea thanks to their skipper once again, Sinet Jayawardena, leading the way like he did in the first session. He stayed unbeaten. He's played a very gritty innings, no doubt about it. He's stood tall for the Royalists when it really mattered. And like last year, like Dasis Manchanayaka did, this time it's Sinet Jayawardena leading the way for Royal. And the Thomians will feel, yes, we could have probably tried to get another wicket or two. They'll try be a bit disappointed. But then again, it's not easy conditions, hot and humid out there. The surface is good for batting. And it has been a good session. 31 overs, 71 runs, 2 wickets. 2.37. You will feel that Royal probably would have got a bit more Bhanuka in that session.
I would definitely like to see the run rate at least at 3 runs per over, because Sinet had been the batsman who had been set from the morning and he has seen the surface so well. He had spent so much time. but you know what's done is done. But I would have loved to see the score at around 191 to 185.
So there you go. They lost those 2 early wickets, Pirice and Ginage, but Ambampola batted well. 159 deliveries for his 36 until he was caught and bowled by Pereira. Disanayaka, their lead in run scored this season, fell for 1. But Ramiro Pereira, 22 of 22, his usual self, supporting Sinet Jayawardena, who is unbeaten on 89. 11 extras in that 62 overs, 160 for 4 Royal College. Akash Fernando picked up an early wicket for St. Thomas's with the ball. Ashane Pereira picked up 2 wickets for St. Thomas's, and Diago, the off spinner, picked up 1 for St. Thomas's as well. Those were the 4 wickets to fall. And this is the second session of play. Sinet Jayawardena with an offer, and he will punish you. That's been his game so far, whether it's short or whether it's full. He likes to go through that offside, and he's batted very fluently, no doubt about it. Powerful lad, very strong. Ambampola played a few good shots in his long stay until he was dropped as well. That was a corner ball that should have been taken, but didn't last too long after that. That was well taken by Pereira, the wrong-footed bowler. He's had a good game so far. Then that was a loose shot going through the defense. Diago. Ramiro Pereira came in, and he's played some delightful shots. He's been a bit lucky as well, a couple of outside edges, but then that's how he will play. He'll give you a chance or two, Ramiro Pereira, but he'll get you the runs as well very quickly. And that last shot to end the innings or to take the innings to the tea break was delightful. So we will be back after the tea break in approximately 15 minutes from now for the third and final session of day 2 of the 145th Battle of the Blues.
Live on the Papare TV and Dialog ViU app, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
මාව තමයි ගෲම් කරේ නෙක්ස්ට් කැප්ටන් කියලා ඇත්තම කිව්වොත්
2009 වර්ෂයේදී ජාතික කණ්ඩායමෙන් ඉවතට යනවා. ඔබ හිතනවාද ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස්ගේ පැමිණීම මේට හේතු වුණයි කියලා?
මම හිතන්නේ සෑම දෙයක්ම මම කැම්බල් පිටින් දැන් පටන් ගත්තේ. සනත් අයියා මම හිතන්නේ කියන්නේ කණ්ඩායමක ඉන්නවා කියන්නේ හයියක්.
අයිබුවන් තවත් ලෙජන්ඩ්ස් වැඩසටහනක් තුලින් අද දින අප හමුවන්නේ ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ තුන්වෙනි ඉරියව්වෙම දස්කම් දක්වපු ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඔහු ෆර්විස් මහරුෆ්. අයිබුවන් ෆර්විස්.
අයිබුවන් රික්ස්.
ෆර්විස් ඔබ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට පැමිණෙන්නේ වෙස්ලි විද්‍යාලයෙන්. අප දන්නවා වෙස්ලි විද්‍යාලය කියන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට පමණක් නොවේ සමස්ත ක්‍රීඩා ක්ෂේත්‍රයටම සෑහෙන ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකින් පිරිසක්ම දායාද කරපු විදුවලක් මහදෙවන් සතාසිවම් පවා පැමිණි වෙස්ලි විදුවලින්. නමුත් වෙස්ලි විදුවලේ ක්‍රිකට් ගත්තම පුංචි අවුලක් තියෙනව නේද? ඔබ තාම බිග් මැච් එකක් සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ නැහැ නේද?
මම හිතනවා මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ මම දැන් මේ ගොඩක් උත්තර දීලා තියෙනවා. තාමත් මට කියන්න තින්නේ ඇත්තම කිව්වොත් යම්කිසි පාසලක් එක්ක දැන් මේ පෞගිය අවුරුද්ද ඇතුළත අපි පාසල් විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයේ අපේ ක්‍රිකට් කමිටු එකේ මම ඉන්නවා. අපි සාකච්ඡා කරගෙන හිටියා. හැබැයි උනේ මේ කොවිඩ් එකෙන් ප්‍රශ්නෙන් පස්සේ ආයෙක පස්සට ගියා. මට කියන්න පුළුවන් සුබ වාරංචියක් තියෙන සමහර විට ගොඩක් දුරට මේ අවුරුද්දෙන් පටන් ගන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් මං ගාන කාලේ මගෙන් આવොත් රෙක්ස් මගේ ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතේ මං ගොඩක් රටවලට ගිහලා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවල තියෙනවා. ගොඩක් ක්‍රිකට් ගහලා තියෙනවා. මම ගහන ක්‍රිකට් එකක් තමයි බිග් මැච් එක. ඉතින් දුක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් අඩුවක් වගේ තේරෙනවා මට. ඒක මම ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ යන්න පුළුවන් මුදුනට මම ගියේ කෙනෙක් වශයෙන් බිග් මැච් එකක් ගාපු නැතිගේ පොඩි අඩුපාඩුවක් තියෙනවා කියලා ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම කියන්න පුළුවන්.
එළියෙන් අපිට බලනකොට මෑත කාලේ ප්‍රවණතාවයක් පේනවා වෙස්ට් විදුහලේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට වඩා රග්බි ක්‍රීඩාවට ප්‍රමුඛ ස්ථානයක් දෙන බව මේ ඔබ දකින්නේ කෙසේද?
ඇත්තම හරි. ඒකවත් මම හිතන්නේ 90 ගණන් සිට 96 වගේ සිට අපේ පාසලේ රග්බි කණ්ඩායම ඇත්තටම හොඳයි. එදා පටන් හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කළා. ගොඩක් ඇත්තට ටීම්ස් හොඳයි. ක්‍රිකට් වලින් බැලුවොත් අපි කාලයක් තිබ්බා. නැතුනේ හැබැයි පෞගේ අපි අවුරුදු 10ත් 15ත් අතර බැලුවොත් මම හිතන්නේ අපි එච්චර හොඳට ක්‍රීඩා කරලා දිනවා කියලා. හැබැයි අපි මම හිතන්නේ එක අවුරුද්දක් ඩිවිෂන් 2 එක චැම්පියන් වුණා. මට මතක නැහැ අවුරුද්ද මොකක්ද කියලා හරියට. ඊට අමතරව සබ්ස්ටැන්ෂල් ලොකු දෙයක් අපිට කරන්න බැරිලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අවුලක් තියෙනවා නැතුව නෙමෙයි. ඉතින් අපි වැඩක් කරන් යන අලුත් පුණුකරුවෙක්පත් කරා. එයාගේ යටතේ තව ඇසිස්ටන්ට්ලාපත් කරා. ඉතින් ප්‍රොසෙස් එකක් යන ගමන් ඉතින් එකපාර අපිට රිසල්ට්ස් පේන ගන්න නැහැ. බට් කාලයක් යනකොට අපි හිතනවා මේ අපි යොදවපු ශ්‍රමයට මොනාරි දෙයක් අපිට ලැබෙයි කියලා.
වෙස්ලි විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය කැම්බල් පිටිය තමත් සුවිශේෂී ක්‍රීඩාංගණයක් අපරටේ තියෙන. මොකද පාර යන ඕනම කෙනෙකුට ක්‍රිකට් මැච් එකක් යනකොට වාහනේ නවත්තලා බලන් ඉන්න පුළුවන්. මම තාම මේ දේ කරනවා. කැම්බල් පිටියේ ඔබගේ සුන්දර අත්දැකීම් ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරමු.
මම හිතන්නේ සෑම දෙයක්ම මම කැම්බල් පිටින් දැන් පටන් ගත්තේ. මම පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් පටන් ගන්නකොට මට අවුරුදු 8යි. මම ඉවරනකොට මට 19 මම හිතන්නේ අවුරුදු 11 මම හිතන්නේ මම අද වෙනතුරු සතිය සැරයක්වත් ගිහිලා සමහරව වෝක්යක් දානවා වටේ ගිහිලා ඒකත් එච්චර සුන්දර ගොඩක් දේවල් මට ඒ ක්‍රීඩාංගණේ වගේම පාසල් ලබා දුන්නා. ඉතින් රෙක්ස් කිව්වා වගේ ඇත්තම හරි විව ෆ්‍රෙන්ඩ්ලි ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකක් වටේ මිනිස්සු ඉඳන් වාඩිලා බලන් ඉන්න තරගයක් බලන්න පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් තරගයක් බලන්න මම හිතන්නේ ලස්සනම ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකක්. ඉතින් මතකයන් ගත්තොත් නම් සෑහෙන තියෙනවා. හැබැයි මම එකක් කියලා කිව්වොත් එක තරගයක් මම මතක විතර වේස් කුමාර විද්‍යාලයත් එක්ක අපි පළවෙනි නිමේ ලකුණු 60 පාට විතර අපි දැවී ගියා. ඊට පස්සේ වේස් කුමාර මම හිතන්නේ දවසේ වෙන 250ක් විතර ගැව්වා. දෙවෙනි දවසේ අපි මැච් එක බේරන්න ගහන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් අපි අන්තිමට මට මතක විදියට අපි 350කට කොයිද කඩලු 5ක්ද කොයිද ගියේ. මම ඒකේ ශතකයක් ලබා ගත්තා. ඉතින් මගේ මතකයට කෙලින්ම මේ තරඟය ඒකත් අපි අමාරු සිටුේෂන් එකක වේල්ස් කුමාරය හිටියා. ඒ කාලේ හොඳ කණ්ඩායමක්. ඒ වගේ ගොඩක් දේවල් තියෙනවා. නමුත් මේ තරඟය කැපිලා පේනවා.
ඔබ පුංචි කාලේ ඉඳන් ඉතාමත් සුවිශේෂී ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. වැඩි දිනෙකට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබෙන්නේ ලෝක කුසලාන දෙකක් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න අවුරුදු 19න් 15. ඔබ ඒ අවස්ථාවට හිමිකම් කියනවා 2002 වර්ෂයේ සහ 2004 වර්ෂයේ ඔබ නායකයා. මේ කුඩා කාලෙම තමන්ගේ දක්ෂතා ඉදිරියට පැමිණීම ගැන සහ නායකයෙක් හැටියට අයිඩෙන්ටිෆයි වීම සම්බන්ධව අපිට යම් කිසි දෙයක් පවසනවා නම්
මම හිතන්නේ ඒක පාසලෙන් ආපු දෙයක් රෙක්ස්. ඒ වගේ මම කියන්න ඕන දෙයක් තමයි මම පොඩි කාලේ මම හිතන්නේ අවුරුදු 11 විතර මම ක්‍රීඩා 4ක් කරා. රග්බි, පාපන්දු, බාස්කට්බෝල් සහ ක්‍රිකට්. පස්සේ අවුරුදු 11 දී තමයි අපේ පාසලේ ඒකට හිටපු ප්‍රිෆෙක්ට් ඔෆ් ගේම්ස් සහ විදුහල්පති සහ මගේ පියා ඒගොල්ලන් සාකච්ඡාවක් තියලා මට කිව්වේ ඒගොල්ලන් මගේ ක්‍රිකට් වල යම් කිසි දෙයක් වැඩිපුර දකිනවා. ඉතින් මට එකක් තෝරගන්න විශේෂයෙන් ක්‍රිකට් තෝරගත්තොත් හොඳයි කියලා. ඉතින් මම පියාගේ වචන කවදාවත් මම පිට දාන්නේ නැහැ. මම ඒ වචනේ ගත්තා. එතකොටත් මම අනිත් ක්‍රීඩාවලත් මම හොඳට කරන් හිටියේ. හැබැයි ඒ ගත්ත තීරණය මම හිතනවා තාත්තා මට පෙන්නපු මාර්ගය මම ගත්ත ඒ තීරණය අදට මම හිතන්නේ ගොඩක් පළ දුන්නා කියලා මට හිතෙනවා. ඉතින් නායකත්ව වශයෙන් බැලුවොත් මම හිතන්නේ මම කුඩා කාලේ සිට අවුරුදු 13 15 සිටම සෑම කණ්ඩායම් වගේ නායකත්වය දරලා තිනවා. ඒ වගේම පාසලේ ශිෂ්‍ය නායකුත් එක්ක. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ මට ඒක naturally ආපු දෙයක් කියලා මට හිතෙනවා.
දැන් ඔබ 2004 වර්ෂයේ 19 ලෝක කුසලාණයෙන් සති කීපයකට පස්සේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට එන්න වරම් ලබනවා. ඔබගේ මංගල ටෙස්ට් තරඟයේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ සිම්බාබ්වේ වල. දැන් මේ දේ සිද්ධ වුණු ආකාරය ගැන පුංචි දෙයක් අපිට පවසනවා නම් කවුද ඔබට කිව්වේ ඔබ ටෙස්ට් කණ්ඩායමට ඇතුළලා තියෙනවයි කියලාලා සහ ඔබ සිම්බාබ්වට යනවයි කියලාලා. ඒ වගේම අවුරුදු 19 තරුණයෙක් ඇටියට ඔබ කණ්ඩායමට එනකොට ජාතික කණ්ඩායමේ ප්‍රබල ක්‍රීඩකින් රාශියක්ම සිටිනවා. මාවන් අතපත්තු, සනත් ජයසූරිය, කුමාර සංගකාර, මහේල ජයවර්ධන, එතකොට චමින්ද වාස්, ටීඑම් ඩිල්ෂාන්, තිලාන් සමරවීර. මේ අත්දැකීම ගැන යම් කිසි දෙයක් පවසනවා.
මම හිතන්නේ ඒක සිහිනයක් සැබෑ වුණා කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන්. මම මතකයි 2003 දෙසැම්බර් මාසේ ඒ ටීම් ට්‍රයි සීරීස් එකක් ගැව්වා ඉන්දියාවල. ඉන්දියා පාකිස්තාන අපි මම හිතන්නේ සයිඩ් අෆ්රිඩි ගෞතම් ගම්මි මම හිතන්නේ ඒ රටවල් දෙකේට හොඳම ප්ලේයර්ස්ලාත් ඒ වගේම අපිත් හොඳ කණ්ඩායමක් ගියා. ඒක තමයි මගේ ජීවිතේ ටර්නින් පොයින්ට් එක එක්ස් මම කිව්වා 2003 ඒකේ ඒ පළවෙනි තරඟ දෙක මම සෙල්ලම් කරේ නෑ. තුන්වෙනි තරඟේ මම සෙල්ලම් කරා. මට මතක විදිහට එක කඩුවක් තුකද ලබා ගත්තේ. හතරවෙනි තරඟේදී මම කඩු 4ක් ලබා ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ අවසන් තරඟේ අපි දින්න. ඒකේ මම කඩු 4ක් කරන් තරඟේ වීරය වුණා. ඒක තමයි මගේ හයිලයිට් වෙන ලොකුම කියන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතේ වෙනස් වෙන්න හේතුව කියලා මම හිතනවා. ඒ ගිහිල්ලා ආපු ගමන් තමයි 2004 ලෝකුස්නාටේ තරඟවලට මම නායකත්වයට දරලා ගියේ. ඒක ගිහිල්ලා ආවට පස්සේ ආයි නවසීලන්තේ ඒ ටීම් සංචාරයක් ගියා වන් ඩේ 3කට. ඒ තුනෙන් දෙකක් තමයි සෙල්ලම් කරේ. ඒ දෙකේ මම හොඳට කරා. ඊට පස්සේ ලංකාවට ආවට පස්සේ තමයි සති දෙකක් ඇතුළත අපි මගේ මංගල ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ටුවර් එක යන්න වරම් ලැබුණේ. ඒක මට මුලින්ම දැනුම් දුන්නේ එවකට හිටපු සර් අජිත් ජයසේකර කණ්ඩායම කරුණාකරු. ඌ කතා කරලා මට කිව්වලා මට ඒ වෙලාවේ ජනිච්ච සතුරු නම් මට වචන වලින් කියන්න අමාරුයි. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ මතක සටහනක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒවා කිව්වා වගේ අර නම් ටික ලොකු නම් තිබෙ. ඉතින් මම පොඩක් බයෙත් හිටියේ මේ දැන් මේ මගේ වීරයෝ පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳලා. ඉතින් මම ඒගලන්ත එක්ක සෙල්ලම් කරනකොට ඒ වගේම ඒගලන්තේ ටුවර් එකක් ලැබීමේ යාමට ලැබීම ගැන ගොඩක් සතුටක් වගේම ගොඩක් නර්වස් වෙලා හිටියේ. ඇත්තම කිව්වොත් ඒ වගේ මේ ඔය වගේ නම් ටිකක් ලොකු නම් ටිකක් එක්ක සෙල්ලම් කරන්න ලැබිච්ච එක මම හිතනවා මගේ ජීවිතේ ලැබු ලොකු දායාදයක් කියලා.
2004 වර්ෂය කියලා කියන්නේ සිම්බාබ්වේ හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් එකක් ගහගෙන හිටියා. ඒ වගේම රටත් ඉතාමත් සුවිශේෂී. සති 7ක පමණ දිගට ටුවර් එකක්. ඒ වගේම ග්‍රවුන්ඩ්ස් දෙක තමයි මේ හැම මැච් එකම ගහන්නේ. බුලුවායු සහ අරාරි. අරාරි ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකට යනකොට ඔබට පේනවා දකුණු පැත්තෙන් තියෙනවා ප්‍රෙසිඩන්ට් මුගාබේගේ පැලස් එක. highly guarded. මේ අත්දැකීම සහ මම දන්නවා ඔබ කණ්ඩායමක් ඇටියට එකතු වෙලා වික්ටෝරියා ෆෝල්ස් බලන්න ගියා. ඔව්. ඒ අත්දැකීම ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් ඔබට සිදුවුණු මේ අත්දැකීම් ගැන යම් කිසි දෙයක් පවසනවා.
මම හිතන්නේ කිව්ව හරි හරාරේ තමයි ටෙස්ට් ඔක්කොම මුලින්ම සෙල්ලම් කරලා ඊට පස්සේ බුලවායෝ කියන්න පුළුවන්. බුලවායෝ ඉන්නකොට තමයි අපි මේ වික්ටෝරියා ෆෝල්ස් ගියේ දවසක් ස්පෙන්ඩ් කරන. ඒක සති 6 මාර්ග විතර සංචාරයක් ගියේ. ඉතින් ලොකු කාලයක් ලංකාවෙන් පිට. එතකොට දවස් 2ක් විතර අපි වික්ටෝරියා ෆෝල්ස් ගිහලා හිටියා. ඊට අමතරව හරාරේ ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකේ පාර අනිත් පැත්තේ තියෙන්නේ එවකට හිටපු ජනාධිපතිතුමාගේ ගෙදර නිල නිවස. ඉතින් සමහරලාවට නිල නිවසෙන් උඩින් උත් හෙලිකොප්ටර් යනවා හිටපු ගම. සෝ ඒවත් අත්දැකීම් අපිට ඒකත් අපි සාමාන්‍ය දකින්න.
That's what the Royal total looks like at tea on day 2 of this 145th Battle of the Blues at the SSC ground. The Royal captain, continuing from 50 not out, has added only 39 runs in a 2-hour session, but he's kept that innings together. after the two openers, Isula Giganage and Rehan Pires were dismissed for just 1 run total. And Ovina Abanpola scored 36, 126 run partnership for the third wicket. Then Disanayaka quickly departed himself, Yasindu, for just 1. But Ramiro Pereira has looked to be a little bit of a cameo. He has survived a few streaky moments. He's batting on a runner ball, 22, 11 extras, 164 with 62 overs completed. That means another 33 overs to be bowled today. Pick of the bowlers, Ashen Pereira 2 for 33. Akash Fernando had the initial breakthrough, 1 for 16, and Darian Diego 1 for 19 with the wicket of Disanayaka has done well. So it's going to be a tough ask for the Thomians if they don't pick up wickets. As we say, good evening to Damit Veerasinghe.
Good evening, Haritha, and good evening to all our viewers. This is the 6th session which is about to start. Here are the 4 wickets. Ashen Pereira, he was on the money from the first over itself. Then this was a beautiful delivery.
First Kiganage, then Pires. Now Abanpola, caught and ball.
Yeah, and the last wicket to be dismissed, that was Disanayaka. Maiden wicket in the big match for Darian Diego. It all eyes on this guy, Sinet Jayawardene, the captain.
He's had a wonderful big match. This is his third as captain. Best bowling, best batting.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Jayawardene. Now he just needs to stay focused, especially in this session. And from a Royal point of view, if Jayawardene and Pereira can bat most of the next 33 overs, Haritha, they'll be in business. From their point of view, I think they'll want to get closer to that Thomian first innings score at the end of second day's play. And then from there onwards, anything could happen. Still only 14 wickets have fallen.
Darian Diego, the 5th wicket partnership is 30 runs, 22 of them to Ramiro Pereira. Gives you some indication. He will be very watchful, Sinet Jayawardene. He will take his time to get to that 3-figure mark. There have been 3 big matches here at the SSC Grounds in the first innings. In both other games, there has been a centurion. Looks like it's going to be the same story in this Royal Thomian too. That is why you want your best set batter to be in business out in the middle as long as possible.
Jayawardene gets on to the 90s. It's a very tricky territory to enter, Haritha. 90s. We've seen many players fall in 90s. But this is where Ramiro Pereira needs to get his act together and make sure that the captain doesn't have any pressure whatsoever.
He can probably support Sinet because he's had that experience last time around.
Yeah, Ramiro Pereira also playing his 3rd big match. He's been very consistent in the Battle of the Blues series.
Excellent work so far from the Royal skipper. His ability to rotate the strike has been a commendable feature. Get going, always in the slot. As the first over after tea, and Royal have progressed up to 164 for the loss of 4 wickets.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Very good evening to you, Feroz Ahmed.
A very good evening to you as well, Harda. So the captain and vice captain both out there, they did bulk of the damage when they were bowling. Both got 4 wickets each, but what's pleasing to see is the captain, Jayawardene, has stood up when it mattered. Took 4 wickets and he's followed up with his main suit, which is batting, and he's looked brilliant out there. He's played his shots, but he's played within himself, and he's played the waiting game. It's unlike him. If you had followed him during the season, he's very aggressive and explosive, but the time he walked in, Royal was in trouble, and this is what was required for him to carry on, and carry on he has done.
Yeah, I think it's a flawless batting display by the Royal skipper.
Another beautiful shot off the back foot, but there's ample cover. But both sides have gone into a sort of a defensive mindset. Ashane Pereira is a wicket-to-wicket bowler, but he's not express. And with the ball getting old, I feel the Thomians can be a lot more aggressive. There's still so much of time left, there's so much of cricket left, and Royal is still not out of the woods. They're just 164 for 4.
They need to pick up at least a couple of wickets to put that sort of pressure on the batting side, but these two probably are the best to nullify that threat for Royal.
The ball, the loud appeal, and the finger goes up. No wonder Ashane Pereira was brought in. We all expected the express face of Kavindu Dias, Akash, and maybe Nathan to get the wickets, but here he is, beautifully bowled. Wide offs on the off stump, darting it in, wrapped him on the pads, and as we speak, the centurion in the 144th Royal Thomian departs. Ramiru Pereira for just 23 runs, a big wicket for St. Thomas's. St. Thomas's on a roll, Royal 5 down for 164.
Keel's Crest and I made his sausages, the bite that bites back.
Two batters out, LBW, 2 out bowled in this innings so far.
That clearly shows that St. Thomas's have been right at the stumps, bowling wicket to wicket. And the good old saying, you miss, I hit, either the leg or the wicket. So the new batsman Dinura, more known for his bowling prowess, but here he is, needs to support the captain, a left-handed batsman Dinura.
All because of this. Oh, missed it completely. Ramiru Pereira. Ashane Pereira now has 3 wickets. 31 not out is best. He scored 140 runs in 10 innings. But the big match is a different kettle of fish for all these stats, Feroz, you know that very well.
Especially when you're not, the first run matters a lot. There's so much of butterfly in your stomach, the jitters, and that one run makes a lot of difference.
34 runs added for the fifth wicket and 23 of them to Ramiro Pereira. I thought he had about 5 fours in that.
Just out of the off stump, left alone. Another good over comes to the end. Ashane Pereira completes his 19th over. St. Thomas's a royal 5 down for 164.
Last 10 centuries. I think you can go through that.
Well, I remember Danushke Dusurya. I was in the squad at that time. 136 beautiful innings. Sukita Senaratne and Maligaspe, my teammates, scored 104 and 140. Charit Fernando, a fighting knock when Royal.
Is he the
assistant
current,
coach?
yeah.
That's right. And Kusal Janit Pereira, famous name with 142. Ramukwella was belligerent. He scored 165. Some famous names. Kumara Siri, Surya Bandara, Manchanayaka, and Ramiro Pereira. So some centurions. The last centurion was Ramiro, who departed. And we have the skipper inching towards that 100. He just needs 8 more on 92 of 168 deliveries. He's been the lone defender. He's been there, led from the front, walked in when Royal were one down.
Yeah, one
That's
down.
right.
Darian Diego.
Oh, tosses it up, gets the inside part of the bat. An interesting field, a straightish. You can't call it a mid-wicket, a shortish mid-on.
Yeah.
A deep mid-wicket, a short square leg.
A very straight, short mid-wicket, someone would say. Yeah, he's testing the patience of Sinet Jawadana, Darian Diego. It's a innings of great character, concentration, responsibility on his shoulders. He's curtailed himself tremendously.
There you go, Apesh.
Oh no! 6 down for 164.
What have you done? Did all the hard work, and just as we spoke highly of him, he departs. Tossed up delivery by Diego. Admonishes himself. Diego was brave enough to toss it. The skipper wanted to go over mid-off. Well held by Ashane.
What a big wicket. I said he was testing his patience. I don't think this was Caldera who took the catch.
Well, it was Ashane who held on to that catch. But very smart bowling by Diego. Being the pick of the bowlers with Ashane. He has 2 to show for all his effort. But a big wicket of Jayawardena. 92 he made. Royal in a bit of a bother. 6 down for 164. And Netwin Dharmaratna walks in. A lot of chatter, a lot of talk going on. Plenty of things being said out there. Everyone's, I'm not sure they're laughing. They have a smile, but underneath that smile, I'm pretty certain plenty of words are being shared.
Yeah, I know. That's. I mean, you speak with your experience. Best score of 25 not out. Well, he's capable of batting. He captained the Royal second 11. Scored a half century. Bowled well. Held catches. Just a week ago.
Here he needs to put on a partnership. I think 2 quick wickets, 2 well set batsmen have departed, and that has brought in St. Thomas's back into this game. Well bowled by Diego. He's found the right pace.
Mahit Pereira is at short cover, but I'm surprised that there is no silly mid-off for forward short leg, or for that matter silly mid-on.
Well, I think that mid-wicket can be brought in to Silimidon, catching, adding the pressure, because St. Thomas's are on top.
Brilliant bit of fielding. You need that sort of stuff. And that's Nathan Caldera. Was at backward point. End of 65 overs. A wicket-taking one for Diego. 164 for 6 Royal College in reply.
Hot and spicy fun vibe එක විවර කරන්න beat එක remake කරන්නට වෙන්න හදවත බාවලා යන්න ගින්නර fashion කරන්න fun තුරන්න කොතුමි කික්කි කොල්ලන්න cream කොතුමි fun තමයි
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
I remember in the Thomian innings, after a 60-run 6-wicket partnership, 2 wickets fell without any addition to the total. Same thing, wicket number 5 and 6 going down in consecutive overs without any addition to the total in the Royal reply.
Both these batsmen, Dharma Ratna and Sena Ratna, are known for their fighting spirit, and I hope it comes good. Both are not. They need a partnership. Again, well bowled, but equally well played by Sena Ratna. He's off the mark. Should fetch him a couple of runs. Those first runs matter a lot. That should ease some pressure.
St. Thomas's will be very aggressive from now on. At least they should be. Somebody getting into a helmet. Where is he going to field? Sena the Bulankulama. Is he forward short leg, backward short leg? Not exactly backward short leg. Okay, we'll think backward short leg, yeah.
Straight at him, but doesn't field cleanly. Another single to Sena Ratna.
Mike Pereira from mid-wicket running around to do the fielding. It got a little bit gloomy. No danger of stopping play though.
Interesting what the leg umpire had to say to Smahit. A lot of chatter out there.
No. He was actually in the process of setting the field when Ashane Pereira ran in and bowled.
Goal! Oh, has he dropped it?
No, I don't think he took it. He probably held it off the ground.
Very good effort, but very good bowling by Ashane. He's right there, on and about, outside off stump, troubling the batsman Netwin. Very tentative.
Take a look at Akash.
Oh,
yes, could have been taken. Missed opportunity. Not an easy one though.
But at Ashane's pace, you need to keep low.
Yeah.
You should expect that. This is what happens when you have wickets, pressure being built, the fielding picks up. There's a lot of chatter, the fielders run in, put in the dives, and these moments too matter. I think the fielder Akash should have been a bit more prepared in anticipation. He stood up on that occasion. It was a difficult chance, but when you're on top, these catches need to be held as well.
A period that's going to put Royal under pressure. 66 completed. Royal in reply, 167 for 6. In 1990 and the following year, Royal recorded consecutive wins. We should get that again. We couldn't get through with it completely.
And had to wait for 15 years for the next win.
Okay. There it is. Thank you very much.
So Diego will continue. And Sena Ratna. I think these two have been the pick of the bowlers for St. Thomas's. Diego and Ashane. They haven't given away any loose deliveries. Bowled very tight, thereby adding on to the pressure.
Yeah, he doesn't have that height advantage, unlike, of course, Dinet Gunawardena, who also bowled his sort of deliveries, right arm off spin. But this guy is the leading spinner. Mahit Pereira can also bowl his off spinners with Diego.
And you've had your wish, Haritha. They've brought in the Silimidov, very attacking field. There's a slip, Silimidov, extra cover. And you need to match it with the bowling as well. And I think Diego has been spot on. I saw him in the morning and I told my colleague the two bowlers that I would find difficult is one, Ashane, because of his unorthodox style of bowling and the fact that he keeps wicket to wicket. And this boy impressed me in the morning as well.
67 completed. 167 for 6 Royal in reply.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you. Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. VKYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Moral victory for St. Thomas's after tea, sending back both the vice captain and the captain who were batting together, going in for tea. I mean, the tough gets going when the going gets tough. Sadev Soiza, message to his captain.
Just one big partnership. That was for the third wicket, 125 runs. But ever since that, Royal haven't managed to string in a big partnership. And now, 6 wickets down for 169 with that shot. A thickish outside edge. So very good bowling by Ashane Pereira. Continues to trouble the batsman.
See, if you're going to be too defensive, it's going to have a problem. Diego, very quick across the turf on that occasion. Just travelling quickly downhill towards third man.
I think this is better. Ashane Pereira was bowling around the wicket. He got the outside edge, bowling over the wicket. Netwin Dharmaratna is on strike. Here he is coming over the wicket. Slanting it across, left alone.
It's the mind game now. It's what you do with your skill, how you use it on your opposition, how you handle the pressure, how you use your skill as a bowler, as a batter. He's mixing it up. Ashane Pereira must be very confident with his 3-wicket haul now.
This is his 21st over. Done bulk of the bowling. And with his run up, the way he bowls, I think he can keep on bowling for a longer period.
That's well played. They should be doing this, not just blocking everything. It's still a very good batting track.
Royal trailing by 127 runs.
That's a lot when you consider the situation of the match now. I think the gloom should pass away quickly. Movement off the seam. End of another very good over, very well directed. 68 completed. Royal 170 for 6 in reply.
Chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chilliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා
අපි වදින අලුත්ම මාච්චි සේවරි රසය Chilito Biscuits
Keel's Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Yeah, it's gloomy. Full house, very colorful, it's very noisy right round the ground. Near capacity crowd watching the cricket, intense out in the middle. For the Battle of the Blues, it's the thing this weekend. At least a couple. Dharmaratna, you must be efficient as a batter too.
Well, that took the inside edge. No leg slip. So easy couple of runs. It's very predictable, but they're doing it very well. I think you find Diego bowling off spin, but going on with the arm, troubling the left-handers. And yet, both these bowlers have been effective in what they've been doing. I think the silly mid-off needs to be brought into a silly mid-on.
I'll tell you, I'll have two fielders on either side.
Absolutely. I think the mid-wicket can be brought in either to a leg slip or to a silly mid-on, and I think the immediate change is the bowler Diego bringing his silly mid-off to a leg slip fielder. I think he's better off getting the mid-wicket fielder towards a silly mid-on.
See, what happens, Feroz, is when you don't have somebody in front of you, in the back of the mind, you have the freedom to just even prod.
Absolutely. But again, slight adjustment.
Backward short leg now. Tight over, end of a tight over, 69 completed. Royal in reply, 172 for 6.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tianaka.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්මන්න ගිහින්.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
Yesterday in the session between lunch and tea, St. Thomas's made 75 runs for the loss of 1 wicket in 29 overs. Today, Royal scored 81 for the loss of 2 wickets in 30 overs in that second session of play.
So in other words, the second session has been very hard to digest for both teams. So a bowling change with Caldera being brought into the attack.
In place of Ashe and Pereira from the tennis court's end, occasionally he's been effective, but not overall.
Well, much was expected. Caldera seems to be the quickest out of the 4 fast bowlers, but doesn't have a single wicket in this innings. But it could all change. The tail enders batting at the moment, no recognised batsman. Dharmaratne is no mug with the bat, but doesn't have the sort of wide range that the rest of the batsmen have. Nevertheless, he's played some good fighting innings. He has a 50 in the mini battle as well, so should be having some confidence in his abilities. A good delivery, but equally well played by Dharmaratne. You can always expect that bouncer to come in anytime soon. Caldera has the pace to intimidate the tail end.
But I would prefer him to bowl in line with the stumps and use the Yorker, because Dharmaratne would not be that good to make contact with the bouncer. Like that, yes.
A good delivery.
The match organizers a hard task. They've done well. Arjun Vaidyasekara for St. Thomas's, Rehan Gunasekara for Royal. Royal are hosts this time around. Nicely worked his balance onto the back foot. Again straying down leg side, Caldera. Dinura Senaratne is not at the strike for quite some time now.
Very good delivery. Harita, you got your Yorker. Loud appeal. Batsman is unmoved. The bowler, the umpire is unmoved. That's what matters. Oh, going down leg. Very good decision. Nevertheless, a fantastic delivery. There was a bit of tail back into the left-hander. Caldera getting the ball to talk. It's still 70 overs old. Can you call it reverse swing, Harith?
I wouldn't do that.
Again, good delivery. The shape back into the left-hander, gets the inside edge, end of 70 overs, 174 for 6.
I study not just to change myself, but to make a change.
Everyone's end point is my starting point.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Conditions have drastically changed, Shash. What's your take on this? No major cloud cover, but it's got quite dark.
Yeah, clearly, Maujud. Definitely it's moving a lot more now. So it's actually favorable for the Thomians as of now, as we see the Thomian skipper bringing himself on to bowl. Mahit Pereira, 16 games, only 3 wickets, but you never know. Looking for that breakthrough. The first ball is driven square down to the deep cover area. Very elegant stroke there by Dharmaratne.
Welcome, Mr. Mahit Pereira, says Netwin Dharmaratne with a beautiful cover drive. Throw cover and extra cover for 4. Look at this, tossed up in the slot, thrashed between that small gap for 4. That's the attitude Dharmaratne should go about. This time taken on the full. Now between that gap of mid-wicket and mid-on, that's running down to the boundary. 2-2 for Royal. 4 more to the score.
Very optimistic change as far as I'm concerned, Harun. We had the off-spinner Darian bowling really well, capturing a couple of wickets as well. He was putting the pressure on. However, the Thomian skipper thought otherwise. Maybe he had his own reasons to do so. But so far, it has backfired.
Yes, juicy half volley, juicy full toss, beg your pardon, taken on the full. Much better delivery by Pereira, but fails to prevent a single being taken by Dharmaratne. So 9 runs in 3 balls would take the pressure a lot from Dharmaratne, who's actually got to 15 runs. He's shown a very positive intent as he came onto the crease. So has Sena Ratna. They would have loved to have had the sun out to get that pitch dry and kind of make it easier to face the fast bowler, but with Caldera operating with his tails up, I think these conditions are ideal for him.
Yes, exploiting the conditions is Caldera. The key significance of this Duke's ball is any time you can get that moment.
This is very good batting by these 2 left-handed batsmen. They are rotating the strike. That's what the Royal batsmen actually lacked in that first 1.5 sessions. Jayawardene, yes, did dispatch the loose balls, but if you look at the rotation of strike, that's been a cause for concern for the Royalists in these innings, which has led them to kind of get bogged down and put undue pressure. 71 gone, 184 for 6 Royal. Shake, Newdale's shake, drinking yogurt, something that we would really love to have at this point in time, Shash.
Why not? You could either eat it or drink it. As of now, I'd prefer drinking, but anyway.
But looking at, I think if you take into consideration the heat, the humidity, a much needed refreshment for the young boys, especially at the boys' tent. They've been cheering their hearts out for their respective schools, and kudos to the teachers and the prefects that have taken a monumental task to look after these young lads. No ball, that's off the pad, running down to the boundary. There is cover. Bolan Colombo with his shin pads on, patrolling that deep fine leg region.
Nathan Caldera really striving hard to get that line of his spot on with the movement that he's getting. He's looking for that LBW or a bold dismissal. He's been struggling to get the radar right, but I'm pretty sure if he does, he'll be a very handful for the next 20 minutes.
Loud appeal, not with conviction though. It was more of a half-hearted appeal. He's trying to get that ball pitching just outside the off stump to tail back in. I think Caldera has come back quite well in this spell. He has his tails up, bowling at a decent pace, and he cannot ask for a better conditions. Overcast, and the ball doing a little bit. Also, the older Duke's ball.
Again, straying down leg. If I was the Thomian skipper, I'd ask Caldera to come around the wicket because he's really struggled to find that line, the correct line that is needed with the swing that he's getting. So might as well go around the wicket and see what he has in offer.
That's a ploy that he could look at, but I think he poses a bigger threat if he can get that ball, that line right, especially coming from over the wicket, because then the batsman has to play. There's no room for him to kind of let that ball go. This time overdoing it, that's the line. He couldn't get the length though, but that's where he's supposed to be at, because he can see that gap Senaratne is creating.
Yes. Caldera trying his level best to make sure the Thomians finish off this royal inning and maybe even come out to bat later on in the day, extend that lead. Next one is pulled down towards a fine leg. The batsman not in control. However, they move through for a single. Senaratne moves on to 5. Dharmaratne on 16 of 26 balls. A partnership slowly but surely building on for the Royalist.
Interesting stats that you can see on your screen. If you look at the fall of wickets, 2 quick wickets in quick succession, and then that monumental partnership between Amampola and Jayawardene, and then we saw wickets falling in regular intervals, 4 for 130, the 5th and the 6th falling once again in quick succession. So that's been the concern for the Royalists. And like you mentioned, Shash, he's come around the wicket, but it makes it that much more easier for the left-handed batsman to kind of negate that movement, because the angle alone would ensure that he plays the ball.
Yes. One just wonders if Nathan has the other one too, if he can, you know, change the side of the shiny side of the ball.
It's the Prima Kothumi Guess and Win, a competition where you can win a hot and spice pack of Prima Kothumi. Oh, this is excellent bowling. It's an excellent delivery, also well negotiated by Dharmaratne. 72 gone, 188 for 6, Royal College.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. WeKYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances. Amazing.
Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Change of bowling. Abid Paranamidana been brought in from the far end. A lot was expected of him, Harun, before the encounter. He was the highest wicket taker for St. Thomas's, capturing 62 wickets. However, he's not really found his way at the big match so far. Could be a crucial contributor come second innings. But let's hope from a Thomian's point of view that this young lad, a 15-year-old, manages to get a couple of wickets. That will really help his confidence as well.
I think it's the right call from Mahit Pereira, bringing his ace bowler of the season, who's got more than 60 wickets. So he's full of confidence. Irrespective of whether there's a left or right-handed batsman in play, your best bowler should be able to bowl at any given time. And I think he's gone with the right option. Bringing himself on was not the best decision, but I think it's an opportunity, like you said, for Paranamidana to make further inroads into this Royal batting lineup and get some wickets under his belt to boost his confidence.
It's quite a tricky field set that Abid Paranamidana has got as a left-arm spinner bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. He's got no mid-wicket, neither a short mid-wicket nor a deep mid-wicket. There is a mid-wicket, but he's more towards deep square leg. That's a very square mid-wicket, if I may mention. There we go, easy pickings.
Smart batting by Senaratne. He's understood his field. It's very important that you play the field. And I think it's very impressive to see Senaratne playing his first game. He's not shown any signs of nerves. He's toiling it out there quite hard. Tough conditions, mind you. I think the Thomians have done well to maintain that Duke's ball, to keep on getting some form of swing.
I'd like to see the deep point fieldsman coming in, and maybe he could then get to point and the point going to short mid-wicket, because that will keep the batsman on strike for a longer period of time, hence building the pressure.
better delivery. Slow through the air. Ball on length. And that's the end of over number 73. 7 overs of St. Thomas's from the second new ball. 189 for 6 Royal.
He's gonna pop it and grab the number. That figure is sicker than ever. 6 so udin ada never. Hot and spicy cup is cinema. Prima kutumi pantamai.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor Drinking Yogurt. Gold hair and body wash shaker.
Come follow this game on the Papare HD TV channel 126. Caldera. Again struggling to find his mojo here. He's struggling to find his lines and length, especially while the ball is moving. And Harun, let me also add, it's in these times that you really ponder upon the previous day when the Thomians had the upper hand heading into lunch at 100 for 1 wicket, and at one point the score was 190 for 2. He kept on re-emphasizing that they should have, switched the gears. They should have looked at scoring at a much swifter rate, purely because they would have ended up having a better score of at least 330 to 340.
Completely agree. They should have definitely got there, considering the start that they had, and like you said, the platform they had laid out. That's the most crucial thing, laying that platform, and also for the fact that the openers and the top 3 had not actually had a great season, and they had actually laid the platform, and it was those batsmen in form that actually failed to capitalize on the situation that they were in.
Because the 30-40 runs that the Thomians missed yesterday could actually come back to haunt them tomorrow.
It's very good batting by Dharmaratne. He's not trying to hit the ball too hard, batting very sensibly, just timing the ball, toying with the fielders, and Caldera seems to be one frustrated bowler. Most of his appeals have been purely on hope than on conviction. As you can see on your screens, these pictures are brought to you on Papare, the HD TV channel number 126, papare.com, POTV channel 150, and ViU TV.
The Thomian camp pretty eager to somehow get a couple of wickets. The game is favorable for the Thomians as of now. Only if they could get a couple of more wickets, maybe look to finish the inning off.
Oh, that's hit him on the head. That's a good ball. That jacked back in too. Caldera giving him the stare. I'm sure they'll call as standard protocol. It's needed for the physio to come and take a look. Yes, that's hit him right on the grill.
That's nasty, very nasty, Harun. Have you ever faced some of these deliveries?
Oh yes, in this very ground. And I think we both played that match. A match between Chilau and NCC in that final.
Was it Arosh Jano? Yes, I remember.
I was asked to bat at number 3 at 5:30 in the evening. And with the first wicket falling down, the first ball I got smashed on the helmet, with the visor actually going in and hitting. Play stopped for 10 minutes. I had my eye to the size of a grape and batted on, and came on the following day, batted for another half an hour and got out. Got about 27 runs.
That's what this great game is all about. It's about fighting, battling on when the chips are down. That shows the character within, especially with these young school boys, aspiring cricketers, want to do well for their alma mater. The challenge is on. Netwin Dharmaratne. Let's see what he's made out of now.
He's got nerves of steel. He was the captain of the Royal College tennis team. So he's someone who has decent hand-eye coordination. and that's really helped in the game that he's playing, helped him in his cricket, especially batting. He's been that lower middle order batsman that's always come and scored those important runs when the chips have always been down, and he's doing the same, he's playing the same role here. But it'll be interesting to see what is running on his head. Poor follow-up delivery by Caldera. Should have been much more better. 74 gone, 192 for 6 Royal. This is where the pictures are brought to your screens. I think the infrastructure, the setup, the hard work, the long hours that has been put much before this match started. A big round of applause and kudos to the Papare production crew and to every single member playing different roles in this setup to bring these wonderful pictures to your screens. Thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about ladies, Shash, it's International Women's Day.
Yes.
Maybe a shout out to all the very important ladies and women out there.
100%. I should be very careful of what I say, but I'd say, yeah, 100%.
I'd start off with my mom and my wife. That's an easy option to start with.
I'd actually go to my mom. The first interaction that I had.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think I saw this famous quote which says there is no hero, the word hero, H-E-R-O, without her, H-E-R. So I think all ladies do play a very crucial role in different facets of life. And indeed, a happy International Women's Day to all of you folks out there.
Very watchful Senaratne. He's been there for 29 balls. He's doing what he's supposed to. Hold and end up.
This time he goes, takes the aerial route, but the eyes cover in that deep mid-wicket region. Oh, the chance of doesn't collect that ball. Oh, comedy of errors in the middle. Akash Fernando first fumbled. Senaratne came almost halfway down the pitch. Parnavidana failing to collect the ball cleanly. That would have been a run out. Look at this.
It's very important to stick to the basics as a cricketer. Parnavidana never expecting that. However, finds out that the batsman is nowhere near. Now what is the basic? To be behind the stump. Did he do that? No.
Very poor game sense, game awareness. Highly questionable, Shash.
I think he didn't expect the batsman to go for a couple of runs because, I mean, it felt like even from over here, it's going to be an easy single. But because of the fumble, they tried for the second one.
But a chance gone down begging for the Thomians. 75 gone, 193 for 6 Royal.
Chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chilliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වා දෙන අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය Chili Biscuits.
Cheer up කරමු අද තින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි තියනකම්
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
I'm sure that missed chance must be lingering in his head. Don't you think, Shash?
Very much. The youngster, 15-year-old, should actually forget that moment. These things happen in cricket. The skipper is livid.
You can see it on his face.
Rightly so, but these things actually can happen in cricket, especially with these youngsters being involved. They need to be switched on, not the easiest thing. Far easier to compare and comment on all of this from over here, but sometimes we got to understand they're schoolboys. Some of them 15 years of age, so
true.
Let's give it to him.
It's only with time that they mature, and as we speak there's a change from the tennis court, and Pereira, the highest wicket taker thus far for the Thormians, has been brought back in, probably to put the brakes. I think the Royalists were scoring quite convincingly. They kept the scoreboard ticking, but this is excellent stuff. He's just slanting that ball away from the left-handed batsman, not doing too much, getting the batsman to actually make the error.
Ashan Pereira, what a star. No one expected this. Everybody thought the Calderas, the Dias and the left-arm fast bowler would actually do the bulk of the bowling and capture most of the wickets. But it's been Ashan Pereira who's done it.
This time beautifully glided away. That's running down to the boundary. 4 more to the score. That's beautifully stroked by Senaratna. Didn't try to hit that too hard. This time playing it late. I think that's the crucial point, especially when you're facing someone as unorthodox as Pereira. Waiting for that and playing it at the last moment. Huge gap between cover point and that sweeper cover for finally the ball reaching the boundary for 4.
This is what desperation could cause, Haroon. They seem very eager for that next wicket. If you look at their body language, they're trying so hard, ever so eager. But they need to keep on doing the basics. They need to, understand that wickets don't just fall into place unless you do the basics.
Much better delivery, a good follow-up delivery by Pereira. I think for a left-handed batsman, especially with Pereira running in over the wicket, at the point of release, it's like the ball is being released outside the leg stump. So naturally as a batsman, when you are facing the bowler, the tendency is that, okay, you have to bring your bat and play at it before you start realizing that the ball is going away from you.
If you closely analyze his bowling, there's a slight variation. The big booming in-swinger, his hand is, the release point rather, is more towards the left of the screen, but his stock delivery is a bit more upright. He goes a bit more wider of the crease as well when he's swinging that ball considerably.
Very crucial partnership for the Royalists. His 7th wicket has brought them 34 runs, very important 34 runs, bringing to an end over number 76, 198 for 6 Royal.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස අතහැරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? LED Full HD UHD Smart. 32 ඉඳන් 55 නෙමෙයි 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංග.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. දිවෙන පුරා සිංග ශාඛාව වෙත එන්න.
This is the match summary thus far. St. Thomas's yesterday being bowled out for 297. Royal 198 for 6 after having sitting pretty at lunch. They've lost quick wickets at regular intervals, and the Thormians definitely having the upper hand at this moment.
Darian Diego been brought back after that over from Paranavidana. The keeper identifying that he could pose a bigger threat against these two left-handers on strike.
I like this young chap's bowling, Shash. He's not afraid to toss that ball up. Not a big turn off the ball, but he's banking on the bounce of this wicket. As you can see, it's very slow. He's getting that ball above the batsman's eye line, which is very crucial. And I think he's also got his silly point placed at the right position. Sometimes getting that fielder position the correct place is also sometimes is challenging.
And he's been very economical as well. Into his 16th over, 24 runs conceded and 2 wickets under his belt. So he's not only bowled attacking, he's been quite economical as well.
This time short, quite comfortably cut away, and batsman easily cross over for a single. Good batting here by Senaratne. I think if there was one batsman that could have kind of taken the attack to Diego, it should have been Sinet Jawardena. But one thing that we didn't see from Sinet is him using his feet. It's not basically to come down the track and hit over the top, but at least to come down the track and look at those gaps, because a batsman of his caliber could have easily done that to really upset Diego.
Surprisingly, I didn't see any of the Thomians doing it, neither the Royalists. Anyway, it's 77 overs done, 199 for 6 Royal.
රුපියල් 25000කට සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් බහඬ කට්ටලයක් The Chance Sports Burrell.
Ashane Pereira continuing to keep things quiet. These two have been very economical. Into his 23rd over, his economy rate has been good. His strike rate also has been good. Just to let our viewers know that the big club grounds at Mount Lavinia celebrating 100 years. The centenary is being celebrated by the college with a triangular T20 tournament that features teams from St. Thomas's, Royal and Trinity. That will be next Tuesday and Wednesday. The state-of-the-art newly constructed dressing room facilities will be also available for the players. And that's something that Director of Sports Dinesh Kumar Singh, who is the head coach, has been working very hard over the years. Have you seen it, Feroz?
I saw on social media. Would have loved to be playing to use the facilities. I'm sure the Thomians must be quite thrilled to use the newly made available facility.
Yeah, if the under-19 ICC Cricket World Cup was played in Sri Lanka, I think England and a few other countries was supposed to have used the Mount Lavinia facility as their base, training base.
So Ashane Pereira continues to probe the off stump. He's got into a good rhythm, but equally matched by these two batsmen, Dharmaratne and Senaratne, who managed to get into double figures. Royal inching towards that magical 200 mark on 199 for 6. This time well left by Senaratne. Another probing over comes to an end. 78 overs gone, 199 for 6.
Introducing Sri Lanka's biggest Google TV collection from Singa. Endless entertainment is now at your fingertips with many more options to explore. Millions of shows, movies and games, plus all your favorite streaming apps in one place. Choose from global brands and experience tomorrow's entertainment today with Google TV from Singa.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
17 overs still to be completed. The partnership for the 7th wicket now 35 runs. The DS Senanayaka Challenge Shield on offer. This was at the opening ceremony. Toss won by the Royal captain. Because Mahit Pereira called it wrong. But Stumps has had to bat first. What a sight. The Royal College boys stand absolutely jam-packed. Been hot humid afternoon. The camaraderie, the music, the fellowship. It's a family gathering. The school cricket encounter, Feroz. But the tradition is such that this is a different situation altogether. You've got to experience it to know it. The montage of photos there, shot selection going with the coverage of ThePapare. Eagerly awaited 3 days of absolute fun and frolic.
And many ensure that they keep themselves hydrated as well, Haritha.
They would be.
Back to proceedings, it will be Diego to continue, bowling his 17th over. It's been very impressive, Diego, coming round the wicket to the left-handers. Not afraid to toss it up. He's found the right pace to bowl on this wicket. There's not much of turn, but somehow he's managed to trouble the batsman.
Yeah, earlier in the week, Kumar Borrellas, who's synonymous with Tomian cricket, that's 200 for Royal. Well judged, quick single, 200 for 6. Yeah, Kumar Borrellas, who's done a yeoman service even as a coach, was felicitated at the Maitland State Room of the Mount Lavinia Hotel. A decent gathering. Dave Watmore was there, Michael Tissera was there, so many others. Grateful, thankful former cricketers, giving him a portrait and a college crest. He was in tears, mind you. Such a lovely gentleman who also played for CCC.
Again on the off stump with the right amount of pace. Diego continues to impress. He's been impressive with his line and length. He's found the right area, the right zone, and keeps bowling, getting the batsman to come on to the front foot. Another over comes to an end. Royal trail by 97 runs.
Excellent fielding at extra cover, from extra cover. That's Tisena Haliogoda. $201 for 6.
The star of Royal College, Sinet Javardhana, faced 172 deliveries for his 92. Took a liking to every single bowler who bowled at him. Nathan, Akash were not spared. A good mix. It was equally good against the fast bowlers as well as the spinners. 13 fours, but with 8 runs short of that century to remember. He departed 4 wickets, missed out on his 5-wicket haul, and in the first innings, missed out on his century.
Yeah, sometimes you never achieve what you're destined to achieve. It's a way of life. You will know it and learn it through cricket.
Nevertheless, he's led from the front, and at the end of the day, how you lead the team, the ultimate outcome of the match matters more than personal milestones. And he will be thrilled if these two put on a bigger partnership. They've managed to hang in there. A bowling change with Dias being brought into the attack to bowl his 8th over. So the St. Thomas's captain, ringing in the changes, is looking to get a wicket. He knows last 2 recognised pair, and if he can get through this, it will be the tail, and with the Royal Tomian pressure, anything could happen.
The light show has started, and it's quite visible around the ground because the light is not very bright at the moment. No problem for the cricket though. Another well judged single. Mahit Pereira covers up.
This is very good cricket by these two batsmen. Pinching the signal. You need to rotate, get the other batsman on strike. Played with soft hands. A loud call, and no problem getting it to the other end.
He's in some discomfort. Probably the ball hit his knee. It was thrown in very fiercely at the stumps at the non-striker's end by Tisse Nehaliyogoda. Caldera walked up to him. He's limping. Obviously, he needs some assistance at the end of this over.
Some interesting signs, not positive signs if you're from the Royal camp. The ball keeping low, they've got to bat second, and with a lead of almost 95 runs, things are not looking great at the moment. They can only hope these two bring them closer to that St. Thomas's first innings total of 297. Here's Nadvin, again on the shorter side. A good call by striker Senara. Another single by on this occasion. The score moved to 203. Good bit of cricket by these two batsmen. They're not looking for the boundaries. They're happy to take the single and consolidate their position.
Partnership 39 runs.
Statistician brought in a very interesting perspective. 5 of Kavindu Dias's big match wickets have come from the opposite end. That's the Vidya end. This time he's opted for the tennis court end. I think partly the reason is because Diego seems to have found a good rhythm bowling it from the Vidya end. So I'm sure the captain doesn't want to upset that.
He understood he has to get through those two, so no point in having 2 medium paces from both ends. This is very heady batting. Partnership now on 40 for this 7th wicket. And they have played the bowling on merit without much.
Your embrace so warm, let me stay here for a while. With one more bite of Revelo for sunshine.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
The pledge, a tidy amount now. When it comes to that 1 million mark, There's something to celebrate. It's a great initiative by Dialog Asiata, the premier telecommunications provider and leading promoter of Sri Lanka sports, as they call themselves.
So a double bowling change. Diego been taken out of the attack. And have the Thomians opted for the new ball? Yes. We've been told that the Thomians have been quick enough to opt for the second new ball. 80 overs completed and the captain had the choice to go for the new cherry. And Akash Fernando has been brought back in. He only had that first spell of 6 overs. Got a wicket for 16 runs. Loves to bowl with the new cherry. An ideal time to come in. There is a bit of cloud cover, and when the sun sets, it's the perfect time for a fast bowler to come in and try his best. This time on the shorter side, he needs to be bowling a lot fuller than that.
The two left-handers have batted with authority. That is a key aspect of this partnership. It could put pressure on St. Thomas's, Rohan Soiza and Charit Fernando, whether they want to bat on positively. Yes, that's batting positively.
It was pure timing. Senara, sloppy fielding, sloppy bit of fielding there. Fetches Senaratne boundary. That was gently pushed. Waited for the ball to come in. The batsman played it late. Played it to the gap. Not much of pace. Just timed it beautifully on the front foot.
Giving chase is Tise Nahaliyogoda. See what he does now. Through him, right through him. All that effort.
Some tired legs out there. They've been there for 81 overs. This time Apish again driven into the gap. Good batting by Senaratne. But this time the skipper Mahit runs across. A comedy of errors in the previous delivery reminded me of how the Pakistanis field.
Come on. There's a wonderful scoreboard at the SSC. It's digital. Good thing about it is you can pick up what's in there from a long distance. See the background, some interesting geographical locations.
Oh, he's edged it. Fell short of the wicket keeper.
See, the second new ball in the very first over has brought 3 boundaries for Dinora Senaratne and Royal.
The healthy edge. Dying on the keeper. The keeper had no chance. That gap between wicket keeper and slip.
This is profitable for Royal.
Slowly and surely, they are wiping away that deficit. Just 83 more runs, and this partnership is already 60 runs. Yes, your calculations are correct. 50.
How about that stat for you? Akash Fernando has picked up 6 wickets bowling from the Vidya Mouth end in the big match series, including the one today. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Tired legs all right. That's an expensive over from Akash Fernando with the second new ball. 81 completed. Royal in reply. 218 for 6. Yeah, the ground staff has done a wonderful job. KG Kamal Seri, head groundsman, Mahesh Bopage, the ground manager. It's a thankless job. They prepared a very good wicket. Almost 300 runs for St. Thomas's and Royal, 218. What's Dilhar Pereira of Papare asking from Mahesh Bopage?
"14 runs off that previous over, Akash's first over after getting hold of the new cherry. Dinura didn't want to watch and wait, willing to dispatch the loose delivery, and then quickly wiped out 14 of the deficit. The deficit stands at 81 at the moment.
Kavindu Dias was used for an over. Now with the second new ball, Ashwin Pereira back in the attack.
Two slips and a gully. A packed offside field for Shane against the two left-handers. Again in the gap. That should fetch another boundary. Some streaky runs. The new ball is creating chances, but in the process, the Royalists are nicely moving along. They've got some runs in the last 2 overs.
More than some runs.
There you see thickish outside edge.
Between the second slip and gully, unprotected third man. Yes, runs. On a double Nelson, the score for Royal for the loss of 6 wickets.
Loud appeal. Good bit of bowling by Ashane. Slight deviation off the wicket. Big gap between bat and ball. Double Nelson on the board. Double Nelson is creating some chances and panic amongst the batters. Oh, that kept low. In the bottom part of the bat. Dharmaratna on 22, Senaratna on 31. Royal were in deep trouble when the 6th wicket fell at 164. But these two batters have got in and put on a partnership, and slowly but surely are tilting the pendulum towards Royal.
They batted with authority. That's the good thing about it. Bowling, played the bowling on merit. Didn't try to do too many things, be too aggressive. Try to cut down on the mistakes as much as possible. Error-free cricket. That has been their forte. Wide outside off stump from Ashwin Pereira. 82 overs completed. Royal in reply, 222 for 6.
Introducing Sri Lanka's biggest Google TV collection from Singa. Endless entertainment is now at your fingertips with many more options to explore. Millions of shows, movies and games, plus all your favorite streaming apps. One place. Choose from global brands and experience tomorrow's entertainment today with TV from Singa.
Yeah, crowd watching the cricket, intense. They have every reason to be happy. It's a game of great historical proportions. The tradition related with the Royal Thomaian is to be cherished.
Diego will bowl with the new ball. Knight has assessed the conditions and brought in Diego. Senaratne has looked composed and assured. On the shorter side, punched off the back foot. Well fielded by
Aliagoda.
This is a good move. I think he's seen enough of what the ball has done. Opted for Diego. There is a harder nut. Some on the legs. Batsman will be disappointed to missing out on that occasion.
The mid-wicket boundary is vacant. Mid-on, mid-off, inside the 30-yard circle. So he can't afford to bowl near the pads of Senaratne. Diego is mindful of the fact. Will the slip come into play? Dinet Gunawardena is the one standing there.
So far he's been on the shorter side. The older the ball was, he was not afraid to toss it up, but with a newer ball, he seems to be bowling with a flatter trajectory and on the shorter side.
Bowling from the edge of the crease. Chandrika Amarasinghe is not agreeing with the bowler. End of 83, it was a maiden over.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. We KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
12 overs remaining. That's a lot of cricket. They go at 3 runs and over. Royal can still get to 250.
Well, it's been slow going. Royal, they've gone under 3 runs from many part of the game. It was almost 2.5 runs per over. Oh, good delivery.
Yeah, it was quite evident when you consider the fact that Sinead Javadhan scored only 39 runs in 2 hours between lunch and tea today.
The post-lunch session has been the most difficult part for run making. For some reason, I think both teams have pulled back, regrouped, and kept it tight.
Hard grind. It's not aggressive cricket from both teams, but it's been a fight right through.
Another quick single. Very good cricket. That's good to see. These two batsmen have a good understanding. Played with soft hands straight towards point, but the two batsmen were prepared to take the single. Dharmaratne moves to 23, Senaratne on 31. Senaratne strode in with purpose. There was confidence when he walked in his abilities at this time. Not afraid to play his shots. Drives it powerfully.
He's batting with a lot of freedom now, with reassuring confidence. Aliagoda was under pressure to keep the ball from passing him. It was hit straight at him though. Yes, you got to work hard. Pereira has been the pick of the Thomaian bowlers. He has 3 wickets to his credit.
The Royal prefects enjoying themselves. And we've got the photographer trying to capture the moment.
Yeah, the photographer says it's a thankless job. Hard grind. Neatly played. At least a couple. There's no fine leg. Akash Fernando from slip had to run around. That's how you rotate the score and get it going. Couple of extras. 2 leg byes signaled by the umpire. 84 overs completed. Royal in reply 225 for 6.
සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා භාණ්ඩවල මිල අඩු කළා. සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් භාණ්ඩ කට්ටලයම 23900යි. ක්‍රිකට් බෑගයක් නොමිලේ. The Transport Borella.
Don't wanna miss 1 second of this pouring rain, pleasing my soul. One more bite of Revelo for the rain.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
7th wicket partnership, 61 unbroken. Dharma Ratna and Dinurasena Ratna. 225 for 6. Royal fighting hard at this stage after losing their skipper after a well-made 92. Dharma Ratna hasn't had many runs behind his name this season. 23 now to his name. And Sena Ratna, he's played impressively. His first big match. It has not been easy under pressure. He's come good so far in this innings. Brought into the side as a bowler, but he's contributed immensely. And Ashan Pereira 3 for 50. Well, things have been a slow Malinda for Royal, but steady in a way. They have played the situation. I thought after losing those 2 early wickets today, they were really under pressure, and the captain played a brilliant knock, isn't it? Unfortunate not to get 100 as a Thomaian. I still hope that he got 100. He really deserved it, but that was a brilliant 92.
Correct. There's a incident in the middle. I can see that he's the wicket keeper. Yes, he was struggling with some sort of injury. I hope it's nothing serious.
Sadev Soiza, who made that superb 87 yesterday, is carried off the field. Unfortunately, he's sustained an injury. I wonder who's going to take the gloves as the reserve wicket keeper. So Avinash Fernando, who is in the reserves, will take the gloves, I think, behind the stumps. Avinash Fernando is the second 11 wicket keeper for St. Thomas's. But hope Sadev Soiza will be okay quite soon to come back tomorrow, definitely.
Thanks, Ricky. I think, as you said, there's quite a little bit of a little partnership going for Royal. Dharma Ratna and Sena Ratna is doing really well for their college and try to build up towards St. Thomas's score. So what I would do is like try and get close as much as possible to the main score, then to get some quick runs and try to put some pressure to St. Thomas's.
Yes, certainly this partnership has proved good because their low order hasn't done much in the season as well. So this partnership certainly has helped the Royal. Dharma Ratna showing the grit of the Dharma Ratnas they have done in the past in the Royal Thomaian. His father and uncle were top players for Royal at many years ago.
Dharmaratna, Yasas Dharmaratna and Dinesh Dharmaratna, and I think they were really tormentors of the Thomian side in the years they played.
I think Yasas is quite a good hard strike off the ball, but I never had a chance to play with them, but I've heard a lot of stories.
As kids at St. Thomas, I remember watching the game from the boys' tent in those years gone by. As the youngsters, very young at that age. Kamani Perra, our co-commentator, knows a lot about the Dharmaratnas. Played alongside them as well. And young Dharmaratna here showing a lot of grit for Royal.
Thick inside edge, down to square leg and change the side to the batters.
The surface, Malinda, a touch slow, but still good for batting, isn't it? If you do the hard yards, there's runs on offer.
To be honest, I haven't seen anything abnormality in the wicket, so it's quite straightforward, quite flat wicket to bat on. So, of course, as long as you cover your lines and with the mindset of like scoring runs, I'm sure you'll be in a better position.
That's a good shot. Beautifully executed. He had to beat that shortish extra cover, and the mid-off-field placement was absolutely perfect from Dharmaratna. Another boundary to his name.
I think these two boys are in the right mindset to accelerate the runs and try and get the maximum before end of play, and put St. Thomas's into bat first thing in the morning. You still have 3 sessions to go. Anything can happen.
So this game is so unpredictable. Nothing is done until the last ball is bowled. So 85 completed, 233 for 6.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්මන්න ගිහින්
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
රුපියල් 25,000කට සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් භාණ්ඩ කට්ටලයක් The Chance Sports බුරැල්ල.
It's been a long spell in these hot and humid conditions. Into his 26th over for Shane Pereira. This is the role he was given to play, to keep one end going, to keep one end tight. He's bowled brilliantly. 3 for 50, just 2 runs per over. It has been excellent stuff under these conditions.
Economically, he has done really good job. At least he has just kept one side with very minimum of runs. Close call, yes.
Oh, we were just speaking about Shane Pereira, how persistent he has been, how accurate he has been. He's been at the batters, and he was brought into this side because he's generally good against the left-handers, and the Royal have a host of left-handers. He's picked up another one after a great innings by Senaratna. He has to depart for 33.
He thoroughly deserved that wicket. He has keep bowling the same lines very consistently. He got the results he wanted. One more wicket under his name.
Dinura Senaratna departs for 33, caught by Fernando of Pereira. 233 for 7.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Bulan Veeratunga, he has the experience, 9 games, the score 44, but into his third year of this Royal Thomaian. He's been here before. He'll have to use all his experience now. Generally, we have seen when one wicket falls, another follows quickly. That has been the trend, but he has to be very careful now.
To be honest, at this moment, if any team wants to get a positive result, they have to have a positive frame of mind, in my opinion. Even though they have lost wickets, they still need to get some quick runs and try and get the maximum before end of play and try to put St. Thomas's into bat first thing in the morning. That's my opinion, actually.
They have to minimize the lead as much as possible. And still another 60 odd runs behind, 64 runs to be exact. So Royal have a bit to do with approximately 9 overs remaining after this one. That was that last wicket to fall. Pushing at it outside the off stump, a good catch. He's just come in there. He's suddenly had to put his pads on, helmet on, and come out and do the wicket keeping. And he's held on to a good catch, Avinash Fernando. Now a bit of injury to the batter. Now what happened there to Bulan Veeratunga? He's done a bit of damage to his ankle. Is it, or his foot?
Probably he twists his ankle, looks like of it. Just to let you know, cricket fans out there, out of Sri Lanka, these guys playing under really hot weather, and I'm sure they feel those tiring legs and they're trying to do their best. These are 17, 18, 19-year-old boys who are trying to play 3-day game under hot weather.
No, I had a batchmate just I met him at the Coles tent, and he was telling me his kid is just 7 years old, just started playing cricket, and he's at the boys tent, and he has told him in the afternoon session at lunch, Tati, one day I want to play there. Isn't it? It's a dream, isn't it, Malin? The childhood dream to be here at the Battle of the Blues.
This is what's all cricket about. Be an example for young generation and making them want to play this game.
So much motivation. We're watching the Royal Thomaian. It doesn't get any better. Full house. Lots of noise. I was chatting to Banuka earlier. He has played cricket around the world, and I asked him, does it compare to any of those leagues you play T20 cricket? And he said, no, this atmosphere, there is nothing louder than this, than the Royal Thomaian. So it's so much to look forward to.
Absolutely right. It's not only cricket. This is the time of the year that the friends, families comes together to experience these 3 days of cricket.
Ashen Pereira deserves the fifer. He's bowled brilliantly. Malinde said earlier he's been very economical, but in between he's picked up 4 wickets. He got that early breakthrough. He's been chipping away. He's been the go-to bowler for the Thomaian captain, Mahit Pereira. And when brought on, he's broken those partnerships. Remember that caught and bowled he got early as well. So he's done brilliantly in this game, playing his first Royal Thomaian in his last year. Unfortunately, didn't get a game last year. Played the 50 overs, did well, deserving.
He has been very patient throughout all the sessions today, and this is the results. Remember, if you have the patience, if you have the level of fitness to keep going and hitting those lines, you will get the results. 234 for 7.
He's gonna pop it around the Nova. That wicket is sicker than ever. Six so udin ada Nova. Hot and spicy cup is cinema. Prima kotumi, pantamai.
There's some discussions going in the middle.
Is it something to do with the light? Umpire Chamara Soiza and Amara Singha having a chat with the bowlers and the captain Mike Ferrer. 9 overs to go. I think it's something to do with the light, Malinda. Maybe they want Mahit to bowl the spinners instead of the fast bowlers. Oh, he's taken the bells off. I think the light meters, they have an indication on the light meters. And if the light meter says this is the level, unfortunately they have to stop the game. So
for my naked eye, it looks all fine, but I'm sure there are some,
I think there is a certain standard that they have to maintain. It's an umpire's decision. It's not call off of play, it's just suspension of the game due to light. Temporary suspension. So they have to wait and see. It's very unfortunate. They have 9 overs to go. There is a cut-off time as well. We have approximately around another 40 minutes to go before the scheduled cut-off time.
Unfortunately, this situation will not help both teams. And Royal will lose the opportunity of getting extra runs. But as well as Thormians will have the opportunity to won't have the opportunity to get more wickets off Royal. So
I also wonder if the umpires gave the option to Mahit Perera to bowl the spinners instead of the fast bowlers. Really not sure about that, because he was going to bring on Caldera, and then the umpire had a chat to the bowler and said the light is not good enough. I wonder if he persisted with Panavidano or Diago, it would have been different. But the news from the centre here at the 145th Battle of the Blues at the SSC. Players stopped due to bad light on day 2 with 9 overs approximately to go to. Very unfortunate when you look at the weather we have had over the last couple of weeks. I mean, it has been scorching hot, and this was the least and not expected. Bad light to come into play, but really bad luck. And the game was well in the balance, as the umpires have called for bad light. You could see the Thormians just outside the boundary line there with the coaches having a chat. It's been a long, hard day, not certainly easy.
I guess it's good to have a bit of a break as well, just to relax your legs, those tiring legs, and hydrate yourself.
But from where we are, Malinda, and looking at the skies, I don't see it really brightening up as well, isn't it? Unless there is some difference and the sunlight tends to come out of those bit of grey skies. The early wickets, Ginganage was out without scoring. Peer is for 1. That was a big one. But Jayawardena, he's played a superb knock, richly deserved 100. Out for 92. Ambambola hung in there for a long time for 36. Disanayaka, he was out for 1. He'll be disappointed. Ramido Pereira had his share of luck, could not continue, out for 23. Sena Ratna, that was a good knock, I thought. Fought hard for his 33. And Dharma Ratna is still there unbeaten on 29 with Veeratunga on 1. 18 extras, 234 for 7 in 86 overs. Malinda 4 for 51 to Ashen Pereira. He was superb.
He's well deserved. I think he deserved 5th wicket as well. So let's hope he'll be able to get that 5th one. And if you see the bowlers' performances over there, the highlight of the lineup is Pereira, who's done a brilliant job, as well as Diago as well. And if you see, Pereira has been supporting his other bowlers as well, and basically building the pressure bowling on the consistent lines that has really helped St. Thomas's to take 7 wickets of Royal.
It's Panna Vidana. There was a lot of expectations, but no wickets for 22 in 9 overs. He'll be disappointed. He was the lead spinner. And Dias and Caldera, they have been the second and third highest wicket takers this season, but unfortunately they haven't come good. So the 3 leading wicket takers in the season, Caldera, Dias and Panna Vidana, hasn't picked up a wicket in this big match.
That's a very interesting point, Ricky. I'm sure they felt like they haven't done the job how they wanted to do, and they're probably waiting for their second chances in the 4th inning.
So these are the wickets to fall in this session. First to go was Ramiro Pereira, then the skipper Sinat Jayawardene after a brilliant 92 caught at mid-off, a rush of blood, and few good shots in between. Dharma Ratna in particular look good, hit the loose ball into the gaps, didn't try too many fancy shots along with Sena Ratna. They built up a good partnership and ensured that Royal didn't crumble after their skipper got out, and that 50-run stand certainly helped Royal to this situation. There was a bit of luck as well that went their way, but they fought hard. The players who grind it out looking for the 1s and 2s, and that was a good shot, that last one before he was dismissed, and that was the caught behind Ashane Pereira picking up his 4th wicket until Bad Lloyd stopped play.
Covers, looks like covers are coming into the pitch just to make sure if there's any rain. I don't think there'll be any rain, do you?
Yes, we'll take a look at the summary as well. St. Thomas yesterday 297, so it's 83, Guruvardhana 50, Caldera 44, Jayawardene and Ramiro Pereira 4 wickets apiece. Royal 234 for 7, Jayawardene brilliant half century, Ambampola 36, Sena Ratna 33, Pereira the pick up the ball at 4 for 51, Diago 2 for 35 and Fernando 1 for 30. Royal trailed by 63 runs. Coming back to your question, yes Malinda, I don't think the light is going to improve. It doesn't seem to me that the light will improve, but there is a cut-off time, so the umpires have to wait till that cut-off time before they make a decision. So we will have to wait and see as well. So that's the situation from the SSC Grounds. Play has temporarily stopped due to bad light. So we will be back soon as we have some information from the center.
සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්බන්න ගිහින්
නෑ
වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
Royal versus St. Thomas's 47th Mustangs Trophy. 16th March at SSC. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. 145th Battle of the Blues. Royal versus St. Thomas's. 7th, 8th, 9th March at SSC. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. St. Sebastian's versus Prince of Wales. 39th one-day encounter. 10th March at Pisara. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
It's quite an atmosphere. Rugby's greatest championship. Ball to set. Goes on. Marcus Smith must be on the away line. This time, go Scotland. Good work from Durham and the winner. This is astonishing. That is a moment.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ බංග්ලාදේශ තරග සංචාරය 2024 උද්ඝෝෂක කර T20 තරග 3ක් එක්දින තරග 3ක් සහ ටෙස්ට් තරග 2ක් මාර්තු 4 වනදා සිට අප්‍රේල් 3 වෙනිදා දක්වා Dialog Television ThePapare TV ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්. Dialog ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ නිල අනුග්‍රාහක.
Catch the action of the Sri Lanka Tour of Bangladesh 2024 live. Enjoy 3 T20 matches, 3 ODI matches and 2 Test matches from 4th March to 3rd April. Live on Dialog Television, ThePapare TV. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team. The history maker of sport. Innovative, incomparable, unleashing an experience. The Papare TV. On the Papare TV and the Papare TV HD. On channel number 63 and 126. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
ශ්‍රී ලාංකීය ක්‍රීඩා විකාශනයේ මෙතෙක් අත් නොවිඳී නව්‍යතම අත්දැකීම් සමගින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ විඳින්න නරඹන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Thurston versus Isipatana. 44th limited overs encounter. 17th March at Pisara. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all.
Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Come on, everyone, let's make some noise with our loudest cheer for this momentous day.
Let's go. Tata Women's Premier League starts February 23rd. Live on the Papare TV HD and Dialog ViU app, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Youth එකට සෙට් වෙන්න ඔයාලත් කැමතිද? Youth Plus.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ youth එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
England back to conquer India? Or will India wield their might? The cricketing showdown of the year. England takes on India in an epic test series that promises passion, rivalry and unforgettable moments. England Tour of India, 2nd February to 11th March, live on the Papare TV and Dialog ViU app, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
ඉන්දිය ආධිපත්‍ය බිඳලීමට එන ඉංග්‍රීසීන්. ඉංග්‍රීසීන්ට පසු නොබසින ඉන්දියානුවන්. එංගලන්ත කණ්ඩායමේ ඉන්දීය සංචාරය ටෙස්ට් තරඟ 5කින් සමන්විත ද්වන්ද්ව සංග්‍රාමයේ ආශ්වාදය. පෙබරවාරි 2 වෙනිදා සිට මාර්තු 11 වෙනිදා දක්වා සජීවීව The Papare TV සහ Dialog ViU app ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
119th Lovers Quarrel. Richmond versus Mahinda. 15th and 16th March at Galle. Live on Dialog TV channel 127, Dialog ViU app and thepapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
මාර්තුවේ උන්මාදය. සූදානම්ද බිග් මැච් වසන්තයට. පෙබරවාරි 24 දා සිට සජීවීව The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU app සහ thepapare.com, ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
March Madness is back. Are you ready for the big Match Madness? March Madness, live on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Live on the Papare TV and Dialog ViU app, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Royal versus St Thomas's, 47th Mustangs Trophy. 16th March at SSC. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU app and thepapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. 145th Battle of the Blues. Royal versus St Thomas's. 7th, 8th, 9th March at SSC. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU app and thepapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. St Sebastian's versus Prince of Wales, 39th one-day encounter. 10th March at Pisara. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
It's quite an atmosphere. Rugby's greatest championship. Beautiful ball to set. Goes on. Marcus Smith must be for the away goal. This time, go Scotland. Good work from Durham and the winner. This is astonishing. That is a
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ බංග්ලාදේශ තරග සංචාරය 2024 උද්වේග කර T20 තරග 3ක් එක්දින තරග 3ක් සහ ටෙස්ට් තරග 2ක් මාර්තු 4 වනදා සිට අප්‍රේල් 3 වෙනිදා දක්වා Dialog Television ThePapare TV ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්. Dialog ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ නිල අනුග්‍රාහක.
Catch the action of the Sri Lanka Tour of Bangladesh 2024 live. Enjoy 3 T20 matches, 3 ODI matches and 2 test matches from 4th March to 3rd April. Live on Dialog Television, ThePapare TV. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team. The history maker of sport. Innovative, incomparable, unleashing an experience. The Papare TV. On the Papare TV and the Papare TV HD. On channel number 63 and 126. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
ශ්‍රී ලාංකීය ක්‍රීඩා විකාශනයේ මිතෙක් අත් නොවිඳී නව්‍යතම අත්දැකීම් සමගින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ විඳින්න නරඹන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Thurston versus Isipatana. 44th limited overs encounter. 17th March at Pisara. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Tata Women's Premier League starts February 23rd. Live on the Papare TV HD and Dialog ViU app, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Youth එකට සෙට් වෙන්න ඔයාලත් කැමතිද? Youth Plus.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ youth එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ThePapare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
or will India wield their might? The cricketing showdown of the year. England takes on India in an epic test series that promises passion, rivalry and unforgettable moments. England Tour of India, 2nd February to 11th March, live on the Papare TV and Dialog ViU app, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
ඉන්දිය ආධිපත්‍ය බිඳලීමට එන ඉංග්‍රීසීන්. ඉංග්‍රීසීන්ට පසු නොබසින ඉන්දියානුවන්. එංගලන්ත කණ්ඩායමේ ඉන්දීය සංචාරය ටෙස්ට් තරඟ 5කින් සමන්විත ද්වන්ද්ව සංග්‍රාමයේ ආශ්වාද.
Welcome back to the SSC Grounds, and unfortunately it's bad news. Play has been stopped for day 2 here at the SSC in the 145th Battle of the Blues, the Royal Tomian, due to bad light. Well, it has been an excellent day of cricket, of course, and no one expected that the bad light will come into play. St. Thomas has put into bat 297 yesterday. Superb half century by Soiza, his highest score for the season. Dinesh Gunawardena 50. Caldera 44, Sinet Jayawardena and Ramidu Perera picking up 4 wickets apiece, and Dharmaratna chipping in with 1 wicket. Royal in reply today, 234 for 7. Sinet Jayawardena, the captain, a superb 92. Amampola supported him with 36. Senaratna made 33. Pereira outstanding 4 for 51. And Diago 2 for 35. And Akash Fernando 1 for 30. Royal still trailed by 63 runs on day 2. Though the cricket has been stopped here in the centre, the entertainment, the atmosphere will continue outside those boundary lines. It's really happening. It's lots of noise, music all over, and the young and the old are celebrating in grand style. This session we had 24 overs, 74 runs, 3 wickets. Royal had improved on their run rate, 3.08. They were well below 3 runs per over in the second session, so it's much better for them this session as well. Malinda, a final call before we head over?
Yeah, certainly. So you can see they try to gain the run rate and get closer to the St. Thomas's figures, but unfortunately the light hasn't helped. So I hope tomorrow morning with those fresh legs from both teams and have a task to complete in the middle. So you still have 3 sessions. Anything can happen in the 3 sessions.
Yes, thank you, Malinda, for joining us once again for today. Hope we'll see you tomorrow as well. And there is the sessions for today. First session was shared. Second session went to Royal, and the third session once again has been shared as well. So it's equal. We could call it so far. 2 sessions to St. Thomas's, 2 to Royal, and 2 have been shared. What will happen tomorrow? We'll have to wait and see, as Malinda said.
Absolutely, and love speaking to everyone, and have a lovely evening.
Yes, it's not over. Damit is down there in the studios with the final touch-ups.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the second day's play here at SSC Grounds. The 145th Battle of the Blues cricket encounter between Royal College and St. Thomas's College. We've seen 2 exciting days of cricket here at Sinhalese Sports Club. To discuss about the 2 days of cricket played today and yesterday, I have got a gentleman with me who has played 5 Royal Tomian cricket encounters and captained Royal in 2007 and played 2 after he captained also. Harun Mawjood. Harun, welcome to the Papare. Exciting days cricket, but result wise we are pretty much heading to a draw, isn't it?
Exactly. I thought Royal would have an approach where they would be a bit more pragmatic and optimistic going for the runs. I thought they were about 20 to 25 runs short in each session. Ideally 100 runs per session would have really helped their cause to get them to a formidable position, which I personally felt Royal lacked. But then again, considering the situation they were in, 2 down with just 1 run on the board, I thought that consolidation was much needed. Although Ambampolo took a lot of deliveries, that's where I thought the Royalists actually clawed themselves back into this match.
The Royal captain Sinead Jayawardene, Harun, leading into the big match, there were little concerns that he hasn't been scoring that much. He had a kind of an average under 19 World Cup also, but here yesterday and today he stood out, especially today with that brilliant knock of 92 of 171 deliveries. Just talk us through about his innings.
Yeah, it wasn't the usual Sinead Jayawardene that we've been used to. It was much more subdued, controlled. I thought he assessed the conditions perfectly well. He understood the situation. I think that was the key factor, because usually he's someone who has a one way of playing. In terms of changing the gears, it's either it's 1 to 6, but today we saw him gradually increase and improve his tempo as he went on about his business. There you see some glorious strokes, nothing too rash, nothing too harsh as well. Just a lapse of concentration in those. When he was at 90, probably they call it the nervous 90s. The fact that there were 2 wickets that fell in quick succession also would have added that much more pressure onto him. For him to kind of go after that ball which got him out.
You would have spoken to many guys who have got out in 90s. Have they explained to you the feeling after being out in the 90s?
Yeah, I think it's something that cannot be expressed in words, because you don't get an opportunity every day to get 100 at a Royal Thomian. So it's like a cardinal sin, they would say, getting out in the 90s. Then again, that's cricket. But all in all, when the chips were down, I thought Jayawardene really put his hand up and showed the other side of how he actually can bat. We've always and also known how good he is in terms of using that long head and playing aggressive cricket. But today he really assessed the conditions and played an excellent knock, judging the situation of the game and giving that support for Royal to get to where they are now.
Royal are still 63 runs behind. Ashane Pereira, the wrong-footed bowler for St. Thomas's, picked up 4 wickets. We'll take a look at his 4 wickets. Harun, how do you see his bowling, especially with the keeper up to the stumps? He was a real menace to the Royal batters.
Absolutely. I think if I put it in 2 words, he just kept things simple. It was very up and down stuff, but he made sure the ball did the talking when it mattered. Obviously, they're playing with the Dukes, and I think the Thomians did a really good job in maintaining that ball as well. He always got seam movement. As you can see, most of the wickets were when they were pitched in line with the stumps. So basically, with the concept of you miss, I hit, it was either the stumps or either the foot that he was targeting. And I think he looked the standout bowler, even though they had the Calderas and the Diases. It was Ashane Pereira that really pegged the Royal scoring and created that sense of frustration onto the batsman.
Harun, also we need to speak about that partnership for the 3rd wicket. They were 2 down for just 1 run. Ambampolo and Sinead Jayawardene. You said Sinead he was a little subdued because of that particular reason. But that partnership, how Ambampolo helped Sinead also and helped Royal come out of the shell. Just explain us about that partnership, especially Ambampolo's and Sinead Jayawardene.
Absolutely. I think in the context of Royals batting and the score that they have put on, that indeed played a very crucial role for them to get to where they are currently. Although Ambampolo took a lot of time, we understand that he consumed a lot of deliveries. That support and that maturity was very important, because both of them have played cricket from a very young age. They are buddies in school, and the fact that each other knew the other's game well, I thought he played a big role in actually keeping Sinead calm as well. If there was any other batsman on the other side, don't think Sinead would have played the kind of knock that he did today. So Ambampolo's role today, the fact that he held 1 foot up and provided that support, that morale boosting support to Sinead, is what I thought was crucial in that 100+ run partnership.
Also, when at one stage Royal was 6 down, after that big partnership, couple of wickets fell. The way the lower order batters, especially Netpin Dharmaratne and Senaratne, they added 69 runs for the 7th wicket. Harun, At that stage, if the remaining 4 wickets fell quickly, then the Thomians would have had the upper hand. From a Royal point of view, that partnership for the 7th wicket also helped Royal to stay in the game.
Absolutely, I think spot on, Damit. Then Royal lost the 5th and 6th wicket in 2 consecutive overs. The Thomians had their tails up, and the way Senaratne and Dharmaratne batted, absolutely fantastic. I thought they showed a lot of gut, and they batted very relentlessly, if I may put it in that way. Senaratne especially, because playing his first Royal Thomian, he ran onto the pitch when he actually came on to bat, and it was good. The body language was always there, and you knew this guy was there up for a fight. He may not have got that 50, but that 30 plus runs that he scored, really valuable. And Netwin Dharmaratne has done this time and time again, especially during the season, because you see, if you look at the Royal performances during the season, the top half did not score during the first half of the season. It's always been the lower middle order that's been pulling the team through from a batting point of view, and Netwin Dharmaratne has always been that standout performer for Royal, giving those contributions when it matters. And today is also another example of the result that he shows. I think the fact that he's a good tennis player also has helped him in his batting. Has great hand-eye coordination, doesn't move the feet very swiftly, but seems to have very supple wrists and knows how to accumulate his runs.
From here on, Harun, now we only have another 3 sessions left. Only 17 wickets have fallen in this game so far. How do you see day 3 panning out tomorrow?
I think it's going to be very interesting, Damit, because in terms of a result, it's still on. My personal opinion is it's still on, because when I looked at the way the pitch behaved, we saw the ball starting to keep low. The spinners who actually gave it a bit of grip getting turned. The odd ball doing a bit off the seam, because both teams are using the Duke's ball, because you have that very upright seam. You always bring the fast bowler also into play. So it's going to be a very interesting 3rd inning for St. Thomas's, because if Royal go on to get at least 50-60 runs in terms of a lead, provided they bat a session, things you never know how things can change, because they are spin heavy, and I'm sure it will be Jayawardene, Pereira and Bandara that will actually do bulk of the bowling once the Thomians come into bat for a second time. So, like I said, there's still something on the cards, but on the surface, it may look as if it's heading to a draw, but 3 sessions is quite long, Damit.
Yeah, cricket is a funny game, and we've seen many a times how things have changed around at the Royal Thomian. Royal College still 63 runs behind. Tomorrow play will commence at 9:40 AM. We have 99 overs scheduled for day 3, and currently Royal 63 runs behind. St. Thomas's, having been asked to bat first, made 297 runs in their first innings on day 1, and on day 2 today Royal College made 234 for 7. They are 63 runs behind. Sinet Jayawardene has been the standout performer for Royal College with the ball, with the bat, and with the leadership also. Yesterday, Sadev Soisa made a brilliant 83. Ashen Pereira was the pick of the bowlers for St. Thomas's College, picking up 4 wickets. So that's the match summary so far. And we've seen 6 sessions being panned out yesterday and today, and so far I think Harun, we've seen 2 Thomian sessions being won, 2 sessions for Royal and 2 sessions shared.
I think it's a decent reflection of what's actually happened in this match, and the pie chart actually shows the scenario. It'll be interesting to see how the remaining 3 sessions pan out. As a Royalist, obviously you know what's in my mind.
Of course, and as viewers of the Papare, make sure you all join us tomorrow morning also for the 3rd day's play of this greatest big match rivalry in the country. Tomorrow we start off our live coverage at 9:15 AM, and we will, as I said earlier, we will have 99 overs scheduled for day 3. So do join us tomorrow early morning for 3rd day's play, and until then, it's goodbye from the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.